After undergoing strict interrogation, a number of inner-city staff members were executed. Overnight, at least a tenth of the veteran inner-city employees vanished without a trace. The rest suffered from mental exhaustion as a side effect of the truth serum devices used to extract data. Tang Yao, along with several high-ranking officials of the headquarters, plus Bai Ming and a few members of the assassin squad, had completely disappeared. They vanished without a trace right before the inner city was locked down that night. These incidents didn't affect Lin Shi, who was resting in his villa. After finishing his report, Lin Shi was escorted home by the guards and slept soundly. The next morning, when Lin Shi woke up, an urgent meeting notification immediately popped up on his optical brain. The notice required him to attend a gathering at the Federation headquarters in the inner city. The notice also made it clear that, besides Lin Shi, all high-ranking officials of the Federation headquarters had to be present. Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry to get there. He decided to first report to Xia Chun about what he had done yesterday. Xia Chun replied, "You did great. At this rate, we're about to reel in the net." Lin Shi smiled, looking relaxed. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. If it weren't for those Qingming fools having a death wish and deliberately trying to parasitize him, things probably wouldn't have progressed this fast. Ever since hearing Jinwu mention that there was something wrong with Tang Yao, Lin Shi and Xia Chun had guessed that he might be a core member, or even the leader, of Qingming. Right? How are your preparations coming along? Lin Shi asked Xia Chun. Almost done, Xia Chun replied. Those people believe in our plan and are ready to cooperate. They have nothing to lose, anyway. They're just waiting for you to take down the Federation headquarters for them. During this time, Xia Chun had been actively working, establishing deep connections with the district chiefs of the newly formed alliance and convincing them to fully support Lin Shi at the crucial moment. When these district chiefs learned that Lin Shi had so quickly become a true god of war, they were absolutely astounded. Initially, they thought this goal would take much more time, but Lin Shi's capabilities and determination far exceeded their expectations. This made them 70 to 80% confident in Lin Shi and Xia Chun's plan to overthrow the Federation headquarters without causing civilian casualties. Excellent. I'm about to attend a high-level Federation meeting. All the top officials should be there. Lin Shi stretched his limbs. Xia Chun, you can make your move now. Lin Shi was finally getting into action. Inside the spacious and brightly lit conference room of the Federation headquarters, a suffocating atmosphere loomed. Many high-ranking inner-city officials had received the urgent notice and arrived early. At this moment, most of them looked tense. A few appeared calm, but their eyes betrayed their inner anxiety. Clearly, everyone present in the conference room knew about the Qingming incident from last night. The Qingming organization had always operated in the shadows. Many had only heard of its existence, but since it had never posed a real threat to the Federation government, their understanding of Qingming was merely superficial. Yet, Qingming had quietly infiltrated the inner city, even weaving its way into their high-ranking official ranks. This horrifying truth left everyone terrified and on edge. At this moment, Feng Dian hadn't arrived yet. The others were all present, with only Lin Shi missing. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Finally, someone couldn't bear the silence anymore and spoke up. Deputy Chief Tang Yao fled. Do you guys think the Qingming incident has something to do with him? The person next to him hurriedly put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, and warned in a low voice, "You still dare to speak?" The first man seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn and shut his mouth, but worry and suspicion were still evident on his face. Another person chimed in with a sigh. He already ran away. What's there to be afraid of? The headquarters summoned us today. It's definitely related to this. I didn't expect even the martial arts department to be involved. Now, besides the god of war, do we have any other high-level combatants? I'm worried. If a desolate beast tide attacks again, how are we going to defend ourselves? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces full of anxiety. The Minister of Finance spoke up. The god of war is incredibly strong. With him here, and if we transfer more people from other districts, it'll be enough to deal with the desolate beasts. Besides, the inner city is heavily guarded right now. What are you all so afraid of? These words brought some comfort to the crowd, but couldn't completely dispel the unease in their hearts. This incident involved high-level betrayal and internal division. Many people died last night, leaving numerous positions in the Federation headquarters vacant. Furthermore, after this massive shakeup, coupled with the previous resignations of many high-ranking officials, the newcomers taking power had severely impacted the stability of the entire Federation. With internal strife and external threats, everyone desperately needed a reassurance. Before they could discuss further, Feng Dian appeared at the head of the conference table, still as a holographic projection. His appearance instantly silenced the room. No one dared to utter another word. Feng Dian, despite hiding underground, had heard every single word spoken in the conference room. He knew perfectly well that killing so many people overnight would inevitably cause a massive crisis. But his fury had stripped him of his reason, and he showed no mercy to those traitors. Right now, the person he hated the most was Tang Yao, the man who used to be so obedient and submissive before him. He never expected Tang Yao to weave such a massive underground network right under his nose. What pained him even more was that the loyal subordinates who had served him wholeheartedly for so long turned out to be nothing but traitors. He had long sensed that Qing Ming was a potential threat and suspected Tang Yao was involved with them, but he just hadn't found the evidence. However, he never imagined that Qing Ming was actually Tang Yao himself, nor did he realize just how many people were under Tang Yao's control, many of them even manipulated by parasites. If it weren't for Lin Shi, he would probably still be in the dark. Feng Dian suppressed his anger, glanced around, and asked, "Where's Lin Shi? Why isn't he here yet?" "The god of war lives far away. He's probably on his way, sir." "Chief, should we urge the god of war to hurry?" Feng Dian was quite lenient with Lin Shi. He shook his head. "It's fine. Let him take his time. I'll go over some minor matters first." These words startled most of the people present. Lin Shi had only recently taken over as the god of war, yet he was already valued this highly. He was even allowed to be late to a plenary meeting. Many didn't know that Feng Dian's leniency toward Lin Shi was because of Lin Shi's actions last night, which helped him catch the Qingming infiltrators. He didn't trust anyone anymore. Even the people who had worked alongside him for thousands of years, like Tang Yao, had betrayed him. Who else couldn't betray him? Only Lin Shi, this whistleblower, had somehow earned a strange sliver of Feng Dian's trust. "I'm sure you all know about what happened last night. As of now, I officially announced the stripping of Tang Yao's title as Deputy Chief of the Federation headquarters. I also stripped Bai Ming of his title as Minister of the Martial Arts Department." Stripped? Feng Dian read out a long list of names. Seeing Feng Dian growing increasingly furious, everyone stayed as quiet as mice. The individuals mentioned above are not only stripped of their positions, but from this moment on, they are stripped of their Federation citizenship. They are simultaneously classified as Tier 9 criminals. Anyone who captures or kills any of them will be handsomely rewarded. Currently, there are many vacant positions. The list has been sent to your optical brains. After this meeting, everyone is to compile a list of nominations and send it to me. I will base the reassignment of positions on your nominations and the actual situation. Furthermore, the god of war, Lin Shi, has made great contributions. I have decided. Just as Feng Dian was about to announce a reward for Lin Shi pushed open the conference room doors and walked in. Seeing Lin Shi, Feng Dian forced a smile and gestured for Lin Shi to sit next to him. "Lin Shi, you're here. Have a seat." He had decided to give Lin Shi real power in the Federation headquarters, grooming him to be his right-hand man. Although Lin Shi was usually a bit arrogant, Feng Dian felt that he was deeply dedicated to the Federation. Grooming such a young man was the true future of the Federation. Of course, that was provided it didn't threaten his own position. During last night's purge of the traitors, Feng Dian had accidentally collected a few parasites. He planned to breed them and then find an opportunity to secretly use them on Lin Shi. That way, he wouldn't have to fear Lin Shi's betrayal. Thinking of this, Feng Dian's gaze toward Lin Shi grew even more fervent. The people present were all shrewd and excellent at reading the room. Seeing Feng Dian's expression, they knew they absolutely could not afford to offend Lin Shi. Not only could they not offend him, but they also had to find ways to flatter him. Only then could their petty schemes and future misdeeds be covered up. Therefore, inside the conference room, aside from the still cold Lin Shi, everyone else looked at him with warm, friendly, and sycophantic eyes. Little did they know, Lin Shi hadn't come today to collude with them. He had come to take their lives. Lin Shi walked steadily into the conference room. Upon reaching the center, he finally drew his light sword. With a surge of origin power, the light sword activated, and Lin Shi swung it, sweeping across the room. His movements were so fast that no one could see clearly or react in time. The oval table, the chairs, and the people sitting in them, all were sliced in half the instant Lin Shi swung his sword. Because his movements were so incredibly fast, by the time he finished his attack, many hadn't even realized they were dead. They were still looking in surprise at Lin Shi drawing his weapon here. But when they looked down, their heads rolled off their necks one by one. Feng Dian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the light sword in Lin Shi's hand, screaming in a trembling voice, "Enemy attack!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Dian immediately ordered the entire conference room to be locked down. Looking at the corpses littering the room, Feng Dian's jaw dropped in shock. "Lin Shi, why are you doing this? Are you from Qingming too? Don't lump me in with that cowardly organization." Lin Shi knew Feng Dian was deliberately stalling for time. Without another word, he used Earth Escape and vanished from the conference room. Feng Dian, the chief of the Federation headquarters, was the most terrified of death person Lin Shi had ever met. Therefore, Lin Shi had given up hope of waiting for a chance to meet Feng Dian face to face. Instead, he decided to take the initiative. Taking advantage of the plenary meeting, he slaughtered all the lackeys of the Federation headquarters, and then went straight to find Feng Dian's hiding place. Feng Dian immediately received a report from his subordinates outside. "Chief, he disappeared. Our weapons couldn't lock onto him." "What?" Feng Dian's eyes bulged, a violent sense of unease rising in his chest. "Destroy the entire conference room," Feng Dian roared. Following his command, countless weapons and gun barrels emerged from all corners of the conference room. A few seconds later, the entire room, including the corpses inside, was reduced to ruins. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring all vision. Right after, a fully armed squad of personnel, their faces filled with panic, rushed into the rubble. They carefully searched every nook and cranny, hoping to find any trace of Lin Shi. But aside from the mangled bodies of the high-ranking officials, not a single shred of Lin Shi's clothing was found at the scene. "Chief, there's no sign of Lin Shi," a staff member reported to Feng Dian. Feng Dian's face turned deathly pale, his features contorted with rage and fear. "Useless trash. Find him. Everyone, find him for me. When you find him, grind his bones to dust." Feng Dian bellowed in fury, his voice sharp and piercing. Just then, he suddenly realized something. Invisibility, the ability to silently leave a locked-down room. It all reminded him of the mysterious figure who had broken into the warehouse before. Could Lin Shi be the warehouse thief? At that thought, a chill of terror ran down Feng Dian's spine. If that were true, it meant Lin Shi could find him too. Right now, no one in the Federation headquarters could stand against Lin Shi. Fear was written all over Feng Dian's face. He accidentally glanced at the black button representing destruction next to him. Coupled with the fact that this room's defense system was on par with the special warehouse, Feng Dian breathed a slight sigh of relief. The key to the warehouse was kept outside, but this room could only be opened by him. He was currently inside this control room. Unless he opened it himself, no one from the outside could ever breach its doors. With the greatest threat resolved and his fear subsiding, Feng Dian's resentment nearly burned away his reason. His face twisted into a ferocious scowl. "As long as I don't die, even if everyone else perishes, I will make the Federation headquarters rise again by my own hands. If you won't let me live, then don't even think about surviving. Lin Shi, Tang Yao, you all have to die." Meanwhile, Lin Shi was delving deep underground beneath the Federation headquarters, searching for Feng Dian's hiding place. He used his mental power to forcefully shatter layer after layer of mental barriers, searching floor by floor, completely ignoring the ear-piercing alarms blaring around him. For places his mental power couldn't penetrate, Lin Shi used Earth Escape to inspect them thoroughly. As a result, as long as Feng Dian was still inside the Federation headquarters, it was only a matter of time before Lin Shi found him. Finally, on the 88th floor, Lin Shi discovered a space exactly like the previous warehouse. There was no door. But Lin sure didn't need a door. This time, he planned to use his Earth escape ability to break through. He recalled the time he sneaked into the Federation's main warehouse. Back then, he was only at the 3rd tier. Now, his power had reached the 9th tier, and his Earth escape ability was much easier and smoother to use. Last time, breaking into the main warehouse took him dozens of minutes. But this time, it was much faster. When Lin Sure breached that thick wall, he saw a fierce-looking old man staring intently at the large screen in the control room. The others were still searching everywhere for his whereabouts. Even Feng Dian hadn't noticed Lin Sure's arrival. However, the sound of Lin Sure landing on the floor caught his attention. With just one glance, Feng Dian was scared out of his wits. Lin Sure dropped his invisibility, his figure clearly appearing in the control room. Not to mention, he now had his origin power shield. In the short term, he absolutely didn't fear the artillery fire from those weapons. Even if there were countless weapons in the room, Feng Dian couldn't target both Lin Sure and himself at the same time. How did you get in? That's impossible. Feng Dian stumbled back a few steps, leaning on the control console to keep from falling. But his terrified face betrayed him completely. A man like him was obviously terrified of death. Lin Sure swung the light sword in his hand, carving a deep gash into the wall. I have many ways to get in. I can smash the head of a 9th tier desolate beast. Did you really think a metal cage could stop me? It was just that he didn't want to be bothered by others. Feng Dian was terrified. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to suppress his fear and maintain the stern demeanor of the Federation headquarters chief. Are you here to kill me? Yes, but also no. What do you mean? Feng Dian stared intently at Lin Sure. At this moment, on the large screen in the control room, staff members were constantly trying to contact Feng Dian, awaiting his orders. But how could Feng Dian dare to move right now? He saw Lin Sure smile. In his eyes, that smile was like the grin of a demon. Not long ago, when Lin Sure entered the conference room, he had smiled just like that, and then slaughtered all the high-ranking officials of the Federation. I want to overthrow the Federation headquarters. If you agree to a few conditions, I might consider sparing your life. Lin Sure laid out the plan he had discussed with Xia Chen. Killing Feng Dian immediately wasn't the fastest way to topple the Federation headquarters. Doing so would only plunge the headquarters into total chaos and simultaneously lose control over the districts outside New District 1. Lin Sure wanted to use his title as the God of War to replace Feng Dian and become the new master of the Federation. After that, he would systematically dismantle the Federation system step by step before completely overthrowing the Federation headquarters. As for Feng Dian, the former chief of the Federation headquarters, he naturally had to be squeezed of all his worth before being killed. Feng Dian stared at Lin Sure. Overthrow the Federation headquarters? If anyone had dared to say these words to Feng Dian before today, he would have definitely made them regret ever being born. But today, hovering between life and death, facing Lin Sure, Feng Dian didn't dare to talk back. He swallowed hard and asked tremblingly, "What are your conditions?" "My conditions are very simple. Immediately announce to all districts that I, Lin Sure, will take over as the new chief of the Federation headquarters and grant me full access to all Federation headquarters authorities." Every condition was aimed at forcing Feng Dian to surrender the Federation headquarters, paving the way for Lin Sure to become the new ruler of the Sonlian continent. Even though he had guessed what Lin Sure wanted, hearing him say it out loud still made Feng Dian tremble with rage. "You actually want to steal my position?" He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Sure, while discreetly shifting his foot toward the black button. Lin Sure chuckled coldly, taking step after step toward Feng Dian. "The winner is king, the loser is a slave. You've lost. I'm giving you a chance to step down with some dignity." This condition. Feng Dian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with madness and resentment. The hand behind his back slammed down hard on the black button. "In your dreams. Go to hell. Everyone, go to hell." "Lin Sure, did you really think being strong means you can sit in my seat? Let me tell you, no way. If you all want to die, then be buried with me." "Ha ha ha." Feng Dian laughed maniacally. Lin Sure smiled too. After laughing for a moment, Feng Dian suddenly realized something was wrong. There was no reaction. He turned his head to look, only to find Lin Sure standing right in front of him. He pressed the black button that activated the Star Destroyer bomb again, but still, nothing happened. Strange, isn't it? Why didn't it explode? Lin Shi's voice echoed from behind Feng Dian. Startled, Feng Dian spun around and demanded, "It's you. What did you do?" Lin Shi raised his sword and brought it down, cleanly severing the 5 fingers Feng Dian had on the button. Then he replied, "I took the energy core out, of course." With his final trump card destroyed, Feng Dian completely collapsed to the floor. As usual, today, the citizens of the Sanlian continent still woke up early to prepare for a day of work. Everyone was like a programmed alarm clock, waking up and washing their faces at the exact same time. The mechanical, repetitive work had forged their biological clocks. Their bodies knew when to wake up and when to eat. Even if they didn't wake up or eat on their own, the fixed alarm would still rouse them when the time came. Even during lunch breaks at work, fixed energy meals were provided. Just like today, when everyone had already woken up, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the inner city. Urgent notice. In recent years, desolate beasts have run rampant, and the Federation has been shaken. Due to health reasons, the former chief of the Federation headquarters can no longer continue his administrative duties. Starting today, the incumbent chief of the Federation headquarters, Feng Dian, resigns, and the god of war, Lin Shi, will succeed him as the new chief of the Federation headquarters. The official inauguration ceremony will be broadcast live worldwide from the Federation headquarters television station in 3 days. This crucial piece of news echoed across all 9 new districts, repeated clearly over and over again. The Federation headquarters controlled the broadcasting system, capable of transmitting news throughout the entire inner city. Before the district chiefs even received the news, this announcement had already reached the ears of everyone across the entire Sanlian continent. What? The Federation headquarters is changing its chief? Did I hear that right? Someone gasped, as if hearing something unimaginable. I remember the chief's term has lasted for over 2,000 years. Now there's going to be a new chief? Does that mean we get to witness history in our lifetime? Someone else exclaimed excitedly. Eyes sparkled with anticipation. The god of war, Lin Shi, the new chief of the Federation headquarters. He's my idol. Others cheered and applauded. No one could stay calm after hearing the announcement. The appointment of the Federation headquarters chief was a monumental event for the entire Sanlian continent. Every chief held the position for a very long time, making it incredibly rare for ordinary people, with their short lifespans of a few decades or a century, to witness such a transition of power. Moreover, the reputation of the god of war, Lin Shi, was deeply etched into the minds of the people. Previously, to mitigate the severe fallout from the floating city incident, the Federation headquarters had widely broadcasted Lin Shi's heroic exploits across every street and alley. Coupled with his achievements and the legends surrounding him in other districts, Lin Shi's very existence had become a beacon of faith for countless people. But while some rejoiced, others despaired. When the other district chiefs heard the news, their dismay obviously outweighed any joy. The 4 districts most closely tied to New District 1 found this announcement utterly baffling. The Federation headquarters wanted to change its chief? Why hadn't they received any prior information? Especially since the successor was a greenhorn who had only recently become the god of war. This made them even more bewildered. Based on their understanding of Feng Dian, there was absolutely no way he would voluntarily give up the chief seat under normal circumstances. Therefore, something was definitely wrong. As for the district chiefs of the newly formed alliance, they were utterly horrified, even terrified, by the fact that Lin Shi had so quickly seized control of the Federation headquarters. They had just signed a cooperation agreement with Xia Chun, Lin Shi's spokesperson. Yet Lin Shi had already taken the position of the new chief of the Federation headquarters. What did this prove? It proved that Lin Shi held an overwhelming advantage, allowing him to act so decisively. So, did Lin Shi even need them anymore? In other words, they had originally planned to overthrow the current Federation headquarters, but now that it had fallen into Lin Shi's hands, did they still have a chance? Consequently, these district chiefs began proactively contacting Xia Chun. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland with no human presence for hundreds of miles, where the vegetation was lush and dense forests stretched endlessly, no one knew that beneath this very forest lay a secret base. At this moment, hundreds of meters underground in that base. Tang Yao listened with a gloomy expression to the broadcast playing on a loop throughout the inner city. His look was so dark that the subordinates beside him didn't dare breathe a word. Good, very good, Lin Shi. I've schemed and plotted for so many years, only for it to come to this. To have someone else pluck the fruit of my labor. Tang Yao's eyes blazed with fury, his heart churning restlessly. For years, he had secretly amassed power, waiting patiently, always staying by Feng Dian's side, just so that one day he could replace him and seize ultimate power. If Feng Dian hadn't always hidden in the control room, if he hadn't held the trigger for the Star Destroyer bomb, Tang Yao would have taken over the Federation headquarters long ago. Over the years, Qingming has accumulated enough resources to launch a coup. But I held back. I was worried that old bastard Feng Dian would drag me down to hell with him. So I delayed your actions. Tang Yao's voice was filled with regret and resentment. He gritted his teeth, every word squeezed out from between them. Then he slumped down, his once rugged face now looking old and exhausted. Bai Ming sighed, stepped forward, and gently patted Tang Yao's shoulder in a gesture of sympathy and comfort. You weren't wrong to do so. Before dealing with Feng Dian, we really couldn't afford to be reckless. But how did Lin Shi manage to strike so swiftly and succeed? If Lin Shi hadn't blown the whistle, we'd still be in the inner city right now. The situation definitely wouldn't have changed this fast. Tang Yao said bitterly, his voice full of anger and disbelief. Seeing Tang Yao so agitated, Bai Ming frowned and sighed. As for this, we can only say we were too careless, or perhaps we placed too much faith in the parasite's ability to control people. We never expected there would be someone immune to the parasite's control. This is our mistake, and a bloody lesson. That's right, leader. We all share the blame. You don't need to blame yourself. The people nearby hurriedly consoled him. Looking guilty, one person bowed his head and apologized. Leader, your subordinate was incompetent. Please punish me. The others chimed in, ready to take responsibility. Tang Yao slowly turned around, looking at his loyal subordinates, his eyes filled with helplessness and fatigue. He knew they were loyal, but this defeat weighed incredibly heavy on him. He closed his eyes helplessly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Things have already come to this. Hating it is useless. His heart was full of resentment, but he also understood that regret wouldn't solve anything. Fortunately, you guys reacted quickly back then. The moment you noticed Lin Shi's actions, you controlled the mother worm to eliminate those who knew the location of our base. Our stronghold hasn't been exposed. There's still hope. Lin Shi has captured Feng Dian, which means he's probably neutralized the threat of the Star Destroyer bomb. With Lin Shi's personality, he absolutely won't hide in the control room like that old fool Feng Dian. This is our chance. A fierce ambition flashed in Tang Yao's eyes. Hearing this, his subordinates felt a surge of hope. Leader, just give the order, and we will fight to the death. Leader, what should we do next? All right, you all step down for now. I need to think this over. Bai Ming, stay. Tang Yao waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Everyone excused themselves, leaving only Bai Ming behind. Old Bai, if I leave it to you and your squad to go all out against Lin Shi, what are our chances of winning? Bai Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the times Lin Shi had struck before, and replied, in a head-on fight, our chances are less than 10%. If we launch a surprise attack, maybe 30%. The gap between Tier 7 and Tier 8 is too massive. Furthermore, Lin Shi's combat prowess is incredibly strong. It's not just his hygiene tier. Even at the same tier, with my age, I wouldn't be his match. You rate him quite highly. Bai Ming smiled bitterly. It's truly hard to believe such a genius exists. If we weren't on opposing sides, I would genuinely admire him. Tang Yao's face turned cold. Lately, whenever he heard Lin Shi's name, he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Qingming had spent so many years building its strength in secret, only to be nearly destroyed by Lin Shi in the blink of an eye. Seeing Tang Yao's anger, Bai Ming explained, don't be mad. This guy is just too strong. It's not just his raw power. From the very first time we met, his aura gave me an indescribable feeling. Even now, I still don't understand how someone outside the Federation and Qingming could reach such a level. He seems like he's always standing at the absolute peak. I find him very similar to someone. Oh, Qing Zhao. Tang Yao frowned. Bai Ming continued to explain. Although I've never met the Qing Zhao from 10,000 years ago, if it were him, his aura would definitely be very much like Lin Shi's. That kind of powerhouse aura is absolutely not something an ordinary young man could possess. Lin Shi is indeed highly suspicious. Tang Yao didn't know what to think, his brows furrowing deeply. Are you saying, could he possibly not be from the Sanlian continent? Not from the Sanlian continent. Bai Ming was stunned, then quickly realized something. Are you suspecting Lin Shi came from the spatial passage? But the spatial passage has been tested countless times. Reverse teleportation is impossible. Tang Yao is just making a bold guess. Just because we can't, doesn't mean no one can. Who knows, there might be some method for reverse teleportation. If Lin Shi isn't from the Sanlian continent, but from another world rich in origin materials, then his unlocking of genes with so many origin materials would have a logical explanation. That would also explain why his combat skills are completely different from the warriors of the Sanlian continent. Hearing Tang Yao's hypothesis, shock was evident on Bai Ming's face. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and the more plausible it seemed. Even though reverse teleportation had never been achieved since the discovery of the spatial passage, what if there was an exception? Humanity on Earth was originally brought there by the people of the Sanlian continent tens of thousands of years ago. Even if someone teleported from over there to this world and blended in, it would be very hard to detect. Otherwise, Lin Shi's strength was simply inexplicable. The origin material resources of the Sanlian continent had always been controlled by the Federation headquarters. Outside the Federation headquarters, only Qingming possessed a portion of the origin materials. Initially, Tang Yao secretly suspected that Lin Shi was someone Feng Dian had been grooming in the shadows. Even when Lin Shi blew the whistle on him, Tang Yao still thought so. It wasn't until he received the news of Feng Dian's impending deposition that Tang Yao changed his theory. If Lin Shi wasn't Feng Dian's man, nor was he from Qingming, then the emergence of such a powerful gene-unlocked individual was inexplicable. After eliminating all possibilities, the most unbelievable answer left was that Lin Shi came from a place that didn't lack origin materials. If he really is someone from the other world, then his seizing of the Federation headquarters. Bai Ming and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. The power to control the Sanlian continent had fallen into the hands of someone from another world. Lin Shi's goal is definitely to achieve something groundbreaking. Whatever he wants to do, we must stop him immediately. Tang Yao made a swift decision, stating firmly, "Old Bai, it looks like I need to use him." Bai Ming knew exactly who Tang Yao was referring to. It was Qingming's greatest trump card. It was an invincible entity. In terms of strength, that person had reached the absolute pinnacle that humanity could achieve. In terms of reputation, his fame had surpassed even the Federation headquarters of that era, 10,000 years ago. If that person still had his consciousness, they wouldn't have needed to fear that stubborn old fool Feng Dian, and would have dominated the Sanlian continent long ago. Unfortunately, that person was now nothing more than a remotely controlled puppet, with a limited range of operation. Bai Ming's expression turned grave. "Are you sure? I'm afraid we have no other way out." Bai Ming pondered for a long time, then nodded. "Then let's use him. The Federation headquarters cannot fall into the hands of an outsider." I'm also very curious to see how a battle between the god of war from 10,000 years ago and the current god of war will play out. Ever since the announcement was broadcast, every citizen began receiving news about the change of the Federation headquarters chief on their home TVs. Feng Dian even appeared on the news himself, declaring that he was voluntarily stepping down from his position as chief. At the same time, with the exception of the district chiefs outside New District 1, everyone received an invitation to New District 1 to attend the new chief's inauguration ceremony. Early morning, 3 days later, sunlight illuminated every corner of New District 1. Today is the most bustling day New District 1 has seen in thousands of years. The federal headquarters issued a notice a day in advance, declaring a public holiday for all citizens to witness this historic moment together. The entirety of New District 1 is filled with a joyous and exhilarating atmosphere. Everyone is immersed in happiness. On the streets, flags are fluttering, colorful banners are waving, and cheerful music echoes through the air. Countless people have either prepared a hearty feast of meat and wine to watch TV at home, or brought sunflower seeds and folding stools to wait by the giant screens in the city. Today, TVs and all the large screens in the inner city will broadcast this inauguration ceremony live. The police are also present to maintain order. Meanwhile, in the city's central square, a massive stage has been set up. Lin Shi is wearing a sharp, formal suit today, standing next to Mang Chi and his men, who look a bit flustered. Mang Chi and the others are also dressed very formally right now. Because today, they are attending Lin Shi's inauguration as high-ranking core officials of the base. Mang Chi and his crew never imagined that one day, their vice captain would become the supreme leader of the entire federal headquarters. They are even being highly valued. Last time, when Lin Shi was inaugurated as the god of war, Mang Chi and the others weren't even qualified to attend. In the blink of an eye, they now stand above tens of thousands, second only to one man. After Lin Shi captured Feng Pai and killed all the high-ranking officials in the meeting room. First, Lin Shi suspended several unnecessary positions and projects, such as the Population Management Bureau's storage facilities, most of the Academy of Sciences laboratories, and certain weapons and ammunition production facilities. However, some crucial and necessary positions were retained. Lin Shi used his mental powers to mind control and hypnotize specific individuals to fill these roles. Most of these positions are related to food processing and consumer goods factories. Their main task is management, while the specific work is still handled by the original staff. Therefore, there won't be any mistakes in the short term. However, in the long run, Lin Shi plans to gradually shut down all these factories. Once he officially becomes the director of the federal headquarters, he will implement a series of major reforms. As for Mang Chi and the others, he will assign them even more important roles. Just then, an internal staff member approaches Lin Shi and says, "Director, there's a man named Xia Chun downstairs with a group of people. He says you invited them to attend your inauguration. Send them up." Soon, Xia Chun arrives. With him are Lu Lu, Qing Yi, and Qing Er. Upon meeting, Xia Chun gives Lin Shi a tight hug and smiles. "I came right on time. I knew you were short on manpower, so I brought them along." He whispers into Lin Shi's ear, "I've looked into them. They're all trustworthy. Qing Yun is here too, but she's still downstairs." Lin Shi nods politely, his gaze sweeping over Qing Yi and Qing Er, who are looking extremely excited. He nods, acknowledging their presence. Lu Lu looks much better. The scar on her face has faded significantly. It seems Xia Chun has been treating her. Right now, Lu Lu is looking around curiously. She has never been to such a prosperous place, yet it feels somewhat familiar, though she can't quite remember where she's seen it before. At this moment, another staff member comes to report. "Director, the commanders of New District 3 and 4 want to see the former director. Tell them to wait until after the inauguration ceremony. Right now, he doesn't want to deal with any bloodshed." Lin Shi glances at the preparations outside, then tells Xia Chun and the others, "You guys go take a seat over there. The inauguration will begin shortly." Xia Chun nods and leads everyone to sit in the front row. Not long after, a staff member approaches Lin Shi again. "Director, everything is ready. When would you like to begin?" "Let's begin." With that, he steps onto the prepared podium. As Lin Shi steps onto the podium, hundreds of cameras start rolling, capturing this historic moment. Lin Shi calmly looks down at the audience. The expressions on their faces vary. Everyone present today is a commander, but not all of them came willingly. Some were personally invited by Lin Shi, so naturally, a few of them don't look too pleased. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Shi. From today onward, I will be taking on the role of director of the federal headquarters. I am thrilled to stand here in this capacity to speak with all of you." A round of applause erupts in the auditorium. Just then, a voice interrupts from the audience. "Where is the former director? Why isn't he here? People are saying they want to see him." It's Feng Jian, the commander of New District 3. A staff member has a prepared response ready. "Commander, the former director is not in good health today, so he cannot be present. Lately, the former director's health has been failing, so he can no longer continue his duties as director." "Who the hell are you? Did I ask you to answer?" The commander of New District 3 is dissatisfied with this response, pointing a finger at the staff member and yelling, The commander of New District 2 also stands up, speaking loudly to the crowd. I suspect the former director was forced to resign. Unless we get to see him in person, we refuse to accept this new director. That's right. I don't accept this either, the commander of New District 4 chimes in. These three must have colluded beforehand. Right now, they are targeting Lin Shi. They figure that Lin Shi, someone who just took power, wouldn't dare lay a hand on them in front of countless cameras, lest he ruin his public image. You guys were forced too, weren't you? Don't be afraid. We are here to represent you and save the former director. The commander of New District 3 rallies the people around him. Yeah. Aside from Xia Chun, Meng Qi, and a few others, everyone claims they were coerced by Lin Shi. But those who know the inside story understand that the tides have turned, and they must go along with the federal headquarters changing hands. Seeing these commanders step forward, quite a few people hesitate. But none of the veterans who have worked in the federal headquarters for years are stupid enough to be incited by a few words. Even the former director lost to Lin Shi, so what do these commanders amount to? Therefore, they lower their heads and feign ignorance. Some even step forward to curry favor with Lin Shi, speaking with feigned indignation. Commanders, the former director is advanced in age and has worked in the control room for a long time. His health was already poor. There's nothing else to it. Please don't make wild guesses and disrupt the new director's inauguration. You three commanders, please take a seat. The three commanders glare in response. They are being unreasonable and rudely interrupting Lin Shi, making it look like they're just here to cause trouble. This entire scene is captured by the cameras and broadcasted across the entire Sanlian continent. Many citizens watching the broadcast find these three incredibly annoying. Lin Shi slowly speaks up. You guys deliberately causing trouble at a time like this. Are you completely disregarding me, the new director? A nobody with an unknown background wants me to acknowledge you as the director? Who the hell do you think you are? The commander of New District 3 refuses to bow his head to Lin Shi. He publicly displays his defiance in front of everyone. The commanders of New District 2 and 4 are about to chime in when a crisp bang suddenly rings out. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. It covers the two men standing there. A thick, metallic stench of blood fills the air. Looking closely, they realize that the commander of New District 3, who was standing right there a second ago, has completely vanished. The blood splattered on them belongs to him. Today is my inauguration. Anyone who causes trouble will be killed without mercy. Lin Shi's voice is cold, yet undeniably commanding. Immediately, staff members rush in to clean up the body. The camera operators quickly pan away as the corpse appears. The remaining two commanders stiffly sit back down, not daring to make another move. The other commanders, though not causing trouble, are trembling inside. Lin Shi's methods are too ruthless and decisive. If they don't cooperate, will they share the same fate? The commanders exchange glances, each seeing the anxiety and tension in the other's eyes. Lin Shi pays no mind to these petty reactions. He continues speaking into the camera, his voice clear, powerful, and echoing throughout the federal headquarters auditorium. Since I have taken office as the director of the federal headquarters, this organization will put people first. Environmental protection is our primary goal. No more overexploitation of resources. No more destroying the environment. We must realize that resources are not infinite. If we only pursue economic growth while ignoring environmental protection, it will ultimately lead to the destruction of our habitat and the depletion of our resources. The existence of desolate beasts is a direct result of humanity destroying the environment. Therefore, we need to implement a sustainable development strategy and protect the natural environment so that humanity and nature can coexist in harmony, so that people will no longer be plagued by desolate beasts, so that everyone has the opportunity to step outside the city walls, to see the outside world. From today onward, I will protect every citizen, perfect the Federation's laws to safeguard the people, and abolish the artificial breeding mechanisms in the nurturing camps. We must understand that the value of life lies in the very meaning of its existence, not as a tool or a product created by others. Creating humans in nurturing camps might meet temporary population demands, but it violates human ethics and morality, and it is detrimental to the long-term, stable development of humanity. Therefore, we must respect every single life, abolish this inhumane system, and allow humanity to return to the natural path of reproduction. Next, I will abolish certain rules and measures of the Federation. These rules and measures have severely impacted the citizens' quality of life and social fairness. Only through reform and innovation can we drive the progress and development of society. At the same time, I call upon all citizens to actively participate in this process of change to build a beautiful home together. Finally, Lin Shi's voice turns resolute. This world does not belong to the Federation. It does not belong to me. It belongs to you. It belongs to everyone. Trust me, I will absolutely bring you a better life. My colleagues and I will lead the people of the entire Sonlian continent toward a brighter future. We must believe that as long as everyone unites and works hard together, we will definitely create a better tomorrow. Lin Shi's voice is deep and resonant, his gaze firm and clear, as if it could pierce through time and space to see the future. Everyone is deeply moved by Lin Shi's speech. Not just the commoners, but even the high-ranking officials and city workers have never heard a speech like this. Is this really something the federal headquarters can achieve? Will they truly no longer have to fear desolate beasts? Will they actually be able to step outside the city and see the world? Will they be legally allowed to have and raise their own children? Can they really, as Lin Shi said, live in freedom, fairness, and justice, heading toward a brighter future? Countless people in front of their screens can't hold back their tears. Even if Lin Shi's words are just perfectly crafted rhetoric, at this moment, everyone is shaken to their core. Right now, the ordinary people, those who have always been treated as mere tools, truly feel, for the first time, that they are being treated as actual human beings. While the commoners feel moved and inspired, the commanders and high-ranking officials are filled with terror and anxiety. Lin Shi didn't say much, but the amount of information conveyed is massive. Everyone realizes that Lin Shi isn't joking around. He genuinely wants to trigger a massive revolution. Not only did he publicly declare his intention to reform the existing federal system and improve the people's livelihoods, but he also proposed ideas that sound like absolute fairy tales to the rest of the world. For instance, claiming that environmental protection could eliminate the threat of desolate beasts, or allowing citizens to leave the inner city, and even implementing reproductive freedom. Wouldn't this throw the citizens into chaos? Will they still be the obedient workforce they used to be? Lin Shi's rhetoric is a beacon of hope and support for the oppressed commoners at the bottom of society. But for those in high positions, his words are a double-edged sword. The reform plan Lin Shi mentioned will undoubtedly infringe upon their existing interests and threaten their long-standing dominance. They can't fathom where Lin Shi gets the confidence to believe that the threat of desolate beasts can just disappear. Words are incredibly limited. So next, I will use my actions to prove my sincerity to you all. Lin Shi concludes his speech with that final sentence. Afterward, a staff member steps onto the podium, carrying the Medal of Glory representing the position of director of the federal headquarters, and respectfully presents it to Lin Shi. Once Lin Shi pins on this medal, the inauguration ceremony will be considered complete. Right at that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blares throughout the city. In the distant sky, a dark silhouette crashes into the outer city limits at an unbelievable speed, flying straight toward them. What is that? We're under attack. Protect the director. All the staff react on instinct, and the guards quickly spring into action. But amidst their panic, they realize Lin Shi is still standing perfectly still, not moving an inch. Then they freeze, suddenly realizing that their new director doesn't seem to need their protection. As Lin Shi watches the dark silhouette in the sky draw closer, his pupils shrink and his expression shifts. Those who know Lin Shi understand that unless he sees something truly terrifying, he would never show such an expression. Xia Chun realizes his mental powers can't even track the speed of that dark silhouette. Seeing the change in Lin Shi's expression, his own face turns grave. The person standing closest to Lin Shi speaks up. Director, should we use weapons to shoot that thing down? Lin Shi raises a hand to stop them. No, it's useless. The body of a Tier 9 evolver is already immune to conventional firearms. Besides, whether you can even hit it is another story. In just a few moments, the dark silhouette breaches the inner city, ultimately charging straight at Lin Shi. Lin Shi shifts his feet slightly, and a hoverboard appears, launching him directly toward the dark figure. A deafening boom echoes. The dark silhouette and Lin Shi clash, then separate. The collision between Lin Shi and the dark figure generates a terrifying shockwave of energy, knocking down those with lower evolution tiers, unable to keep their footing. The others stare wide-eyed, their faces filled with horror at the sight. Lin Shi and the figure have separated, each hovering in the air. Everyone finally gets a clear look. That dark silhouette is a person, a man clad in black armor, tall and imposing, standing as straight and unyielding as an impenetrable mountain. What kind of person is that? How can he clash head-on with a Tier 8 powerhouse? Terrifying. Is this the power of a Tier 8? This kind of strength is beyond my imagination, someone says, trembling. You guys, look at his face. Look at that man's face. Someone seems to recognize the man's face, stuttering in sheer terror. That guy. Why does he look so familiar? Finally, the others realize it too. Lin Shi and the black-armored man stand facing each other in midair, their auras so intense that the surrounding air practically freezes. Who are you? Lin Shi narrows his eyes, scanning the man in front of him from head to toe, especially his face. It's a face he had seen in Qing Zhou's memories. 10,000 years ago, the first god of war of the federal headquarters, Qing Zhou. But isn't this man supposed to be dead? It really is him. It's Qing Zhou. Inside the treasure bowl, Qing Zhou is equally horrified. Qing Zhou has sensed Qing Zhao's aura. There is absolutely no mistaking it. During the time Qing Zhou left the lab, he had met Qing Zhao many times. One could say there was a special understanding and bond between the two of them. Qing Zhao doesn't answer Lin Shi's question. His response is a razor-sharp sword strike. Lin Shi dodges, drawing his lightsaber to parry. The lightsaber slashes forward at terrifying speed, but a second later, Qing Zhao's figure vanishes from Lin Shi's attack range. Lin Shi slightly tilts his body, easily dodging a fatal strike from behind. Is this teleportation? He is startled. Could this be Qing Zhao's ability? Without a doubt, such instant movement grants a massive advantage in combat. One could even say it's extremely terrifying. If this were Qing Zhao in his normal state, even with Lin Shi's super perception, defeating him in a short time would be incredibly difficult. And if Lin Shi were just an ordinary Tier 8 powerhouse, facing an opponent like this, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. However, Lin Shi quickly realizes that even though the enemy before him is indeed Qing Zhao, possessing the formidable physique and strength of a Tier 9, his fighting style is incredibly mechanical and rigid. In contrast, Lin Shi is a Tier 9 powerhouse at his absolute peak. At that moment, the lightsaber in his hand thrusts out like lightning, piercing precisely through Qing Zhao's chest. Don't hurt him. He seems to be mind-controlled. The voice in his head makes Lin Shi abruptly halt his hand. Qing Zhao, on the other side, also stops after being stabbed. At this moment, someone below finally recognizes Qing Zhao's face and screams in absolute terror. Is that the god of war, Qing Zhao? It really is the god of war, Qing Zhao. How is this possible? How is the god of war, Qing Zhao, still alive? Isn't he dead? The people below are in utter disbelief. Qing Zhao is the first Tier 9 evolver in the history of the Sanlian continent. 10,000 years ago, during the Great Desolate Beast War, he single-handedly repelled a historic invasion, protecting New District 1 and the neighboring cities. After Qing Zhao passed away, his image practically became a legend. Almost all the citizens of the Sanlian continent know of Qing Zhao. This is just like the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, who was once renowned in the history of the Blue Planet. If Bai Qi had left behind portraits and footage, and future generations, crossing the river of history, suddenly saw that god of slaughter appear right before their eyes, imagine how shocked they would be. Tier 9 evolvers are immortal. If the god of war, Qing Zhao, didn't die back then, he would definitely still be alive today. Xia Chun looks up at the two figures in the sky and mutters. Though his voice is soft, everyone around him hears it clearly. They all look up at the two silhouettes in the sky, their hearts filled with awe and terror. In midair, Lin Shi slowly retracts his lightsaber. Right at that moment, Qing Zhao's body suddenly loses its balance in the air, staggering slightly. The next second, his entire body turns into a phantom and vanishes in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there at all. What happened? Where did he go? He's gone. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? On the ground, the crowd erupts into an uproar again. But Linsher doesn't react much. He pauses for a moment, then calmly steps down, signaling for the inauguration ceremony to continue. His actions are decisive, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion that didn't affect him in the slightest. However, everyone knows that the mysterious figure just now, with an appearance identical to Qing Zhao and an overwhelming aura, was definitely no illusion. The inauguration ceremony finally proceeds smoothly, without any further hitches. It's worth mentioning that the intense clash between Lin Shi and Qing Zhao, aside from being witnessed firsthand by those attending the ceremony in the inner city, was not captured by a single camera. First, the cameras couldn't keep up with Lin Shi's speed. Second, the camera operators knew this was a live broadcast. There are many things that, if you want to stay alive, you just know better than to do. It's just that this soul-shaking moment will forever remain an unforgettable memory in everyone's hearts. After the inauguration ceremony, all the live broadcast cameras are turned off. Lin Shi looks down at the crowd below the stage and says, "Since everyone is gathered here today, I officially assume the position of director of the federal headquarters. Let the meeting begin." The crowd then gathers at the federal headquarters. In the enclosed space, many people look exceptionally tense. Many have realized a glaring issue. If Lin Shi could defeat that man, does that mean he has also reached Tier 9? Regarding this meeting, Lin Shi doesn't beat around the bush. He declares, "Everyone, I've summoned you all today to announce new policies, as well as to appoint and reassign several positions. First, for the position of Deputy Director of the Headquarters, I appoint Xia Chun." Xia Chun stands up and nods in greeting to everyone. When Xia Chun appeared at the inauguration ceremony, many had already noticed this unfamiliar face. Of course, to the commanders of the newly formed alliance, Xia Chun is no stranger. They aren't surprised by Lin Shi's decision. But to the others, who is Xia Chun? What right does this guy have to take on the role of Deputy Director of the Federal Headquarters? Yet, no one dares to object. Just moments ago, right in front of the cameras, a commander was killed. And now, this setting is even more convenient for murder. They don't for a second believe Lin Shi would spare them if they dared to protest. Then, Lin Shi speaks again. "The position of District 3 Commander is currently vacant. I have decided to appoint Mang Chi as the commander of District 3, and his subordinates will assist him." Fearing Mang Chi might not have enough power to suppress the district, Lin Shi directly replaces several key figures holding real power in District 3 with Mang Chi's trusted comrades. This terrifies everyone. See, if they dare to object, they'll be the ones replaced. Lin Shi continues to assign the people he has mind-controlled into upcoming crucial positions. Most of the people here have never even heard of many of these appointees. But earlier, when the deputy director and commander were appointed, no one objected. And now, no one dares to utter a single word either. After finishing the appointments, Lin Shi looks around. Almost everyone avoids his gaze. Lin Shi says, "I hope that from now on, everyone will continue to cooperate, unite, and support one another. Do any of you have any objections to these appointments?" No, none at all. Everyone shakes their heads vigorously in unison. Even if they had objections, they wouldn't dare voice them. Good. Lin Shi nods in satisfaction. Then next, the deputy director will present the Federation's development direction and the policies that need to be reformed. Xia Chun is already prepared. He stands up, pulls a thick stack of documents from his spatial storage, and begins his presentation. First, the Federation needs to abolish certain rules and laws. The meeting drags on from morning until night. Even though everyone here possesses mental powers, they are starting to feel exhausted. Because in such a high-pressure meeting environment, everyone has to maintain maximum concentration, not daring to lose focus or slack off. More importantly, the proposal Xia Chun is putting forward completely overturn the policies that the federal headquarters has maintained for tens of thousands of years. This forces everyone to expend a massive amount of energy to understand and absorb these new concepts. He says we should gradually phase out large-scale assembly line factories and shut down unnecessary processing workshops. To free up the citizens' labor and time, we need to build new types of residential areas and protect the environment in the suburbs of the cities, improving the people's quality of life. At the same time, we must develop agricultural machinery so citizens can farm for themselves. This will not only ensure their basic survival needs, but also allow them to trade surplus produce for other necessities. The blueprints have been sent to your optical computers. Please review them. Simultaneously, we will perfect the social welfare system for the citizens, including but not limited to healthcare, early childhood education, and compulsory education. Xia Chun continues to present the reform measures. Every single one leaves everyone present utterly astounded. If these policies are implemented, it means the entire world will be rebuilt from scratch. The entire social system will be overthrown. Director, are these policies for real? Meng Qi is so excited he stammers. These policies, to the high-ranking officials of the Federation, are practically a waste of effort. They are used to enjoying a life of luxury, with status and privileges far beyond ordinary people. Why would they ever think from the perspective of the commoners? But to the ordinary people, this is nothing short of a rebirth. In truth, these combat squad members were just ordinary people before they joined the squads. If they had been born into a world where they could enjoy freedom and fairness, what a beautiful and desirable life that would be. Why would they have ever become squad fighters who had to worry about their next meal? All eyes turned to Lin Shi. Yes, and the policies Xia Chun just mentioned. Once you return, you must immediately verify and implement them. Lin Shi affirms. If you don't, his tone shifts, becoming much more severe. If we don't, then what? Qin Feng, the commander of New District 7, gulps and asks tremblingly. Lin Shi smiles. The aura of a Tier 9 evolver instantly erupts within the meeting room. Almost everyone finds it hard to breathe. If you don't, I will personally visit each district and supervise you myself. Lin Shi emphasizes every single word. Meng Qi is the first to slam the table and stand up. Rest assured, Director. I, Meng Qi, guarantee the mission will be accomplished. I will also do my utmost to execute the Director's plan. Me too. All the commanders unanimously express their stance. At a time like this, they have to be absolutely compliant. Very good. I trust you all. And you must also trust that, under my leadership, the new federal headquarters does not feed useless people. Next, I will implement a performance evaluation policy based on how well each of you executes and adheres to these policies. Xia Chun will be in charge of evaluating your performance. Those who meet the requirements will keep their positions. Those who fail will be replaced by newly nominated personnel. Of course, those with outstanding performance will be rewarded. Seeing many people's faces turning increasingly ugly, Lin Shi suddenly adds, "Oh, right. Let me tell you all one thing. I am currently at Tier 9, and my ability is defense-oriented. I'm sure many of you already know this. Therefore, the vast majority of weapons in this world are useless against me. If anyone wants to use firearms against me, I suggest using a planet-destroying energy weapon. Who knows, there might be a certain probability it could kill me. But even then, it's not guaranteed." Lin Shi smiles, but in everyone's eyes, that smile looks like the grin of a demon. Who would dare teach others how to deal with themselves? And using such an outrageous method at that. If they actually tried it, they'd be asking for death first. Heavy breathing and the grinding of teeth echo throughout the meeting room. Everyone realizes that their days of leisure are gone forever. If they want to keep their positions, they absolutely have to work hard. They have to get serious. Do you have any other questions? I do. Immediately, a commander raises his concern. Xia Chun promptly answers it. Not wanting to be left behind, the others eagerly throw out their own questions. The meeting lasts for a very long time. Lin Shi leaves early, leaving Xia Chun to deal with these commanders who are now ravenous for the new policies. It has to be said, absolute power is more effective than anything else. With his overwhelming strength, combined with the calculations of Xia Chun, that brilliant strategist, achieving their goal of unifying the planet is only a matter of time. Lin Shi leaves the inner city and returns to his villa in the outer city. He doesn't like staying in that cage of an inner city. To him, the outer city is much more comfortable. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Shi releases the person from his spatial storage. It's Qing Zhao. Earlier, when Qing Zhao suddenly appeared like a card, Lin Shi had tried pulling him into his living creature spatial storage. To his surprise, it actually worked. I've confirmed it. He must be infected by a parasite, Qing Zhou says. Just as expected, Lin Shi had guessed as much. So, is he still alive? I don't know. I don't understand much about parasites. Judging by his condition, his brain has probably been completely taken over. If we take him to a biological lab for research, we might find a solution. But it's too dangerous. Exactly. In this state, Qing Zhao is definitely being controlled by the mother bug. If he suddenly gets controlled while inside a lab, not only will the lab be unable to contain him, but all the researchers will be slaughtered in the shortest amount of time. The moment he appears outside, Qing Zhao looks dazed for a second. Then, he suddenly turns around, and his figure vanishes on the spot. When he reappears, he's already outside the villa. He's trying to escape. Lin Shi doesn't hesitate to give chase. In just a few blinks of an eye, he catches him and locks him back into the spatial storage. Inside the space, Qing Zhao stands there blankly, like a robot that suddenly lost its signal. Lin Shi tells Blue to keep an eye on Qing Zhao and to talk to him often to see if communication is possible. That was the decision made by Lin Shi and Qing Zhou. If it doesn't work, they will take him back to the blue planet. There is no mother bug there, so they can try to find a cure. Right as Lin Shi captures Qing Zhao, chaos erupts over at the Qingming base. Leader, we've lost control of the god of war again. How is this happening? Tang Yao is stunned. Earlier, when they used Qing Zhao, their ultimate trump card, to deal with Lin Shi, they thought victory was guaranteed. They never expected that Lin Shi's combat prowess would allow him to pierce through Qing Zhao's body in just a few exchanges. This caused the mother bug's control to be interrupted for a split second. And in just that split second, they lost control of Qing Zhao. No matter how they called upon the mother bug, they couldn't re-establish a connection with Qing Zhao. They had barely managed to reconnect, only to lose contact again a moment later. How is this happening? Huh? Tang Yao laughs maniacally. He feels like everything is changing too fast. Ever since Lin Shi appeared, everything has spiraled completely out of control. From losing his position at the federal headquarters to losing his territory, losing everything, losing his opportunities, and now losing his trump card, Qing Zhao. He has nothing left to secure his position. Tang Yao's eyes are bloodshot. Seeing Tang Yao on the verge of going mad, Bai Ming anxiously grabs his shoulder. Calm down, Alliance leader. Pushed hard by Bai Ming, Tang Yao froze for a moment, then his eyes darted around. Bai Ming, we still have a chance. Let's go to the blue planet. We'll go to the blue planet and rule over those natives. Tang Yao's idea startled Bai Ming. Are you crazy? If we go there, there's no turning back. Tang Yao just smiled bitterly. Do we even have a way back now? Do you want me to live the rest of my life like a rat in a sewer, hiding here waiting to die? Bai Ming, the general trend here is lost. Only by going to the blue planet can we find new hope, Tang Yao said, his voice trembling with excitement. Bai Ming frowned, saying worriedly, but if Lin Shi is really from the blue planet, and he's that strong, going there might just mean. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. It would likely be a suicide mission. At this moment, Bai Ming appeared more rational than Tang Yao. He knew Lin Shi was powerful, and the gap between them was too vast. But this definitely wasn't the first time Tang Yao had this thought. Tang Yao persuaded. I know it sounds risky, but we have no other choice. Lin Shi coming here was just a coincidence. Otherwise, if people from the blue planet appeared on the three-linked continent on a large scale, we would have noticed long ago. Besides, the way I see it, Lin Shi is an exceptional case. He came with a mission and a purpose, so his strength is definitely the highest on the blue planet. Therefore, once we get there, as long as we're careful and focus on developing our own strength, we might not necessarily lose to the natives there. After all, our spiritual power has reached the 8th tier after all these years. All we lack are origin materials, and the blue planet has an endless supply of them. We can absolutely use those resources to rapidly boost our strength. Bai Ming still felt the situation wouldn't be as optimistic as Tang Yao thought. What are you worried about? According to our investigation of the origin material outbreak points, the people of the blue planet are currently experiencing extreme weather. Who knows how many natives are even left alive? How could they possibly threaten us? The people of the blue planet must be on the brink of extinction, which is why Lin Shi came to the three-linked continent, to conquer this world and bring the survivors here to live. That must be it. The more Tang Yao thought about it, the more he felt his speculation was correct. His eyes shone brightly, as if he could already see their faction seizing this opportunity to rise again. Seeing Bai Ming frowning and remaining silent, Tang Yao sighed, ignored him, and turned to his dejected subordinates. Listen up, everyone. Prepare thoroughly and gather all the supplies and weapons you can. This time, I will definitely lead you to make a comeback. With that, he strode away to make careful preparations for the trip to the Blue Planet. Bai Ming watched Tang Yao leave, his back trembling slightly with excitement and his steps confident, yet Bai Ming felt as if a dark cloud was looming over him. He felt Tang Yao was being somewhat delusional. In a familiar world, they had developed for thousands of years without achieving their true goals. Going to a strange world, could they really succeed? This was Xia Chun's first meeting after taking office. The latter half was smoothly hosted by Cheng Wang. After the meeting, the district commanders left one after another, preparing to return to their respective jurisdictions. This meeting marked a storm of reform that was about to sweep across the entire three-linked continent. At the very least, the center of the federal headquarters was facing a massive challenge. While the other district commanders hadn't even reached their territories yet, Xia Chun acted swiftly. As the new deputy director of the federal headquarters, he immediately set to work on a comprehensive reform of the new first district. The next day, Xia Chun appeared on the federal broadcast, publicly announcing a large-scale reform plan in the new first district. He directed the staff to compile the policies into easy-to-understand booklets and distribute them to every household. This way, the citizens could clearly understand the federal headquarters' upcoming work plans and how to cooperate. Xia Chun wanted to strengthen communication and interaction with the people so they would actively participate in the reform process. Xia Chun's true goal was to fulfill the planetary will's objective and liberate humanity in this world. As the former government leader of the Xia nation, Xia Chun had the ability and vision to make it happen. He issued several regulations, reducing working hours for the citizens. Except for factories producing food, essential goods, and energy, all other workshops were temporarily shut down. This led to mass unemployment, but Xia Chun was fully prepared. The federal headquarters warehouses were packed with food, so much that they were overflowing. It was the result of the citizens' relentless labor, and it now far exceeded actual demand. Xia Chun distributed this surplus food to those who had lost their jobs, based on their individual needs. Not only that, but he also promised that the federal headquarters would continue to provide supplies until they found new jobs or became self-sufficient. At the same time, food factories ramped up production to ensure a continuous supply. On the other hand, Xia Chun summoned all the architects in the new first district to plan the surrounding land. Based on Xia Chun's detailed blueprints, they would build new residential areas. These wouldn't be traditional high-rise buildings, but small two-story houses. From the outside, they looked like villas in residential neighborhoods on the Blue Planet. This type of house was easy to build and consumed low energy. However, the obvious downside was that they took up quite a bit of space. But for the three-linked continent, the vast land resources made this a non-issue. Compared to the Blue Planet, the population and land area of the three-linked continent were disproportionate, making this housing design perfectly suited to reality. Furthermore, Xia Chun planned for each house to have a spacious yard and a plot of land for farming. Xia Chun didn't want to turn the entire federal headquarters into a modern Blue Planet-style society. Such a complete social system couldn't be formed in a short time. Moreover, it didn't align with the planetary will's requirement, environmental protection. Xia Chun wanted to lead the people into an agricultural era, allowing them to become self-sufficient in food and vegetables once they no longer relied on the Federation. Once survival was guaranteed, human intelligence would help them develop on their own. Xia Chun was merely guiding them on the right path. Thus, the construction of the outer city began. Xia Chun had the unemployed directly participate in the construction project. The method was to first have these people register with the newly established land management department. Each person received a small house, and then the federal headquarters transported building materials and construction machinery to the site, letting the people build it themselves. If two people lived together, they could apply for a larger house and plot of land. Next, the construction was rolled out in phases. Everyone found this incredibly novel. First of all, it didn't cost a dime. All machinery and materials were provided by the federal headquarters, and even meals were covered. No one wanted to spend their whole lives in cramped rooms that felt like prison cells. For the citizens of the three-linked continent federation, they had lived their entire lives in narrow, suffocating areas, like frogs at the bottom of a well. They all wanted to go out and see the world. Being able to leave the inner city to build a house with a garden was something they had never even dreamed of. As for the fear of being attacked by wild beasts, Xiachun already had a countermeasure. Xiachun told everyone that the appearance of wild beasts was closely related to the Federation's years of environmental destruction. As long as humans stopped destroying the environment and started protecting it, the wild beasts would no longer attack. This explanation made many people who had long feared wild beasts feel anxious. Xiachun personally led the high-ranking officials of the federal headquarters on foot to the outskirts, leaving some officials behind to supervise the construction and soothe the citizens' worries. Even the federal officials, whose lives were so precious, had stepped out of the city, so the citizens no longer worried. Very quickly, some boldly gave it a try. Building houses and reclaiming land took time. Besides housing and farmland, Xiachun continued to plan basic infrastructure like buses, schools, and hospitals. He also drafted new federal bills. Xiachun encouraged citizens to actively participate in various new projects while selecting capable individuals for further training. Seeing Xiachun working so enthusiastically, Lin Shi wasn't idle either. He left the new first district and visited each district as a guest. Realizing he had just arrived at the new second district, Lin Shi followed up to meet the district commander. This commander had initially only skimmed over Xiachun's plan, but this time, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and get to work. The other districts were the same. Based on the principle of mutual benefit, Lin Shi visited and supervised each inner city area. The outer cities were all empty land, so after Xiachun provided the planning and blueprints, the citizens just had to follow them. Among them were many machinery blueprints. For instance, agricultural machinery blueprints that were unique to the Blue Planet. Xiachun also provided them so the districts could manufacture them themselves. The laboratory in the new 6th district quickly improved the machinery blueprints Xiachun provided. They produced agricultural machinery better suited for the massive scale of the Blue Planet. This was highly praised by Xiachun. Not only did he publicly commend District Commander Bai Qian of the new 6th district on the federal news, but he also directly sent people to deliver a large amount of supplies. Because of this, the quick-witted district commanders worked even harder. As time passed, everything went smoothly. At first, some citizens and district leaders were still worried, fearing that wild beasts would eventually show up. But as the construction neared completion and the wild beasts still hadn't appeared, people began to trust the words of the new director and deputy director. Once everything was on track, Lin Shi reduced his public appearances, handing over full management authority to Xiachun. Xiachun handled everything personally, working highly efficiently and always wearing a gentle smile, which made his prestige among the people soar. What amused Lin Shi was that, because Xiachun's prestige was growing so high, some people were actually bold enough to try and sow discord between them, trying to make Lin Shi wary of Xiachun seizing power. In reality, this was a plan Lin Shi and Xiachun had agreed upon from the start. Rewinding time to the day Jin Wu passed through the spatial tunnel. This time, only 3 people crossed the spatial tunnel. Besides Jin Wu, there were 2 members of the assassin squad. One was named Seng Cheng, and the other was Zhu Kong. Both were Tier 6 evolvers and Tier 7 spiritual ability users. The reason there were only 3 people was that the target size after teleportation was quite small. If there were too many people, the target would be large, and they would be detected right away, which was very disadvantageous for the operation. Therefore, the fewer people, the better. All 3 knew this. So when they stepped into the spatial tunnel, they held hands without hesitation and entered. The process of teleporting through the spatial tunnel was incredibly wondrous. Upon arriving at the other side, they could even choose their landing spot. Jin Wu was the commander of this mission, and he didn't hesitate to choose the location in the Xia Nation that Lin Shi had mentioned. The Xia Nation. Because the government base had been established after the long apocalyptic period, most of the land showed almost no trace of human life. After landing, The three immediately went on high alert, deploying their spiritual power and scanning their surroundings with their naked eyes. At the same time, they took out specialized equipment from their storage spaces. Sang-chung exhaled a breath of cold air, his body shivering violently. It's so cold. It really is a wasteland. There's nothing around here. The other person said, be careful. This isn't the three-linked continent anymore. I heard that at this time on the blue planet, there are terrifying beasts. Just beasts. Are they stronger than desolate beasts? I've killed Tier 7 desolate beasts before. Besides, our captain is a Tier 8 spiritual ability user. We should be on guard against the humans on this planet instead. After confirming there were no signs of humans around, Sang-chung gradually calmed down. He suddenly took a deep breath and said in amazement, the concentration of origin material is so thick. The surroundings are clearly full of origin material. Hearing the two talk, Jin-woo showed no emotion in his eyes, but a hint of contempt flashed through them. He knew the federal headquarters didn't know much about the blue planet. Most of their information came from the previous ice age. Compared to them, Jin-woo knew a lot more. If they relied on their experience hunting desolate beasts to hunt origin beasts, they would definitely suffer. Let's go. We need to find shelter first and level up a bit. Although Jin-woo was a Tier 8 spiritual ability user, his gene unlock level was only at Tier 6, no higher than his two companions. 1 against 2. Even with a sneak attack, there were still risks. Therefore, Jin-woo wanted to wait for an opportunity. That opportunity came very quickly. Several red-eyed wild boars charged toward the three of them. Seeing that the boars' movements were even more agile than desolate beasts, Sang-chung confidently stepped forward and said, leave it to me. He immediately launched a spiritual attack at the herd of boars. Sang-chung's spiritual attack caused the ferocious mutated boars to suddenly halt. A look of joy appeared on Sang-chung's face. Just as I thought. They can't even withstand a single blow. But in the blink of an eye, the alpha boar closest to him charged straight at him. What's going on? Sang-chung hurriedly rolled in the snow to dodge, but in that brief moment, more mutated boars rushed to his side. Sang-chung launched his spiritual power again. However, his mistake lay in using an area of effect spiritual attack against these Tier 5 boars. For origin beasts, ordinary spiritual attacks couldn't deal fatal damage. Especially since Sang-chung used an AoE attack, dispersing his spiritual power among each boar, which only restricted their movements for a brief moment. These boars were obviously starving. After being hit by the spiritual attack, they just shook their heads and continued charging at Sang-chung. This time, Sang-chung wasn't so lucky. Unable to dodge in time, he was rammed by the Tier 6 alpha boar. Its long tusks pierced deep into his body. Save me. Sang-chung struggled to call for help, fresh blood from his internal injuries spraying out in a massive stream. The alpha boar violently tossed its head, sending Sang-chung flying over 10 meters away to crash into the snow, his blood dyeing the ground red. It all happened so fast, in just a few blinks of an eye. Zhu Kong, instead of saving Sang-chung, quickly pulled out a high-powered laser gun, created some distance from the boar herd, and aimed at the nearest Tier 5 boar. A miserable squeal rang out as the laser pierced the boar's body, burning a large hole. The smell of burnt meat filled the air. Weapons are effective. Hurry up and use your weapons. Zhu Kong shouted. But this wound wasn't fatal to the mutated boar. The pain only drove them into a frenzy, their movement speed even faster than before as they charged at Zhu Kong. Although the defense of origin beasts wasn't as strong as desolate beasts, it was still much stronger than humans. At the same tier, the combat power of origin beasts always surpassed that of humans. For people unfamiliar with origin beasts like them, even lower-tier origin beasts posed a massive threat. Moreover, they weren't fighting one-on-one, but facing an entire herd. Zhu Kong rapidly fired again. Jin-woo also quickly retreated, pulling out a long spear to fight, charging forward to engage a Tier 5 boar in close combat. Jin-woo's techniques were sharp, and his weapon was incredibly piercing, easily stabbing through a boar. But as the battle dragged on, both felt exhausted. After all, they were outnumbered, and the situation began to turn critical. Jin-woo had heard Lin Shi talk about the origin beasts on the blue planet, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. Captain, should we retreat? Zhu Kong took out his hoverboard, seizing the chance to retreat into the air, then used a grappling hook to pull Sang Chung up as well. Seeing this, Jin Woo had no choice but to take out his hoverboard and take to the sky. The boars on the ground, seeing their numbers halved and only 3 people left, went mad and started tearing into each other, cannibalizing the corpses of their own kind. Jin Woo secretly felt it was a pity. Lin Shi had said that the bodies of origin beasts contained origin material, which was highly suitable for human consumption. The two carried the unconscious Sang Chung to the roof of an abandoned building before they stopped flying. That was close. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous, Zhu Kong said fearfully. This world is definitely not as safe as the 3-linked continent. We have to be more careful. Jin Woo knelt down to check Sang Cheng's injuries. The boar's tusks were huge and razor-sharp. Sang Chung had suffered severe abdominal injuries. It was a piercing wound, and his internal organs were damaged in multiple places. This kind of injury was extremely dangerous, even for a Tier 6 evolver like Sang Chung. Under normal temperatures, the bleeding alone would be life-threatening. But in this extreme cold, the wound had frozen over, somewhat preserving Sang Cheng's life. Let me take a look. Captain, see if there's a place for us to rest in this building. Zhu Kong also knelt down, taking medical supplies from his spatial storage and beginning to treat Sang Chung. Jin Woo nodded, ignoring Zhu Kong taking matters into his own hands. He knew these two were still wary of him. He went straight to check the building's condition. After making sure no one was scanning the area with spiritual power, Jin Woo took a walkie-talkie out of his spatial storage. If anyone from the Xian Nation's government base or the Lin family base were here, they would recognize that Jin Woo's walkie-talkie was identical to the ones they used. In fact, Lin Shi had given this walkie-talkie to him. The purpose was so that when Jin Woo arrived on the blue planet, he could immediately contact his people. Jin Woo dialed a sequence of numbers according to Lin Shi's instructions. As soon as it connected, before Jin Woo could say anything, a gruff voice hurriedly rang out from the other end. It's about time. Are you back? The voice was filled with undisguised joy. Jin Woo was stunned for a moment. Hello, I'm not Lin Shi. I'm a friend of Lin Shi's. Who are you? The voice on the other end suddenly became guarded and serious. My name is Jin Woo. I'm from the 3-linked continent. Lin Shi asked me to find the Lin family base. You're from the 3-linked continent? You came from the 3-linked continent. Yes, I'm from the 3-linked continent. I came this time because of a material collection mission assigned by my superiors. Jin Woo clearly explained his background and the purpose of his trip. The person on the other end stayed silent for a moment to process the information Jin Woo provided. We're glad to have you join us. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. I should be in the territory of the Xian Nation right now. As for the exact location, let me check. Jin Woo expanded his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, describing the area over the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie buzzed with noise. It sounded like more people had gathered there. All right, just stay there and wait for our people to arrive. Jin Woo reminded him. By the way, there are 2 other people with me on this trip, but they're not on my side. Those 2 might be carrying dangerous weapons. When you arrive, it's best to be careful. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. The walkie-talkie clicked off. Jin Woo put it away, breathed a sigh of relief, and went up to the roof. The person he just contacted was Lin Rongshuan, Lin Shi's father. He believed they would send someone right away. What Jin Woo needed to do now was wait. At this moment, on the roof, Sang Chung had woken up after receiving first aid, but he still couldn't move. With this kind of injury, even with the surrounding origin material speeding up the healing process, it would take at least a few days before he could move normally again. That was also the main reason Jin Woo took the opportunity to contact the Lin family base. How is it? Is there a place for us to rest temporarily down there? Zhu Kong wiped his bloody hands on the snow. Yes, I've cleared a spot. Come down with me. Entering the room, the wind and snow were kept outside. Sangqing also woke up. Nothing unexpected happened that night. The 3 decided to stay in this building for the night. They had brought enough food and essential supplies, so they wouldn't have to worry about starving in the short term. Captain, I'm sorry. I acted recklessly today. Sangqing weakly apologized to Jin Woo. You don't need to apologize to me. Delaying the mission's progress not only affects when we can return, but more importantly, it concerns the future development of the Federation. Hearing the word return, Kong could hardly hide the mockery in his eyes, and Sang-chung immediately looked awkward. Yes, Captain. I'll be more careful next time. If he didn't understand the situation, Jin Wudao might have thought Sang-chung's expression was due to guilt over delaying the mission. But Jin Wudao already knew that Tang Yao's promise to bring them back was actually just a scheme to make them give their all for the mission. This showed that the other two clearly knew the whole truth. Only he wasn't fully trusted and was kept in the dark. Therefore, Jin Wudao believed these two were definitely carrying out a secret mission he knew nothing about. A wave of sorrow washed over Jin Wudao. He had dedicated himself to the federal headquarters for years, and Tang Yao knew he was his descendant, yet they still didn't trust him. On the contrary, Lin Shi, someone he had only known for a few months, trusted him completely and had provided him with the most crucial information, allowing him to survive in another world. Jin Wudao sighed, sat down, closed his eyes, and said, "You're injured, so rest well. Tomorrow I'll go out hunting and see if I can find an origin beast to help you recover faster. While I'm at it, I'll check the surrounding area within a few hundred kilometers for any signs of humans and find a suitable location to install the information-gathering device." "Thank you, Captain. Sorry for the trouble, Captain." Sang-chung thanked him verbally, but secretly exchanged glances with Kong. The night passed with all three in a heavy mood. Early the next morning, after eating their rations, Jin Wudao went out as promised. "You stay here and take care of Sang-chung," Jin Wudao told Kong. Kong nodded slightly. "Be careful, Captain. If there's any problem, contact us immediately." Jin Wudao had been gone for a long time before Sang-chung finally spoke up. "Is he far away?" "Sure." Kong took out a spiritual energy detector, confirming there was no trace of Jin Wudao's spiritual energy nearby before snapping. "Are you stupid? You started running your mouth before you were even sure he was gone. What if we were discovered?" Kong's tone was full of anger and reproach. Sang-chung was unconvinced and retorted, "I just asked if he was far away. Do you have to make such a big deal out of it?" Kong's face turned serious. He sternly warned Sang-chung, "We are carrying a special mission. He's stronger than us. In this alien world, no matter how careful we are, it's never enough." Sang-chung was clearly furious, his face flushed red. He opened his mouth to argue, but then hesitated. "Are we really going to bury the planet-destroying bomb in the core of this planet? We'll die too." Kong sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "TCH, we're just burying it. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to detonate it. As long as we complete the mission and integrate well into this world, whether it detonates or not is up to us." Sang-chung frowned, still feeling uneasy. "But what if there comes a day when we have to use it?" Kong cut him off. "It's just a world of natives. Besides, if we can survive, who would want to die with them? If we don't complete the mission and the higher-ups send people down, do you think we'll survive?" Sang-chung stayed silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. They really had no way out. Jinwoo must not find out about this. This planet is much smaller than our world. Once you recover from your injuries and advance to Tier 7, go do it. I'll hold Jinwoo off then. 3 hours later, Jinwoo finally returned, carrying a mutated wild boar. This boar was much smaller than the ones they encountered yesterday. Jinwoo quickly chopped off one of its legs, stored the rest of the meat in his spatial storage, and started roasting it. "This is origin beast meat. Try it." Once it was cooked, Jinwoo divided the meat between the two. Sang-chung struggled to sit up, took the meat, and ate it. But Kong didn't eat the meat Jinwoo roasted. Instead, he ate his own food, watching Sang-chung as he ate. Jinwoo knew Kong wasn't afraid of being poisoned, so he didn't force him to eat together. "Captain, how's the situation around here?" Kong asked. Jinwoo shook his head. "I didn't see any signs of human habitation nearby. This time, the energy-gathering device can absorb life energy. We must find a place with a lot of people before installing it. How about we find a deserted place to install the device first? Once it's set up, we can capture people or origin beasts to provide energy for it," Sang-chung suggested. Jinwoo looked at him disapprovingly. "We don't fully understand the situation on this planet yet. If we rashly install the device and encounter an unexpected situation, we won't be able to move it. It's best to wait until you've recovered from your injuries." After Jinwoo spoke, Sang Chung fell silent. If he hadn't been so reckless and gotten injured, they wouldn't be delayed here. After finishing their meal, the three began absorbing the origin material in the air using the method provided by the federal headquarters. 3 days later, thanks to Ju Kong's dedicated care and his own regenerative abilities, Sang Chung was finally able to control his hoverboard. Ju Kong suggested they find a safer place. He was feeling increasingly uneasy. If Jin Woo hadn't only gone out hunting that one day and stayed put since, Ju Kong would have suspected he was plotting something. Jin Woo thought for a moment, then nodded. Which direction should we go then? Ju Kong was a bit surprised that Jin Woo agreed so easily, but still said cautiously, "We encountered the boar herd in the north earlier, so let's head south." Ju Kong wasn't the captain, yet he directly made the decision. Jin Woo didn't object. On the contrary, he wanted to laugh. If Ju Kong had wanted to go in another direction, he would have tried to steer him back. But south? He remembered that 3 days ago when he made the call, the person said their people would come from the south. The three rested for a moment before setting off, preparing to head south. Hoverboards couldn't fly too high. They maintained a low altitude to avoid encountering flying origin beasts. Along the way, they flew while observing their surroundings. After flying for a while, Sang Chung suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Look down there. There are people." Sang Chung pointed to the left. About 3,000 meters away, they saw a team of 5 riding snowmobiles heading toward them. "Go higher." Without hesitation, Ju Kong immediately flew higher. The three quickly ascended. High above the ground, Sang Chung stared at the group rapidly approaching their previous position and whispered to Ju Kong, "Those 5 must be natives here, right? Ju Kong, do you want to go down and capture them to interrogate them about this planet?" At this moment, the three stopped in midair, no longer flying forward to avoid being spotted. Ju Kong looked down, frowning. "Let's observe the situation first. I'm not entirely sure about the strength of the people on this planet. If we make contact recklessly, we might run into danger." Hearing this, Sang Chung retorted disdainfully, "How is that possible? With our strength, could we really suffer a loss on this native planet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Chung noticed Jin Woo glancing at him. He immediately remembered how he had just suffered at the hands of an origin beast, and his face flushed red. Just then, Sang Chung saw the group on the ground suddenly stop. One person looked up and waved at them. "Brothers in the sky, come down and chat." On the ground, Chi Yun smiled brightly, waving at the 3 black dots in the sky. "We've been spotted. What do we do?" Sang Chung looked at Jin Woo and Ju Kong in panic. Ju Kong's face was grave as he pondered. Jin Woo said, "How about we go down and make contact? Maybe they don't have any ill intentions. If they do, with our strength and weapons, retreating in one piece shouldn't be hard. Then let's go down." Just as Sang Chung was about to descend, Ju Kong pulled him back, almost making him fall. "What are you doing, Ju Kong? Don't go down yet. It's too dangerous for all of us to go down together. If we follow the captain's suggestion, how about the captain goes down first to check it out? If they have ill intentions, we can provide support from the sky." Ju Kong looked at Jin Woo, his expression calm, completely ignoring how inappropriate it was for a squad member to give orders to the captain. Jin Woo smiled and nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. Then I'll go down first." With that, Jin Woo prepared to descend, but the people on the ground seemed unable to wait any longer. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm exploded just a few meters away from the 3 of them. The electric current spread, making their entire bodies go numb. "Since our friends in the sky won't come down, I'll invite you down." Chi Yin shouted at the sky. "This is the ability to control lightning." Sang Chung and Ju Kong exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The federal headquarters had over 10 Tier 6 evolvers. In the history of the military, since its establishment, there had only been that many people who reached this tier. But no one had ever awakened such a powerful offensive ability. Is the person down there also a Tier 6 ability user? What do we do? Let's go down first. Staying in the sky is too dangerous. He didn't attack us directly, which proves he doesn't intend to kill us. Let's just go down, or do you think your flying speed is faster than lightning? Jin Woo interrupted their whispered conversation. Sang Ching thought about it, and it made sense. The other side had a Tier 6 evolver with such a terrifying long-range attack ability. If they stayed in the sky, they would just be sitting ducks. Then let's go down. Sang Cheng looked at Zhu Kong, whose face didn't look too good. Zhu Kong reluctantly nodded. Let's go down and see what they want. This time, Zhu Kong didn't say anything about letting Jin Woo go down first. The three descended together. Upon reaching a certain height, they immediately retracted their hoverboards to avoid revealing that these items weren't from this world. Chi Yun watched the three fall from the sky, observing their attire. Their clothes looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the material was completely different from normal fabrics on the blue planet. Among the three, two were middle-aged, and one looked younger. The younger one seemed to be injured. Based on the information Lin Rongxuan provided, Chi Yun ruled out the injured young man and focused on Jin Woo and Zhu Kong. Seeing Jin Woo deliberately pull up his sleeve, his eyes lit up. These were exactly the people they were looking for. While Chi Yun was evaluating the three, Jin Woo's group was also observing Chi Yun's team. Besides Chi Yun, a young man, there was a boy around 10 years old. The boy's eyes were huge, and he looked at them with sparkling curiosity. Next to the boy was a beautiful young woman with a calm demeanor, holding a small rat, the size of a wash basin. Behind those three were two older men with sharp eyes, staring intently at Jin Woo's group, standing a dozen meters away. Zhu Kong glanced over. Based on his experience, the two older men seemed more dangerous, but they were standing behind the younger ones. This formation made it impossible for Zhu Kong to guess who had just unleashed the lightning. The military killed people more often than beasts. Killing beasts only happened when they were attacked by hordes and lacked manpower. According to their training, the best way to kill enemies was to eliminate the strongest one first. One fatal strike, and the rest would no longer be a threat. But Chi Yun's formation was too bizarre. Unless the young man, the boy, and the young woman were the strongest in the team. You three, where are you from? Why have you intruded into the territory of the Xian nation? Chi Yun asked, feigning ignorance. We didn't know this was your territory. We can leave right now. With that, Zhu Kong stepped back. A bolt of lightning struck down. This time, it hit right in front of Zhu Kong. Chi Yun still had his arms crossed, tilting his head up. Hold on. Did I say you could leave? Since you're here, come with us. We just wandered here by mistake. Please let us go. Zhu Kong tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. Sang Chung beside him also felt things were going south and hurriedly said, Yes, little brother, we really didn't mean to. Please let us go. Jin Woo remained silent. Just come with us. We won't kill you. What are you afraid of? Chi Yun rolled his eyes. He actually wanted to kill those two right then and there, but Lin Rongxuan had instructed them to capture all three alive. After all, with his Qin Shuang's and Lin Siyuan's strength, this would be a piece of cake. These were three living, breathing people fresh from the three-linked continent. Director Li would definitely be very interested in these test subjects. Seeing that coaxing wasn't working, Chi Yun scratched his head, turned around, and asked, Siyuan, Qin Shuang, do you guys want to do it, or should I? I'm afraid I might accidentally kill them. Qin Shuang turned her face away. I don't want to fight. Lin Siyuan said excitedly, let me do it. With that, Lin Siyuan vanished from his spot. Jin Woo and the other two were still staring at Chi Yun's group of five. Seeing the youngest boy suddenly disappear, all three narrowed their eyes. Teleportation. Sang Chung panicked, pulling his weapon from his spatial storage and firing into the air. Zhu Kong was more level-headed than Sang Chung. Seeing Lin Siyuan disappear, he immediately raised his laser gun and fired at Qin Shuang, who was still standing still. If you can't see the enemy, attack to prevent any mishaps. But of course, he missed. Lin Siyuan had initially targeted Sang Chung, but changed his target to Zhu Kong. The boy appeared beside Zhu Kong the instant he fired, grabbed Zhu Kong's arm, and with a slight twist, deflected the shot. Immediately after, a sizzling sound filled the air. It was the sound of the laser burning through the snow, creating a perfectly straight trench. Zhu Kong's arm holding the gun was instantly twisted and deformed. Terrified, Zhu Kong tried to put some distance between himself and Lin Siyuan. But how could a Tier 6 evolver match Lin Siyuan, who was already at Tier 8? Even keeping his distance was impossible. In his eyes, Lin Siyuan's speed was like teleportation. Before Zhu Kong could even take 2 steps back, one arm and one leg were attacked simultaneously. It wasn't until his other leg was broken that Ju Kong groaned in pain. Next was Sang Chung. Sang Chung was subdued even more easily. Lin Siyuan broke both his arms and legs as well. After the two lost their combat ability and were knocked out, the boy returned to Qin Shuang's side as fast as a gust of wind. Qi Yun ordered his two subordinates. Tie them up and throw those two in the back of the snowmobile. The two subordinates complied. Did I do a good job? Lin Siyuan tilted his head up, his bright eyes looking at Qin Shuang, eagerly awaiting praise. During the time Lin Shi was away from the blue planet, he couldn't be by Lin Siyuan's side. Most of the time, it was Qin Shuang, Qi Yun, and Lin Rongshuan who stayed with him. Qin Shuang treated Lin Siyuan like her own younger brother. Lin Siyuan and Qin Shuang were very close. Their bond was even stronger than biological siblings. Meeting Lin Siyuan's expectant gaze, Qin Shuang smiled warmly, like melting snow. Her eyes were full of approval as she said softly, "Yes, Siyuan did great." Hearing Qin Shuang's praise, Lin Siyuan smiled happily, but then a hint of longing flashed in his eyes. "Sister, brother is coming back soon, right?" Qin Shuang pursed her lips, nodded, and smiled. "Yes, once he finishes what he needs to do, he will definitely come back." From Qin Shuang and Lin Siyuan's unconcealed conversation, Jin Wu confirmed his speculation. Lin Shi was indeed not from the three-linked continent. Jin Wu took the initiative to step forward, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, I'm Jin Wu. Nice to meet you." Qi Yin shook Jin Wu's hand and asked eagerly, "How is my cousin doing over there? Are you really his friend? I remember my cousin doesn't like making friends." Squeezing Jin Wu's hand tightly, feeling the strength from it, Jin Wu smiled bitterly. "When I first met him, he really wasn't easy to get along with. He disobeyed orders, beat people up randomly, and even broke the rules to kill people as he pleased. But he's very brave. His personality is arrogant and rebellious, yet very rational. I admire him a lot. Maybe he thought I was all right too." Qi Yin let go of his hand and laughed heartily. "That's right. You sound exactly like you're talking about my cousin. Let's go. Get in the car. Siyuan, you ride with me. Leave that car for this uncle." Lin Siyuan agreed. The group began to head back the way they came. Where Jin Wu and the others had landed, there were no buildings or distinctive landmarks. It took them 3 days to find it, but the trip back was much faster. After over 10 hours, the group arrived at the Lin family base. By this time, the southern province had changed drastically compared to when Lin Shi left. Initially, the southern province only had the government base and the Lin family base. Now, in the old cities of the southern province, there were traces of survivors from other countries. Those countries couldn't withstand the Xia nation, nor could they escape the natural disasters. So they left their bases and came to the southern province. The condition was that these countries had to merge into the Xia nation, and these people could no longer claim to be citizens of their former countries. Instead, they became one of the ethnic minorities outside the 56 ethnic groups of the Xia nation. Faced with a life-or-death situation, those small countries were willing to give up their old nationalities. Jin Wu followed Qi Yun. He hadn't seen a single person along the way, and didn't expect such a massive gathering here. Looking at these people of different skin colors, dressed in rags, looking pale and emaciated, Jin Wu finally connected them with the information about the blue planet's humanity he had gathered from the federal headquarters. According to the records, every time the Ice Age arrived, the humans of the blue planet faced dire circumstances, resulting in massive casualties and endless suffering. Before meeting Qi Yun and the others, Jin Wu had thought the data was wrong. Now, seeing these ordinary people, Jin Wu finally understood. But when they reached the Lin family base, that understanding turned into shock. "This is your base? And that one over there is this country's government base? Did you guys know about this extreme cold disaster beforehand and prepare for it?" Most of the buildings on the blue planet didn't have spiritual energy shielding devices, so Jin Wu instantly estimated the number of people in the Xia nation's government base and the Lin family base. Over 1 billion people. How many survivors did they collect during the last Ice Age? A few million? Or 10 million? What shocked Jin Wu even more was that the over 1 billion people here were completely different from the pale, emaciated people he had just seen. These people all looked rosy-cheeked, healthy, and physically strong. Their eyes were full of confidence and determination, seemingly holding hope for the future. Judging by the scale of the two bases, they didn't look newly built at all. The two bases looked incredibly sturdy and modern, with complete infrastructure. Moreover, they were sustaining billions of people. All of this gave Jin-woo a profoundly abnormal feeling. It was clearly an apocalyptic scenario, yet the people's lives seemed peaceful and prosperous. This feeling was like watching a horror movie but seeing a group of comedy actors laughing until the very end. It was incredibly jarring. Jin-woo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could the Blue Planet's technology have developed to the point where they could predict this sudden disaster? He knew that according to the Federal Headquarters investigations during previous ice ages, these glacial disasters always struck suddenly, without any warning signs. If the Blue Planet could truly predict this disaster and build such massive bases to evacuate the population, their technological level must have far surpassed the information held by the Federal Headquarters. What made Jin-woo even more suspicious was that the people here were free to do as they pleased. Most people had families, spouses, children, and parents. This was completely different from the harsh and rigid management system on the three-linked continent. Hearing Jin-woo muttering to himself, Chi-yun just chuckled. On the way, Chi-yun had politely asked Jin-woo and the other two to hand over their personal belongings and undergo a body search. Jin-woo even took the initiative to point out places where Sang-chung and Ju-kong might have hidden items. By doing so, he had earned the trust of Chi-yun and the others. Actually, ever since he learned that Jin-woo had come to this world with Lin Shi, Chi-yun had trusted him. Because he trusted Lin Shi. At this moment, Chi-yun told Jin-woo frankly, "It's not that we predicted the extreme cold disaster, but my cousin did." These things were no secret in the two bases. Even if Chi-yun didn't tell him, Jin-woo would find out after living here for a while. Lin Shi. Jin-woo was surprised. "Yes, my cousin. He's a transmigrator who was reborn. He returned from the apocalypse, told us this news, and prepared in advance." Transmigration? Rebirth. Jin-woo's eyes widened, staring at Chi-yun as if looking for a joke on his face. But even though Chi-yun usually seemed quite absent-minded, when he mentioned Lin Shi, his eyes were serious, filled with admiration and respect. Chi-yun's expression showed he wasn't joking at all, but speaking earnestly. "Yes, my cousin returned from the future. He knew about the three-linked continent and the origin pool pillar, resolved the hidden dangers, and warned the Xia nation's government to prepare for the extreme cold disaster. Otherwise, the number of people you see on the Blue Planet now, maybe the whole world would only have a few 100,000 left." Jin-woo finally understood the anomaly he had sensed earlier. So that was it. This made sense. In such harsh conditions, in a disaster that ordinary humans could hardly withstand, why were there so many survivors living so well? It turned out it was all because someone had shouldered the burden for them. Lin Shi had returned from a distant future, changing humanity's fate of extinction. It sounded unbelievable. If someone else had told Jin-woo this, he would have definitely scoffed, thinking they were messing with him. But if it was Lin Shi, then all the impossible things seemed reasonable. Someone who could cross a one-way spatial tunnel, travel back in time to the three-linked continent, break through to Tier 9, kill a Tier 9 murderer, repel a beast tide, and achieve things that transcended time. These things weren't too far-fetched for him. Jin-woo was still puzzled. Lin Shi was very strong, but how could he achieve such impossible feats? Crossing time? Crossing space? Was he a god? That was absolutely not a power humans could control. Chi-yun asked curiously, "Huh? You don't know? What should I know?" Jin-woo also looked confused. Chi-yun and Qin Shuang exchanged glances. They thought the cornucopia was an item everyone in the upper echelons of the three-linked continent knew about. But seeing Jin-woo's confusion, they realized things weren't that simple. Perhaps too much time had passed, and the cornucopia had been forgotten. Or maybe even the person who took the cornucopia didn't fully understand its true functions. Chi-yun and the others had heard Lin Shi say that the first owner of this vessel was imprisoned by the planetary will, which was why they abandoned the cornucopia. "My cousin has a special vessel that can cross time and space." Jin-woo was completely stunned. He had never heard of a vessel with such divine abilities. Lin Shi used that vessel to do all those things. "No, wait. Your world also has vessels." Chi-yun blinked. "That's not a vessel from our world." Someone from your world placed that vessel in this world. Qi Yun recounted the information about the cornucopia that Lin Shi had told him. Jin Wu immediately retorted, "Impossible. If our side had such a terrifying vessel, we would absolutely never abandon it." For what reason? With my understanding of the ambitions of those in the federal headquarters, they would absolutely never let go of such a powerful treasure, even if it was to collect origin materials. After all, the federal headquarters already had the origin pool pillar at that time. If they wanted to harvest origin materials, they could have just sent people to die, or tried other methods. Moreover, like you said, for the cornucopia to meet the conditions to replace the heart and the host consciousness is too difficult. It couldn't be done in a short time. Either someone hid the true functions of the cornucopia, or the person who brought it here wasn't from the federal headquarters. The three-linked continent could have completely sent stronger people to threaten the humans of this world. The federal headquarters might sacrifice people, but a treasure that can alter time and space like you said? There can't be a second one. Hearing this, Qi Yun, Qin Shuang, and Lin Siyuan were all stunned, their expressions changing drastically. If what Jin Wu said was true, then there was indeed a flaw. Could the cornucopia have deceived them, and Lin Shi as well? The group arrived at Lin Rongshuan's study. Hearing the noise, Lin Rongshuan and Lin Mingjin walked out. Lin Rongshuan's gaze landed on Jin Wu. He nodded and smiled. "Welcome to our ranks. From now on, you are our friend. Consider yourself family." Lin Mingjin asked with a smile. "I heard you guys talking about something from afar. What's impossible?" Only then did the two realize that besides Jin Wu, the expressions of Qi Yun, Qin Shuang, and Lin Siyuan all looked off. Qi Yun quickly recounted what they had just discussed. No one here was a fool, and everyone quickly realized the severity of the problem. There was a problem with the cornucopia. Could Lin Shi be in danger? No wonder the consciousness entity inside the cornucopia urged Lin Shi to go to the three-linked continent. Could it have some ulterior motive? No wonder my cousin couldn't unbind the cornucopia before. Initially, everyone was very confident in Lin Shi's strength, coupled with his preparations before leaving and the cornucopia's support. Despite their worries, they believed Lin Shi would definitely return. But now, discovering that the cornucopia might have a problem made their hearts leap into their throats. Lin Rongshuan immediately grabbed Jin Wu's hand. "Jin Wu, do you have any way to contact the three-linked continent? We have to warn him right away." Jin Wu hadn't expected his single impossible to trigger such a massive reaction from everyone. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there is a short message transmission method that can contact the federal headquarters, but it can only send very brief messages. Furthermore, I can only contact the federal headquarters. Only the headquarters will receive the message. If I contact Feng Dian, the news won't reach Lin Shi." Jin Wu didn't know that the federal headquarters had already changed hands. Lin Rongshuan and the others looked at each other, worry evident in everyone's eyes. He said firmly, "No matter what, we must try." The three-linked continent. The entire three-linked continent had been very busy lately. Ever since Lin Shi and Xia Chun implemented the new policies, the three-linked continent had changed rapidly, developing vigorously like mushrooms springing up after rain, like young ferns in spring, constantly expanding their growth area. But Lin Shi was very idle. Previously, Feng Dian always waited in the central control room of the federal headquarters, but Lin Shi didn't have the patience to wait there for his life. Up until now, Lin Shi still hadn't received any news from Jin Wu. Lin Shi sat in the villa, playing with a desolate crystal. The desolate crystal was transparent, sparkling, with a faint fluorescent light flowing within it. Lin Shi suddenly said, "You want this desolate crystal?" "What?" There was no one in front of him. Those who knew Lin Shi well would understand he was talking to Qing Zhou. "This desolate crystal is very useful to me." The cornucopia was originally crafted from a Tier 9 desolate crystal. With this desolate crystal, the cornucopia can undergo a major upgrade. Lin Shi frowned. The cornucopia had helped him a lot throughout his journey. If it could upgrade, it would definitely play an even bigger role. Like before, Lin Shi needed the cornucopia's functions. If upgrading made those functions unusable, it would affect his and Xia Chun's plans. Seeing Qing Zhou mention absorbing the desolate crystal again, Lin Shi thought for a moment and asked, "So what abilities will it have after evolving?" Just then, The doorbell rang. The surveillance screen showed a staff member from the inner city. Normally, these people were very afraid of Lin Shi and wouldn't easily come to bother him. Moreover, Lin Shi had delegated most of the work to Xia Chun. Unless it was something Xia Chun couldn't resolve, they wouldn't seek him out. Lin Shi was a bit suspicious. He opened his mouth and said, "Come in." The door opened, and a staff member walked in, bowing respectfully to Lin Shi. "Director, what's the matter?" Lin Shi asked. The staff member hurriedly rubbed his hands together and said, "Director, Captain Jin Woo and his team have been on the Blue Planet for a while now. Do you want to see if they've sent any news back?" Lin Shi understood. The staff member wanted to ask about the origin material information. Almost everyone in the federal headquarters knew the main warehouse had been robbed and the origin materials were missing. Because of this, many people were very concerned about Jin Woo's trip. Lin Shi knew that Jin Woo couldn't possibly bring back origin materials like the others, but they didn't know that. The staff member looked at Lin Shi nervously. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look." Not for any other reason, but just to see how the Blue Planet communicated with this side. Lin Shi then headed toward the central control room. The central control room, located deep underground in the federal headquarters building, was only accessible to the director. The password was still the old one, but Feng Dian had been crippled and imprisoned by Lin Shi. Therefore, besides Lin Shi, no one could enter. After entering the control room, it took Lin Shi quite a while to find the communication screen with the Blue Planet. It displayed over a dozen unread messages. Blue Planet reporting to headquarters. Lin Shi, be careful. Beware of the vessel. The vessel has changed. Danger. Danger. Beware of the vessel. Lin Shi, be careful of the vessel. Over a dozen messages all conveyed the same meaning. None of the messages mentioned the sender's name, only mentioning the vessel. Be careful? Be careful of what? Lin Shi was very suspicious. Was this a warning for him? When Jin Woo went to the Blue Planet, the federal headquarters wasn't in his hands yet. In other words, Jin Woo didn't know he was currently the director of the federal headquarters. Yet he still sent a message like this. Was this a warning for him, or for Feng Dian? I'll just ask and find out. Lin Shi chuckled to himself. Why overthink it? Just ask directly. If he wasn't mistaken, this side could also send simple messages over there. Lin Shi, hurry up and give me the desolate crystal. This upgrade might take a long time. The sooner the better for the cornucopia to finish upgrading. Qing Zhou reminded him again on the cornucopia's interface. Lin Shi operated the control panel, sending a message to Jin Woo. This is Lin Shi. What's the matter? Then he said, you haven't said what abilities it will have after the upgrade. It can reset and reverse the universe. The cornucopia's original abilities will also be significantly enhanced. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He was very tempted. No one understood better than Lin Shi just how heaven-defying the ability to reverse the universe was. For anyone, being able to use the ability to reverse time was a massive temptation. But then, Lin Shi suddenly grew suspicious. Why do I feel like you're so eager to get the desolate crystal? Are you hiding something from me? You're overthinking it. I just want to help you better. The cornucopia displayed a notification from Qing Zhou. Lin Shi smiled casually. But I've already accomplished most of what I set out to do. I probably won't need to use the time reversal ability in the future anyway. You should just rest. If the opponent was human, the cornucopia's abilities actually had no crucial offensive use. If the opponent was the planetary will, those abilities became even more meaningless. Lin Shi couldn't think of what else the cornucopia could help him with besides its support functions. It wasn't because Lin Shi had reached the peak and accomplished almost everything that he didn't need the cornucopia anymore, but rather from an objective standpoint. Whether the cornucopia upgraded or not didn't matter. Could it be that the humans of the Blue Planet would have to face being crushed by the planetary will again, which was why this time reversal ability was needed? But if that situation really occurred, with the Blue Planet's will's ability to alter time, it could completely do it itself. The cornucopia's time reversal ability would be insignificant in front of the Blue Planet's will, which could manipulate time. Lin Shi still remembered clearly that his first rebirth wasn't due to the cornucopia's ability, but the Blue Planet's planetary will. In a flash, Lin Shi felt something dart through his mind incredibly fast. It was a distant thought, almost impossible to grasp. Just as Lin Shi was about to catch that thought, the cornucopia's subtitle interface suddenly popped up, interrupting his train of thought and pulling his attention back to reality. I hope to be able to help you. And I hope that in the future, if you no longer need me and allow me to leave your body, I can better assist the next master. Lin Shi laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about your next master? Human lifespan is limited after all. Using you to unlock Tier 9 genes, even if you can live for tens of thousands of years, your life is still finite. I need to think for myself. Besides, my upgrade won't do you any harm. We've been together for so long, yet you still guard against me like this. It makes one sad. From the cornucopia's subtitle interface, Lin Shi once again sensed a gentle sorrow. He suddenly remembered something. Can you return in another body? I mean, if I find a body for you, can you live? Qing Zhou was silent for a moment. No, my consciousness has long merged as one with this vessel. Whether I can leave the vessel is one problem. A normal biological body probably couldn't contain my spiritual power. A body, huh? Lin Shi thought for a moment. A body appeared in the control room. It was Qing Zhao's body. What if it's this body? Qing Zhou was silent again. This time, after Qing Zhao appeared in the control room, she seemed to have lost control, standing motionless. Only her black eyes were still moving. Qing Zhao had been in this state recently. Lin Shi had checked. This body was still alive, but the brain had been completely parasitized by the parasite. It could be said that this body had lost its ability to think. Moreover, it had also lost the queen's control. He wondered if the people from the Qing faction had given up on retrieving this body. With Qing Zhao's current condition, unless Lin Siyuan was here, Lin Shi had absolutely no hope of saving her. Even if Lin Siyuan were present, Lin Shi couldn't guarantee that the person who survived after a complete brain removal surgery would be the original Qing Zhao. Qing Zhou was silent for a moment, then said, I won't use his body. I'm not afraid. Isn't it just impossible? Lin Shi's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, and Qing Zhao's body disappeared again. Right at that moment, a new notification appeared on the control room screen. The time gap for transmitting information between the three-linked continent and the blue planet was quite long. Lin Shi opened the new message. It was just one sentence. The upper echelons of the three-linked continent are completely unaware of the cornucopia's existence. Lin Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. The people of the three-linked continent actually didn't know the cornucopia had the ability to reverse the universe? This meant Jin Wu and Lin Rongxuan had discovered an anomaly and warned him. Lin Shi believed this information wasn't just sent by Jin Wu, but also carried Lin Rongxuan's intentions. Beware of the vessel meant telling him to be careful of the cornucopia. Lin Shi began to review the memories he had gathered from Qing Zhou. He questioned everything related to the cornucopia, starting from Qing Zhou's memories. Qing Zhou created the cornucopia, then had his consciousness sucked away by it. After that, Qing Zhou lost contact with the outside world for a period of time. What happened after that, Lin Shi didn't know. But he knew one thing. Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao had a very good relationship. Back then, Qing Zhao was the strongest god of war in the history of the Federation, with immense power. Qing Zhou was always protected by Qing Zhao when crafting the vessel. After losing his consciousness, Qing Zhou realized the first person to possess the cornucopia must have been Qing Zhao. In that case, Qing Zhao definitely knew the cornucopia's functions. But Qing Zhao didn't lock the cornucopia away. Why? Later, the federal headquarters suffered an unprecedented desolate beast calamity. Not long after Qing Zhao successfully fought off the calamity, he was declared dead in battle. In reality, Qing Zhao was parasitized by a parasite, and the cornucopia was taken to the blue planet by an old Taoist priest. Lin Shi suddenly remembered that at the time, the cornucopia seemed to have been stolen. Chronologically, when the old Taoist took the cornucopia, Qing Zhao was probably at the front lines fighting the beast horde, which was why it was taken. But why would someone order the old Taoist to take the cornucopia to the blue planet? Who was that person? The cornucopia had the crucial ability to reverse the universe. Why didn't the person who ordered the old Taoist to take it keep it for themselves? One more thing. After the desolate beast calamity, the federal headquarters underwent a complete shift in power. It was like a change of dynasties in ancient China. Theoretically, some data from the previous generation of the federal headquarters should have been preserved, especially important things. Yet the subsequent upper echelons of the federal headquarters were completely unaware of the cornucopia's existence. Either the data about this high-level vessel was never made public, or the cornucopia wasn't a vessel important enough to be carefully recorded. Countless questions arose. Linsher couldn't find a single connection to answer them logically. Everything has a cause and effect. If he couldn't find a logical answer, was it possible he only knew part of the process, and that very part was wrong? Right at this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Sher's mind. If the wills of both planets each had a unique ability, the three-linked continent's ability being space, and the blue planet's ability being time, the cornucopia possessed both time and space abilities. Theoretically, it made sense that the cornucopia, created from a desolate crystal, contained the spatial energy of the three-linked continent. But why did the cornucopia have time abilities? Time in the control room seemed to stand still. Linsher was deep in thought. Qingzhou also saw the text on the screen, but didn't react. Linsher's lips curled slightly into a dangerous smile. You really are hiding something from me. At this moment, Linsher's mind replayed his experiences like a movie. From his first life, enduring the cruel apocalypse until the end of his life. Then, like a miracle, he was reborn before the apocalypse, unlocked the cornucopia, and went through the apocalypse a second time. After that, he reversed the universe, facing the apocalypse for a third time. Finally, he was brought to the three-linked continent by a reverse spatial current and entered his current body. The cornucopia's abilities seemed to far exceed any other vessel. Linsher finally understood the problem. The cornucopia could copy almost anything, except origin power and desolate crystals. It could fuse the abilities of other vessels, upgrade itself, and even traverse space in reverse. It also had an extreme thirst for high-tiered desolate crystals. It wasn't just a simple vessel. Ever since it showed the ability to traverse space in reverse, Lin Sher should have been suspicious. At that time, the cornucopia had absorbed many other vessels, meaning it had absorbed their spatial power, which was how it brought Lin Sher and Xiachun here. How could a mere vessel possess such an ability? Unless a planetary will existed within it. The planetary will of the three-linked continent could manifest as a demonic beast on the surface. The blue planet's will shouldn't just hide underground. I should have thought of this long ago, Lin Sher whispered, as if talking to himself, yet also speaking for Qingzhou to hear. No wonder the cornucopia was easily brought to the blue planet 10,000 years ago, because its power was still very weak back then, right? If you can modify the cornucopia now, you could have done it back then too. So, are you really Qingzhou, or the embodiment of the blue planet's will? In response to Lin Sher's question, the cornucopia took a long time before displaying a subtitle. You found out earlier than expected. It was an admission. Lin Sher pursed his lips slightly. Actually, his previous words were just speculation without solid proof. He had been with the cornucopia much longer than with the Demon King. Therefore, deep down, he didn't want to believe the cornucopia had been deceiving him all along. After all, they had been through so much together. I am Qingzhou, and at the same time, the will of the blue planet. When I discovered this vessel, I decided to split a part of my will to merge with it. From then on, my consciousness and Qingzhou's became one. Lin Sher furrowed his brows, his voice laced with suspicion. How did you do it? I am the will of the planet. I am Mother Earth. If I wish it, I can possess any creature I've created. But against those from the Sanlian continent, I am powerless. That is why I could only use this vessel as a medium to influence you all. I did indeed deceive you, but initially, I had no intention of harming you. I need this world to grow stronger. I don't want my planet to be destroyed again. I don't want to passively endure being plundered again. I don't want to watch my planet's energy be drained dry while I stand by helplessly. I also want to grow stronger, just like you. Yet you tricked me into thinking the curse couldn't be broken. You tricked me into coming to this world. You tricked me into giving you a vessel to upgrade. You tricked me into handing over the desolate cores to you. Lin Sher's face was cold, covered in a layer of frost, but his heart was burning like fire. It had been a very long time since he felt such intense rage. Actually, from the very beginning, what you wanted was to step by step make me see the threat from the Sanlian continent, so I would come here and collect the energy in the desolate cores for you. Am I right? That's right. But I also made you stronger than everyone else, didn't I? So, from beginning to end, he was just a tool. a manipulated tool, serving the will of the planet. These people who thought themselves smart were being played in the palms of two planetary wills. And Lin Shi was the biggest tool of them all. Or rather, from the very start, he was the chosen one. Chosen to be a tool. Lin Shi took out that level 9 desolate core. You want this? Yes. With it, I can obtain a portion of spatial power. If you can help me collect a few more, I can close that spatial passage myself, without needing to make a deal with the planetary will of the Sonlian continent anymore. Lin Shi held the desolate core in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter. Why should I give it to you? Lin Shi raised the desolate core and pressed it against his forehead. What are you doing? I advise you not to do anything rash. Ordinary humans cannot absorb the energy within a desolate core. Ordinary humans can't absorb it? Then aren't you half human, half will right now? If you can do it, so can I. Initially, Lin Shi truly had no way or idea how to absorb the desolate core. After all, before this, the people of the Sonlian continent had tried countless ways to absorb the energy within the desolate cores. But if he changed his perspective, what if the energy in the desolate core absolutely couldn't be absorbed by the physical body, but only by spiritual power? Or more accurately, absorbed by the consciousness? Please calm down, it replied. First of all, I didn't intentionally deceive you. I am the will of Blue Star, that's true. But after merging with Qingzhou's consciousness, I also possess human emotions. It's just that my rationality overwhelms petty human sentiments. What I pursue is the future of the entire planet. I hope to create a more stable living space for you all. Our stances are aligned. Realizing that Lin Shi was actually going to do it, the speed of the subtitles appearing on the treasure basin's interface increased noticeably. Actually, we are very much alike. Neither of us has much excess emotion. We are both very rational. As long as I grow stronger, I can always support you, making you the sole, unique existence in the entire world. Lin Shi smirked slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart and trying to stay calm. The suppressed flames of fury didn't diminish. Instead, they grew stronger by the second. It seems my theory wasn't wrong. He took a deep breath, making up his mind. He didn't want to be treated as a tool anymore. He didn't want to be threatened again. He didn't want to watch his loved ones fall into danger while being unable to save them. He didn't want to feel that helplessness again when his fate was not in his own hands. Just as Qingzhou said, they were very alike. Lin Shi absolutely refused to let his fate be controlled like this any longer. Lin Shi closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on the level 9 desolate core pressed against his forehead. Lin Shi, don't do anything rash. You will die. Lin Shi channeled his spiritual power, extending it like invisible threads toward the center of the level 9 desolate core. Before his eyes, the treasure basin continued to flash text. Lin Shi, stop. Lin Shi, you will regret this. Lin Shi didn't know if he would regret it or not, but he could clearly sense the treasure basin's panic and anxiety at this moment. Since he had made his decision, he would have no regrets. When his spiritual power made contact with the desolate core, Lin Shi didn't feel anything unusual at first. He tried using his consciousness to sense the desolate core. The moment his consciousness, his very soul, made contact with the desolate core, an indescribable sensation flooded his mind. Immediately after, Lin Shi found his consciousness suddenly transported into a chaotic and bizarre space. Countless points of light drifted slowly through the void, like a galaxy in the dead of night. These points of light contained boundless energy and profound laws. Just a fleeting sense of them made Lin Shi dizzy. Could this be inside the desolate core? Lin Shi was secretly amazed. He realized he had found the way to absorb the desolate core, not through the physical body or spiritual power, but by touching it with his consciousness. Lin Shi clearly saw his consciousness condense into an illusory figure, identical to his physical body. When Lin Shi cautiously brought his consciousness close to the nearest point of light, a powerful shockwave hit him. It was an incredibly wondrous feeling. It was as if something within his consciousness had shattered, only to be rebuilt. There was no pain, just an unfamiliar sensation, like an incomplete puzzle finally being put together. His consciousness seemed to sublimate. Lin Shi could clearly feel it becoming more solid and condensed. However, his act of absorbing the point of light was like poking a hornet's nest. Before he could fully process the changes within himself, the points of light that had been drifting freely in the space suddenly rushed toward his consciousness. Countless points of light merged into Lin Shi's consciousness. At that same moment, Lin Shi felt his entire consciousness being crushed into powder in an instant. Even his awareness was nearly wiped out. Just when Lin Shi thought he was done for, a gentle surge of energy unexpectedly appeared, merging into his consciousness and protecting it. But even so, Lin Shi still felt like a tiny boat in a stormy sea, liable to capsize at any moment. An unknown amount of time passed. His consciousness entity was continuously shattered and then mended. When everything finally ended, Lin Shi found that his consciousness entity had completely transformed. At this moment, Lin Shi's consciousness entity had escaped that space filled with specks of light and reappeared in the control room. In the control room, Qin Shi's body was still lying motionless on the floor. Lin Shi observed his own condition. The first thing he noticed was that his consciousness entity was no longer a blurry, fog-like image, but had become much more condensed. Lin Shi had a feeling that from now on, any spiritual attacks would be completely ineffective against him. Not only that, but he now felt a wondrous connection between his consciousness entity and the surrounding space. This is spatial power. Lin Shi was amazed. Sure enough, his method of absorbing the desolate crystal wasn't wrong. But Lin Shi still felt a bit groggy. He guessed this might be the after effect of absorbing the desolate crystal. Earlier, when countless specks of light merged into his consciousness entity, he almost lost consciousness. Fortunately, a sudden surge of energy had appeared to protect him. Lin Shi was about to go back and figure out if Qing Zhou had intervened to help him at the critical moment of absorbing the desolate crystal, but he discovered something unbelievable. His consciousness entity couldn't return. He couldn't return to Qin Shi's body. What's going on? At the moment of crossing the spatial passage, Lin Shi's consciousness entity had attached itself to the cornucopia to come to this world. The cornucopia, or rather Qing Zhou, had somehow directly possessed Qin Shi's body in this world. Lin Shi's consciousness entity had also left the cornucopia at that time, directly suppressing Qin Shi's consciousness entity and attaching itself to his body. Now, Lin Shi's consciousness entity had left the control room, but it couldn't return to Qin Shi's body no matter what. It seemed there was an abnormal reaction between him and this body. Despite trying every possible method, Lin Shi still couldn't get back in. Just as Lin Shi was at his wit's end, a groan echoed in the control room. Having lost the control of Lin Shi's consciousness entity, Qin Shi's body suddenly opened its eyes and sat up from the cold metal floor. Where am I? After the accident here, where's Ran Lu? Wasn't I facing a horde of desolate beasts? Qin Shi's memory stopped at the moment right before Lin Shi took control of his body. He had absolutely no idea why he was here. Can you see me? Lin Shi floated in front of Qin Shi. Yes, he was currently floating in midair. Even though his consciousness entity was highly condensed compared to a physical body, he was still just a consciousness entity. Reality proved that ordinary people couldn't see a consciousness entity. Although Lin Shi could speak and move, he couldn't touch physical objects, so Qin Shi couldn't see him or hear his words. Qin Shi, full of confusion and panic, stood up and started looking for a way out of this control room. But Qin Shi, someone who had only lived at the bottom tier, had never seen such a high-tech control room before. He couldn't even find the door. Seeing Qin Shi about to blindly touch the entire control panel with its buttons and levers, Lin Shi suddenly felt something was wrong. He clearly remembered that Feng Tian had designed this control room with switches to control the ascent and descent of the floating city, as well as switches to launch missiles and energy blasts. There were many other switches connected to crucial laboratories and special equipment. If Qin Shi tried everything, it would definitely cause chaos outside. Therefore, Lin Shi tried using his newly acquired spatial power to control the emergency exit button and open the main door. Getting into this control room was very difficult, but getting out was relatively easy. He just needed to press the hidden button. The good news was that spatial power could indeed manipulate the button. The bad news was that when Lin Shi tried to control Qin Shi, he found his power wasn't strong enough. Lin Shi controlled the button to open the control room door. The door slowly slid open. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Shi immediately abandoned the control panel and ran straight for the exit. The control room door automatically locked after Qin Shi left. Just as Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized a serious problem. Currently, Qin Shi was the #1 powerhouse of the Tri-Union continent, the director of the Federal General Bureau. But Qin Shi still thought he was just an ordinary person. If Qin Shi were let out, the consequences would be even worse than a child with superpowers causing destruction, because no one could stop him. Lin Shi recalled Qin Zhou's warning before he absorbed the desolate crystal. Lin Shi, you will regret this. Damn it, this is a mess. Lin Shi blankly followed Qin Shi, running around aimlessly with him. There were no Federal General Bureau personnel working on this floor's control room. This floor still retained the information of the former Federal General Bureau Director, Feng Tian. Qin Shi absolutely couldn't open the checkpoints to leave this floor. At this moment, Lin Shi didn't know whether to be glad that he hadn't modified the information for these checkpoints earlier. Back then, he thought he could just use Earth Escape to go down, so why bother passing through those checkpoints one by one? Qin Shi obviously didn't know what kind of power he currently possessed. After wandering around for a while and finding no way out, he slumped to the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Shi stared at Qin Shi, dumbfounded. That face, the face he had been so familiar with for so long, was now covered in tears. You have to know. Normally, this face rarely showed such rich expressions. If Xia Chun were here to witness this scene, he would definitely laugh at him for years. Lin Shi tried to merge into this body again. The result was that no matter what angle he tried from, he encountered an extremely strong resistance, pushing his consciousness entity out. Just as Lin Shi was about to rest and try again, Qin Shi, who was sobbing, suddenly spoke up. Who are you? Lin Shi was startled, thinking Qin Shi could see him. He was about to speak when he heard Qin Shi say again, You're an artifact spirit? Lin Shi? You're saying, I lost my memory? Qin Shi continued, seemingly talking to himself. Lin Shi understood. Qin Shi couldn't see him. He was hearing Qin Zhou talking from the cornucopia. At this moment, Lin Shi suddenly thought, Qin Shi can't see me, but can Qin Zhou see me? Hey, can you see me? If you can, tell him to bark. He saw Qin Shi tilt his head, looking into thin air, and ask in confusion, You want me to bark? Why would I do that? Lin Shi was overjoyed. It actually worked. Old fox, can you hear me talking? I can. What do you mean? I can. Qin Shi looked completely bewildered. Lin Shi ignored Qin Shi, this middleman, and directly asked the most crucial question. How do I get back? Qin Shi, this loudspeaker, was acting up again. He suddenly wiped his face, jumped up, and looked utterly confused. Read this out loud? No. Wait, are you talking to me or someone else? Why don't I understand anything? Then, Lin Shi witnessed Qin Shi's shocked reaction. There's another artifact spirit beside me. Where? You guys came to help me, but because I wanted to break through to a stronger power, I forgot. My memories after returning from the wilderness? So what happened during this time? What? I'm currently the director of the Federal General Bureau. I haven't read much. Don't try to fool me. Even though he couldn't see how Qin Zhou was manipulating Qin Shi, Lin Shi could still hear Qin Shi talking. This scene reminded Lin Shi of how he had been manipulated. Sure enough, the old live long because they are wicked. This old immortal was truly skilled at manipulating people. After a long while, Qin Shi finally accepted the truth. He had almost died in the wilderness, luckily obtained a high-level vessel containing 2 artifact spirits, became powerful because of it, and rose to the position of director of the Federal General Bureau. But in his pursuit of even greater power, he carelessly damaged his spiritual power, leading to amnesia. Hearing this, Lin Shi's jaw dropped. Was this implying him? So the other artifact spirit left the vessel to save me? And now he can't come back? His name is Xiaoli? He can hear me talking. Qin Shi completely believed Qin Zhou's words, looking remorseful. It looked like he was about to cry again. Xiaoli can't come back for now. I'm sorry, Xiaoli, it's all my fault. I was too reckless. You guys helped me so much, and I ended up harming you. Qin Shi didn't know where Lin Shi was, so he could only speak guiltily to the air. Lin Shi watched, both angry and amused. How can Xiaoli come back? He can't for now. Once he's out, he can't go back. Wah. Xiaoli, I deserve to die? I really deserve to die. Qin Shi pulled his hair in agony. Clearly, the simple-minded people of the Tri-Union continent had never experienced this kind of sinister manipulation. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead. He felt Qin Shi was about to be manipulated into a cripple by Qin Zhou. Suddenly, Qin Shi got excited, speaking with surprise and joy. Shaoli still exists. As long as we find a perfectly compatible body, Shaoli will be blessed by misfortune and become human. That's wonderful. Shaoli, did you hear that? I will definitely help you find a perfectly compatible body so you can be human. Hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes lit up. A perfectly compatible body. Wasn't that his own body? Qin Zhou meant that he had to return to the blue planet and enter his own body to solve the problem of his consciousness entity wandering outside. When I absorbed the desolate crystal, was it you who intervened? Lin Shi asked. Qin Shi relayed Qin Zhou's words. Even though he knew it might have been Qin Zhou who intervened, Lin Shi was still extremely surprised. He thought Qin Zhou was only using him. It turned out he still had some sentiment. Lin Shi's expression softened a bit, but he was still annoyed that Qin Zhou kept deceiving him. If you ever get a physical body, I'm definitely going to beat you up. Qin Zhou didn't reply. Lin Shi didn't know at this moment that such a day would actually come. Knowing he couldn't return to Qin Shi's body and the cornucopia for now, Lin Shi had no choice but to lay back. With Qin Zhou manipulating Qin Shi, given Qin Shi's intellect, he was absolutely no match for that old fox Qin Zhou. He was sure nothing would go wrong. Lin Shi simply flew away. Currently, he was a consciousness entity. He didn't need origin power or earth element abilities at all to pass through layer after layer. Lin Shi found Xia Chun busy working. Xia Chun wore glasses, staring intently at the documents with a serious expression, continuously operating on the flat screen. Lu Lu was beside him, helping Xia Chun with miscellaneous tasks like making tea, pouring water, and preparing supplies. Lin Shi flew in front of Xia Chun and shouted loudly, "Xia Chun!" As soon as he spoke, Xia Chun suddenly looked up from the complex data. He looked around, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Seeing Xia Chun's unusual expression, Lu Lu asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xia Chun? Are you tired?" "No. I felt like I heard someone calling me." Lu Lu went out to look around the room, came back, and said doubtfully, "There's no one outside." "Xia Chun, are you tired? Do you want to rest?" Xia Chun used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, but still found no one. But why did he just hear Lin Shi's voice calling him? Suddenly, Xia Chun remembered Lin Shi's invisibility ability. "Lin Shi, is that you?" Xia Chun looked up again, using his spiritual power to search carefully, but still couldn't find any trace of Lin Shi. Just as Xia Chun was doubting if he was too tired and misheard, Lin Shi appeared in front of Xia Chun and waved his hand in front of his face. Xia Chun's pupils contracted slightly. He suddenly told Lu Lu, "Lu Lu, you can step out. I'm going to rest for a bit. Do you want to go to the break room?" Lu Lu asked. "No need. I'll just close my eyes and rest here for a moment." "You can go out." Seeing Xia Chun's insistence, Lu Lu said no more, closed the door, and left the office. As soon as the door closed, Xia Chun sat up straight, his eyes darting around. "Lin Shi, you're here, right?" Lin Shi silently praised Xia Chun's sharpness. He clearly couldn't see him, yet he could sense his presence. Lin Shi directly used his spatial power to control the pen on Xia Chun's desk, scribbling a few words. Something happened. "I can only exist as a consciousness entity right now. I can't return to Qin Shi's body." Previously, he couldn't control Qin Shi because Qin Shi's body belonged to a Tier 9 evolver. But controlling a pen was much easier. It was just that Lin Shi still wasn't very proficient at using spatial power. "What?" Xia Chun jumped up from his chair, his face full of worry. "How did this happen? Are you okay?" "I'm fine for now." Currently, Qin Zhou has temporarily stabilized Qin Shi. He only has the memories of my father from the past, and is currently confined in the control level. When he appears, you can use your communication ability to coordinate with Qin Zhou. Don't blow his cover. Lin Shi wrote. Xia Chun realized the severity of the problem and nodded slightly. "I understand. What about you? Is there any way for you to return to a body? Does Qin Zhou have a solution?" "There is a way, but Qin Zhou said I can only use my old body to escape this situation." Xia Chun's expression changed slightly. "Then you should head back to the blue planet first. Anyway, the situation here has stabilized." Lin Shi shook his head again and wrote, "Let's observe the situation first." At first, Lin Shi thought the situation was stable and planned to return to the blue planet, but he discovered Qin Zhou had lied to him. Now, with the added unstable factor of Qin Shi, Lin Shi decided to postpone his return plan. Otherwise, with Qin Shi's mindset, who knows if he would just do whatever Qin Zhou told him. If the situation turned disadvantageous for them, it would be very troublesome. Right, the desolate crystals you kept before, have you used them all? Lin Shi asked. No, they're still with me. Do you need them? Yes, I need them. I'll go back with you to get them. Since he couldn't escape his current predicament, Lin Shi had to find a way to deal with it. He had found a way to absorb desolate crystals, so naturally, he wanted to use them to enhance his strength. Who knows, maybe he would find a way to solve his current problem. Xia Chun put the pen and paper Lin Shi used into his spatial storage, then wordlessly opened the office door and walked out. The staff and guards outside the door saw Xia Chun and respectfully called out, "Deputy Director." Xia Chun nodded and quickly walked past. When he returned to his room, Lu, who had walked slower, had just arrived. Seeing Xia Chun return, she asked suspiciously, Xia Chun, did you leave something in the room? I came up to get something, Xia Chun replied to Lu, then quickly ran back to his bedroom. Lin Shi's matters were the most important to Xia Chun. Given Lin Shi's special situation, Xia Chun had to temporarily hide it from Lu. Lin Shi followed Xia Chun into his bedroom. Because desolate crystals couldn't be stored in spatial storage, they could only be kept outside. Xia Chun had even set up a safe for them. Xia Chun took out all the hundreds of desolate crystals Lin Shi had given him. Not knowing what Lin Shi planned to do, he placed them all on the table and said, I haven't used them yet. Most of them are still here. Suddenly, Xia Chun asked in surprise, You're a consciousness entity. Can you take these desolate crystals away? Then he took out pen and paper from his spatial storage. Lin Shi wrote, Let me try. Lin Shi tried. Perhaps because both possessed spatial energy, he couldn't move these desolate crystals. So he wrote, No need to take them. I'll use them here. Do you need me to do anything else? Xia Chun asked. No need. Xia Chun nodded and left the room. Although he didn't know what Lin Shi was planning to do, he trusted Lin Shi unconditionally. When Xia Chun left the room, he also sent Lu, who had just returned, away, giving Lin Shi a quiet space. After Xia Chun left, Lin Shi used his telekinesis to wrap around a desolate crystal. Similar to the process of absorbing the Tier 9 desolate crystal earlier, Lin Shi absorbed the spatial energy within a Tier 5 desolate crystal. This process was much easier than absorbing the Tier 9 desolate crystal. Perhaps because Lin Shi's consciousness entity was more condensed than before. This time, he didn't lose consciousness at all, nor did he feel any discomfort. Lin Shi absorbed all the hundreds of desolate crystals in the bag. The spatial energy contained within them was still less than a third of what he got from absorbing that single Tier 9 desolate crystal. Most of these desolate crystals were low tier, but Lin Shi still had 3 Tier 8 desolate beast crystals and some Tier 7 ones in his possession. After finishing absorbing the desolate crystals at Xia Chun's place, Lin Shi quietly returned to his own room. Then he took out all of his own desolate crystals and slowly absorbed them clean. Currently, he didn't have a physical body and couldn't use the light sword. If he didn't absorb these desolate crystals in time, Qin Shi or Qin Zhou might take advantage of the situation. Just thinking of Qin Zhou made Lin Shi angry again. Since when had that guy been eyeing his desolate crystals? Perhaps out of fear of being discovered, he didn't hastily demand the desolate crystals, but waited for an opportunity to demand a Tier 9 one all at once. Because of this, Lin Shi managed to keep these desolate crystals. Otherwise, he would have suspected Qin Zhou long ago. After absorbing about 100 desolate crystals, Lin Shi's consciousness entity condensed significantly once again. This feeling was incredibly strange. He clearly felt his consciousness entity, his soul, gradually growing stronger, and his ability to sense spatial power became much clearer. Lin Shi guessed that perhaps the more condensed a consciousness entity was, the harder it was to merge with someone else's body. Qin Zhou inside the cornucopia, the consciousness entity formed from the will of the blue planet, was definitely more condensed than Lin Shi's consciousness entity. That was why that guy stayed in the cornucopia all this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to possess someone else's body, but that he simply couldn't. He suddenly thought of something. Qing Zhou absolutely had to return to the Tri-Union continent. Could it be for this reason as well? Because only there would he find a suitable body? Lin Shi speculated that if he could completely merge his current consciousness entity with a physical body, he might attain unprecedented power. Just as Lin Shi was pondering these issues, he suddenly remembered something else. I wonder if Qing Zhou's body can temporarily serve as a body for me. Qing Zhou's body was the only Tier 9 Evolver body available, other than Qin Shi's. Thinking of this, Lin Shi decided to return to the Federal General Bureau to find Qing Zhou. But right at that moment, a noise came from the room's door. It was Xia Chun returning. Sorry, am I disturbing you? Xia Chun couldn't see Lin Shi. He just placed a bag on the table, not paying attention to the desolate crystals on the table that had lost their luster, and said to Lin Shi, "These are the desolate crystals from the Federal General Warehouse that you didn't take with you before. They're all here." Previously, Lin Shi had broken into the Federal General Warehouse and taken everything he could carry. Only the desolate crystals were left behind because they couldn't be stored in spatial storage. This time, Xia Chun brought a huge bag of desolate crystals, over 10,000 of them. Although most were of low quality, a large quantity could also trigger a qualitative change. Lin Shi wrote, "Thank you. Between you and me, there's no need to be polite. I won't bother you anymore." Xia Chun left again, and so Lin Shi began absorbing once more. Meanwhile, Qin Shi was still confined in the Federal General Bureau, staring blankly at the metal ceiling, muttering anxiously. Earth escape? How do I use it? I've never used it before. Channel origin power? How do I channel it? Okay, don't get mad, I'll try. Boom. A deep explosion sounded. Qin Shi jumped up and crashed straight into the corridor ceiling. Ugh. Qin Shi sat down, holding his dizzy head. After recovering, Qin Shi tried again. But no matter how many times he tried, he still couldn't control the origin power. Ordinary people started controlling origin power from Tier 1, slowly training, adapting, and mastering it. But Qin Shi was originally an ordinary person who suddenly possessed Tier 9 origin power. He simply couldn't control it. After blowing over a dozen holes in the ceiling, Qin Shi finally gave up in despair, holding his head and crying. Wah, I can't do it. I can't do it. How can I be the director of the Federal General Bureau like this? How about we just don't go out? Boo-hoo. Qing Zhou never expected Qin Shi to be so cowardly and ignorant. Qing Zhou suddenly really wanted to summon Lin Shi. As soon as that thought flashed, Lin Shi immediately appeared in front of Qin Shi. At this moment, Lin Shi's consciousness entity was almost condensed into a physical form. He glanced at the ruined ceiling and instantly understood what had happened during his absence. Looking at the sobbing Qin Shi, the corner of Lin Shi's mouth twitched. "Give me Qing Zhou's body, let me try." After Lin Shi spoke, there was no response for a long time. Just when Lin Shi thought Qing Zhou didn't hear him, Qing Zhou's body suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Shi didn't know what Qing Zhou was thinking, but since he had the chance, he definitely had to try. Immediately, he tried to merge his consciousness entity into this body. Perhaps because this body had been invaded by parasites, the resistance Lin Shi encountered was much smaller than when he was in Qin Shi's body. However, there was still a very strong resistance. Lin Shi didn't give up and kept trying. At this moment, Lin Shi couldn't see that due to his forced merging, the pitch-black parasites in Qing Zhou's brain began to tremble slightly. After trying an unknown number of times, Lin Shi finally managed to forcefully merge his consciousness entity into Qing Zhou's body. But Lin Shi's feeling at this moment was very bad. Perhaps because Qing Zhou's brain had been parasitized, even though he had forcefully merged into Qing Zhou's body, Lin Shi still felt that although his consciousness entity was inside, he couldn't control the body. The brain was in chaos. If Lin Shi's consciousness entity hadn't almost completely condensed, he wouldn't have been able to think at all. Afterward, it took Lin Shi another few hours to barely manage to control Qing Zhou's limbs. Lin Shi controlled Qing Zhou to take a few steps, then suddenly heard Qin Shi say from behind, "Qing Zhou told me to tell you that you can only temporarily control this body right now. Very soon, your consciousness entity will be rejected because it's incompatible." Lin Shi sighed. "It's fine, as long as I can use it temporarily. Notify Xia Chun to come open the door." Notify. Qing Zhou bypassed Qin Shi's cornucopia-style communication and directly called Xia Chun over. It took Xiachun some time to open the door to this basement level. After opening the door, Xiachun saw Qingshi still had tears on his face. Qingshi smiled awkwardly and foolishly at Xiachun. Hello, Xiachun. Xiachun knew Qingzhou had already introduced his identity. Looking at Qingshi's expression, Xiachun was certain this wasn't Lin Shi. Xiachun looked over at Qingzhou, who was being controlled by Lin Shi. Lin Shi patted Xiachun's shoulder. Let's go outside to talk. Everyone left the basement and returned to the federal headquarters on the surface. On the way, they didn't encounter any federal personnel because Xiachun had cleared and locked down the entire route. Along the way, Xiachun observed Qingshi's reactions with great interest, a faint smile on his lips. He seemed to find it very amusing. But as soon as they reached the surface, Lin Shi's consciousness entity was instantly pushed out by Qingzhou's body, losing control. Qingzhou collapsed, falling unconscious. After being pushed out, Lin Shi still couldn't enter Qingzhou's body. He tried multiple times, but the result was the same. Why couldn't he get in? At the same time, he was startled. Why did he suddenly faint? Xiachun quickly stepped forward and caught the unconscious Qingzhou. Qingzhou immediately retracted Qingzhou's body into his inner space. Then, Qingzhou had Qingshi relay a message. It might be due to body rejection. It's not a perfectly compatible vessel, so it can't house your consciousness for long. Then why did he faint? Lin Shi asked. Earlier, Qingzhou had been completely awake. It could be because your consciousness is too strong, affecting the parasite. The parasite temporarily lost control of the body. Of course, this is just a guess. Lin Shi felt this guess was highly likely, because when he entered Qingzhou's body, he felt the parasite's influence, but he had forcefully suppressed it. Just then, Qingshi, who had just finished relaying Qingzhou's message, suddenly collapsed straight down. Xiachun quickly caught him. What's wrong with him now? This time, no one answered. Xiachun couldn't hear Lin Shi speaking, nor could he relay messages to Qingzhou. So, Xiachun had no choice but to carry him on his back. Fortunately, Xiachun had forbidden all personnel from appearing on this path, knowing it was a special situation, so no one saw this. If someone discovered that Qingshi had been replaced, it would negatively impact their plan. Xiachun brought him back to his quarters. He still had a lot of work to do, so he could only leave Qingshi there, as long as he wasn't discovered for now. Xiachun left Lulu behind to take care of him, gave her careful instructions, and then hurried off to work. Lin Shi stayed behind. He tried to control Qingshi's body again. This time, although there was still a rejection reaction, Lin Shi successfully entered Qingshi's body. Lin Shi lay on the bed and opened his eyes. Lin Shi, you're awake. Although the relationship between Lin Shi and Lulu was created by Xiachun, after being taken care of by Lin Shi many times, Lulu was very grateful to him. Lulu didn't know what had happened to Lin Shi. Seeing him brought back unconscious by Xiachun had made her very worried. Now seeing Lin Shi awake, she was overjoyed. I'm fine, just a little tired. Just let me rest for a bit. Lin Shi rubbed his temples. Okay, get some good rest. Lulu was very understanding. She didn't bother Lin Shi anymore, closed the door, and went out. Lin Shi then asked, why did he faint? Obviously, Lin Shi was asking Qingzhou. Qingzhou replied, this body is too strong, and Qingshi's spiritual power is too weak. He simply can't sustain the necessary consumption of this body for long. Now his spiritual power is depleted, so he fell into a coma. He won't wake up until tomorrow morning. How do you feel now? Do you still feel the rejection? I feel like my consciousness could be pushed out at any moment. Lin Shi had noticed this as soon as he entered Qingshi's body. Controlling this body this time felt completely different from before. Before, when he merged his consciousness into Qingshi's body, he controlled it as if it were his own. But now, he felt like a wooden puppet, having to use strings to manipulate this body. I advise you not to force it. It will consume your consciousness energy. You can think of consciousness energy as soul power. If your consciousness energy is depleted, your consciousness will dissipate. The stronger the consciousness, the harder it is to merge into someone else's body. If you want to avoid depleting and dissipating your consciousness, it's best to return to the blue planet quickly. I've already warned you about this. And what about you? Lin Shi asked back. Even though Qingzhou had saved him once, he still didn't completely trust him. Currently, His and Xia Chun's plan had reached its final stage. It wouldn't be long before they fulfilled the request of the planetary will of the Tri-Union continent. That rank 9 desolate crystal has already been absorbed by you. My only option is to stay in this body to continue helping Xia Chun complete the mission. Is that all? You don't have any other motives, do you? Lin Shi wasn't entirely convinced. I assure you, I will no longer harm the humans on the blue planet. Lin Shi sneered. Before, to force him to the Tri-Union continent, he had made him suffer so much. And now he says he'll stop causing harm? You schemed to come here, and it's not just for the desolate crystal, Lin Shi said firmly. His eyes flashed sharply. Of course, it's also to close the spatial corridor here. I don't want my planet to continue being destroyed. Qingzhou pondered for a moment before answering slowly. Lin Shi smiled, a sly glint in his eyes. I'm guessing you want to stay for another reason. This world might have a perfect vessel for your consciousness. This was Lin Shi's speculation based on the current situation. If there was a perfect vessel on the blue planet, Qingzhou wouldn't have needed to stay in the cornucopia for over 10,000 years. You and Qingshi are too different. You're too sharp, and he's too dull. Yes, I'm looking for Qing Zhao's body. I suspect Qing Zhao's body wasn't destroyed back then, but might have been preserved by Qing Zhao. If I find that body, I'll get to experience what it feels like to be a real human. Qingzhou didn't hide it and spoke frankly. Guessing it was one thing, but having it admitted was another. Lin Shi hadn't expected this to be the reason. You're a planetary will, immortal and ageless, living forever. Isn't that good? Didn't you say human lifespans are limited? Why do you want to be human? Qingzhou didn't answer Lin Shi's question, but asked back, in your current state, you can also be a pure consciousness, living forever. But do you want to maintain that state forever? Lin Shi fell silent. In his consciousness state, he didn't feel hunger or thirst. He had no sense of touch, smell, or taste. No one could see him. He was like a wandering soul between heaven and earth. Even though for Lin Shi, loneliness used to be the norm, now he had family, friends, and comrades. So, Lin Shi could answer with certainty. Of course, he wanted to return to a body. Because I've witnessed too many fleeting lives, I want to experience the flavors of life even more. To see joy, anger, love, and hate. The sweet and the bitter. I've only felt them through the host's memories, but it was too brief. I want to truly experience it for myself just once. Lin Shi frowned, asking in confusion, wouldn't doing that violate the natural laws? The power of the planet's will was immense. Lin Shi had no doubt that if some incident caused Qingzhou to lose his mind, he could destroy the entire world. Just thinking about it was dangerous. But Lin Shi knew he couldn't interfere with someone else's decision. Qingzhou understood what Lin Shi was worried about. You're afraid I'll act on emotion and bring disaster to the blue planet, aren't you? Don't worry. I'm only merging a portion of my consciousness with Qingzhou. In essence, I am Qingzhou, and the will of the blue planet remains the blue planet. We are no longer the same entity. We won't affect each other. Ever since merging my consciousness with Qingzhou, I've wanted to become a real human. I want to taste the delicious foods you all eat, savor the fine wines you drink, and experience the full spectrum of human emotions. Lin Shi, I've been so lonely. At first, I could only stay in this tank forever, using the host's body to experience the world. But I'm so glad I met you, because you showed me another possibility. I'm very sorry for deceiving you. I'm sorry. Lin Shi didn't know what to say. Although his current state was probably similar to Qingzhou's, he had experienced the full range of human emotions since childhood. Honestly, after becoming an entity of pure consciousness, Lin Shi found it very hard to forget. Lin Shi sighed helplessly. But hasn't Qing Zhao's consciousness already dissipated? How did you find him and enter his body? I suspect Qing Zhao still has his consciousness. He's a Tier 9 powerhouse in both evolution and spiritual power. He was merely parasitized. As long as we can suppress the parasite, his consciousness might return and gradually wake up. Recently, I've noticed the mother bug is no longer controlling Qing Zhao's body. This is a good start. Seeing Qingzhou so confident, Lin Shi didn't say anything more and just nodded. Then let's go with that. But Qingzhou's situation really isn't good. I think we need to find a way to resolve it. How about letting Tai Lon take Qingzhou's place for a while? The simulation of Tai Lon that Lin Shi created earlier was incredibly lifelike. Having him take over would look more like the Federation bureau chief than Qin Shi does right now. As for Qin Shi, Lin Shi planned to ask Xia Chun to find an uninhabited place so Qin Shi could adapt to the power in his body for a while. In other words, temporary house arrest. Xia Chun had been doing a great job, and the position of Federation bureau chief was mainly for intimidation anyway. They just needed to hide Qin Shi's current condition and prevent his current form from ruining his prestige. As for Lin Shi himself, to conserve his consciousness and his energy, he decided to continue wandering around. Qing Zhou agreed to Lin Shi's proposal. But before they could find a place for Qin Shi, Xia Chun suddenly received some bad news. Several hundred people suddenly appeared on a frozen sea. It was Tang Jiu, Bai Ming, Qing Ming, and the others. Is this the Blue Planet? Alliance Leader, there are no signs of human life for hundreds of kilometers around. Alliance Leader, the ambient temperature is -73 degrees. Alliance Leader, the concentration of matter in the air is only 1%. Tang Jiu took a deep breath of the freezing air, then exhaled a thick plume of white mist. This is the breath of hope. Build a temporary base here immediately. Everyone, hurry up and absorb the source matter here. I want all of you to grow stronger within a month. After Tang Jiu spoke, field camping equipment appeared on the spot. Hundreds of people immediately got to work. Bai Ming, take some men to scout ahead and see if there are any human bases or herds of source beasts in the distance. Bring back any living creature you see, dead or alive. Bai Ming sighed. Source beasts are fine, but humans, do we really have to do that? If we want to level up quickly, just absorbing the source matter in the air won't be enough. They're just natives. We have containers. Wouldn't it be faster to directly absorb the source power that those natives have already converted from source matter in their bodies? Tang Jiu looked at Bai Ming, his face showing displeasure. You've been with me for so long. Why are you still so soft-hearted? Don't you know? We have no way back. Bai Ming nodded. He led a squad of soldiers and retreated from the city. 2 months later, Tang Jiu stepped out of his tent, beaming with joy. He stood in the camp and laughed uproariously. Tier 8. I've finally reached Tier 8. Ha ha ha. Tang Jiu was so excited his face flushed red, pure ecstasy written all over it. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. The entire camp was bustling as everyone rushed to congratulate Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu himself was a Tier 7 powerhouse, and his spiritual power had long since reached Tier 8. He just hadn't had the chance to unlock his Tier 8 genes because he was controlled by the Federation's general headquarters. Now, he had finally broken through, fulfilling his lifelong wish. After leveling up, Tang Jiu looked noticeably younger. The wrinkles on his face vanished, his skin became smooth, and his eyes shone brighter. He felt brimming with power, as if reborn. At that moment, Tang Jiu looked toward Bai Ming, who was walking over, and threw his arms wide. Bai Ming, I'm Tier 8 now. Aren't you happy for me? Bai Ming looked exhausted and forced a smile. Congratulations. Only Bai Ming knew how many source beasts they had killed over the past 2 months, and how many people in small bases they had slaughtered. Tang Jiu's advancement was entirely built on the accumulated source power from those dead people and beasts. Should we move to another location? If we keep this up, people will discover our tracks, Bai Ming said worriedly. Over the past 2 months, they had changed shelters multiple times, precisely out of fear that the people of the Blue Planet would discover them after they attacked the bases. But Tang Jiu was drunk on his own joy. Why would he listen to Bai Ming? He was unprecedentedly confident, believing himself invincible and fearing no one. Let them come. Why would I be afraid of those natives? The more that come, the better. I'll just absorb their origin power. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll become a 9th-tier war god. Tang Yao's booming laughter echoed across the wilderness. His eyes gleamed with greed and arrogance, as if the entire world was already under his control. The other members of the Qingming Alliance chimed in, their faces filled with smugness and complacency. The Alliance leader has reached the 8th tier, on par with a war god. Exactly. With this kind of strength, we have more than enough power to dominate Blue Star. Tang Yao smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. At this moment, he was glad he made that decision. If he hadn't decisively left Earth for Blue Star, how could he have achieved what he has today? Now, he was a true powerhouse, capable of conquering everything at will. A planet of natives. How could they possibly stop our advance? Tang Yao sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The other members nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Alliance Leader. Just give the word, and we'll flatten this planet right away. One member said eagerly, acting as if all of Blue Star was already in their grasp. Excellent. Let our journey begin. First, I will conquer a large-scale base. From now on, everyone is free to hunt, and the spoils are yours to keep. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Much appreciated, Alliance Leader. Move out. Tang Yao waved his hand and shouted, packing his belongings into his spatial storage before setting off. He didn't even need a clear direction. As long as he saw people or origin beasts, he would kill them. Just keep moving forward, and they were bound to hit a target. The group advanced at high speed, and soon, they encountered their first small base. When Tang Yao led his people there, many groups of survivors from the base were just returning from a hunt. Seeing Tang Yao's group, they immediately dropped their prey and raised their weapons in high alert. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tang Yao waved his hand, and his subordinates instantly charged forward. Kill them all. After that, corpses piled up into a mound. Tang Yao casually walked over and absorbed all the origin power from their bodies. The commotion they caused had already been noticed by the people in the base not far away. The base gates were tightly shut, and rows of gun barrels appeared on the walls, aiming right at them. Alliance Leader, these natives are so stupid. They actually want to shoot us with guns. The Federation's knowledge of Blue Star's firepower was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era. In these harsh weather conditions, even if Blue Star's guns could fire, the damage they'd deal to an evolver would be negligible. Seeing the other side pull the triggers, his group of several hundred men didn't flinch at all. But Tang Yao didn't know that the small bases on Blue Star today either belonged to the Xia country government base, the four major families, or were allied with the government. Their weapons had already been upgraded to firearms developed by the government base's Scientific Research Institute, capable of piercing through the armor of origin beasts. Only Bai Ming and a few warriors knew the true power of these guns. Bai Ming immediately shouted a warning. Don't underestimate those guns. Get out of the way. But not many paid attention. Then, the gunfire erupted. I'm hit. Damn it. What kind of bullets are these? Although Tang Yao wasn't injured, a bullet pierced straight through his armor. This prompted him to immediately bark an order. Quick! Scatter! Everyone instantly scrambled to dodge the bullets. The group that was brimming with confidence just moments ago was now in utter chaos. Fortunately, any evolver at Tier 4 or above could dodge bullets. So aside from those hit in the initial volley, no one else was injured. But the real problem was yet to come. Seeing his subordinates heavily injured by a mere small native base, Tang Yao was furious. He was just about to order Bai Ming to slaughter all the natives firing at them when a snow sled appeared in his line of sight. The sled dashed from the horizon to the front of Tang Yao's group in just a few seconds. Leading the sled were two massive white wolves, their fur as white as snow, pulling the vehicle with an imposing and majestic aura. On the sled were two men, a woman, and a young boy around 10 years old. The four sat in 2 rows, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. They were Qi Yun, Jin Wu, Qin Shuang, and Lin Siyuan. One of Tang Yao's subordinates actually thought these 4 were just natives returning from a hunt and saw an opportunity to show off. Alliance Leader, let me handle them. He had been holding back his anger and now wanted to kill someone to vent his frustration. After speaking, he was about to charge forward but was stopped by Bai Ming. Because Bai Ming recognized a familiar face on the sled. Jin Wu, did you receive orders from the Federation headquarters to intercept us? Tang Yao looked at his adopted son with a grim expression. Jin Wu, is that really Jin Wu? Many in the Qingming Alliance had never met Jin Wu, but they all knew his name. The captain of the 1st New District Combat Team. A Tier 6 gene unlocked her with Tier 8 spiritual power. On the Somnian continent, he was a true powerhouse. Before Tang Yao betrayed the Federation headquarters, he already knew Jin Wu had been dispatched to Blue Star. So, seeing Jin Wu here, he was somewhat surprised, but not entirely shocked. Jin Wu, sitting next to Qi Yun, stepped off the sled. He glanced at Bai Ming and the many familiar faces who had fled the Federation's inner city, before his gaze finally landed on Tang Yao. He said emotionlessly, I received orders from headquarters to find you all. They had received the transmission from Xiachun on the Sanlian continent 2 months ago, but at that time, Jinwoo was undergoing surgery to remove his parasite, performed by Qi Yun and Lin Siyuan. Therefore, he only got the news a few days later. Bai Ming and his martial assassination squad killed people so swiftly that no one had a chance to send a warning. They had scattered everywhere, and it was only now that they finally tracked down Tang Yao. Tang Yao laughed loudly as he looked at Jinwoo. Jinwoo, I thought you were smart. I didn't expect you to be this stupid. You only brought 3 people, tracked us all the way here, and actually dared to show your face? What? Are you planning to talk us into going back? Tang Yao was currently a Tier 8 evolver, Bai Ming was Tier 7, and among the remaining 200-plus people, there were at least 10 Tier 6 evolvers. As for Jinwoo, Tang Yao only knew him as a Tier 6 evolver. Of the other 3, only the young man looked somewhat capable, while the rest were just a woman and a child. Wasn't this just courting death? Jinwoo shook his head, just as Tang Yao had guessed. I have no intention of taking you back. Headquarters didn't issue such an order either. Then what are you planning to do? Tang Yao didn't care about Jinwoo, let alone Qi Yun, Qin Shuang, and the others. You dare show up in front of me? Have you forgotten the parasite inside you? Saying that, Tang Yao took out the mother bug. It was a white insect, about the size of a child's palm, its body covered in tentacles, looking like some moldy, hairy monstrosity. Looks disgusting. One of the subordinates chuckled awkwardly, stepping closer to Tang Yao. Alliance leader, Jinwoo probably isn't here to arrest us. I think he's here to suck up to you. Look, Captain Jin is really catering to our tastes. He brought us both men and women, and even prepared a kid. It's not too late for Captain Jin to learn how to kiss ass. After all, we used to be colleagues, all part of the Qingming Alliance. An old man from the Federation headquarters, standing in the crowd, laughed. His eyes hadn't left Qin Shuang since she appeared. He had never seen a woman with such an aura. His gaze was full of greed and sleaze. Qi Yun, Qin Shuang, and Lin Siyuan were all exceptionally good-looking and young. Meanwhile, the youngest person in the Qingming Alliance was already over 40. No wonder they had such dirty thoughts. Qin Shuang helped Lin Siyuan off the snow sled. Lin Siyuan turned to look at Qin Shuang and said, Sis, these old geezers have disgusting eyes. Can I gouge them out? Qin Shuang shook her head, walked over to Jinwoo, and asked, How many do you want? Jinwoo took a deep breath and pointed at Tang Yao and Bai Ming. Can we leave these 2 alive? Right after that, Qin Shuang made her move. The moment she attacked, Tang Yao suddenly realized her true strength and immediately tried to block her. He had the ability to condense water. In reality, this ability wasn't that strong. But in this environment, the condensed water instantly turned into ice crystals, greatly increasing its lethal power. However, the moment Tang Yao moved, a tiny fist beside him shattered all the ice crystals into pieces. Lin Siyuan stood in front of Tang Yao, smiling brightly, but his words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Old man, if you move again, I'll just have to kill you. Tang Yao's eyes widened, staring at the child in front of him in sheer disbelief. Tier 8. This 10-year-old kid had actually reached the 8th tier. Tang Yao didn't care whether Lin Siyuan was a child or not. He attacked directly. But Tang Yao quickly realized he was no match for this kid. After a brief exchange of blows, Tang Yao found that whether it was speed, strength, or combat instincts, a man who had lived for thousands of years like him couldn't even compare to a child. This made Tang Yao's face turn incredibly ugly. Soon, cold sweat drenched his forehead, instantly freezing into frost. Meanwhile, the Tier 7 Qin Shuang had already charged into the Qingming Alliance crowd. She was like a ferocious, starving wolf lunging into a flock of sheep. The Qingming Alliance was no match for her and was slaughtered until they scattered in panic. Seeing this, Bai Ming tried to step in and help, but Jinwoo blocked his path. Jinwoo, you want to stop me too? Bai Ming glared at Jinwoo with sharp eyes. Jinwoo smiled bitterly in response to Bai Ming's questioning. Elder Bai, I know I can't stop you, but someone else can. Before he even finished speaking, Qi Yin suddenly appeared beside Jinwoo. A blinding surge of lightning flashed in his hand. The overwhelming aura made Bai Ming hesitate, not daring to make a reckless move. Qi Yin smiled at Bai Ming and said slowly, Old man, If you don't move, I won't move. But if you insist on moving, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With Bai Ming and Tang Yao held back, the remaining Qingming members were completely powerless against the Tier 7 Qin Shuang. They were slaughtered as easily as chopping melons and slicing vegetables. They didn't even have a chance to fire the weapons they brought. So how could they possibly threaten Qin Shuang? Soon, only Tang Yao, Bai Ming, Jin Wu, and Qin Shuang's group were left standing. Everyone else had fallen, their fresh blood dyeing the snow red. Qin Shuang had killed hundreds of people, yet her clothes remained spotless. Looking at Qin Shuang's neat and agile figure, Bai Ming finally realized just how terrifying a place they had come to. He looked bitterly at Tang Yao, who was struggling miserably to escape Lin Siyuan's attacks. He had said it before, they shouldn't have come here. Tang Yao also realized they had severely underestimated the strength of the natives here. He never expected that, with the support of origin materials, the humans of this world had grown terrifyingly strong in such a short time. Ugh! How is this possible? How could this be? Seeing almost all his subordinates dead, Tang Yao was on the verge of madness. If the people of this world were this strong, what was the point of them coming here? Was his grand plan going to die before it even began? You're a Tier 8 evolver. Then what tier is your leader? Tang Yao roared in frustration. Lin Siyuan, who was fighting Tang Yao as if playing a game, answered proudly. Our leader is my older brother, of course. You old geezer should know him. My brother's name is Lin Shi, and he's a Tier 9 evolver. Besides, even with my brother not here, I'm still not the strongest one around. Lin Shi. It's Lin Shi again. Why is it always Lin Shi? Tang Yao was about to lose his mind. Back on the Sanlian continent, he had been driven into a corner by Lin Shi's sudden appearance. Coming to this world, he once again felt the looming shadow of Lin Shi. All his plans had been ruined by Lin Shi once again. How could he possibly accept this? Lin Shi, it's all your fault. You ruined everything. Tang Yao frantically retreated, putting distance between himself and Lin Siyuan. Immediately after, a massive monstrosity appeared in the snow. Seeing this, Jin Wu's pupils shrank. A planet-destroying energy bomb. Stop him quickly. Tang Yao summoned the planet-destroying energy bomb, backing away while laughing maniacally. It's too late. I want you all buried with me. Let's see if Lin Shi regrets this when he returns to this world. Will he regret it? Ha ha ha. Just as Tang Yao said, even though Lin Siyuan was fast, detonating the energy bomb only took a split second. Even Lin Siyuan couldn't stop Tang Yao in time. Hearing the terrifying name, planet-destroying energy bomb, Qin Shuang and Qi Yun both felt something was wrong, but they didn't panic. They just stood there calmly. Demon King was nowhere to be seen. Just as Tang Yao was about to press the detonator, suddenly, without him even noticing, a dark shadow loomed behind him. Demon King's razor-sharp claws swiped across Tang Yao's arm. Before Tang Yao could even feel any pain or realize something was wrong, Demon King had already clamped its jaws around the arm holding the detonator and dragged it back to Qin Shuang and the others. Only then did Tang Yao jolt in shock, wondering why the arm in front of him looked so familiar. The piercing pain and the fresh blood spurting from his severed stump quickly reminded him that it was his own arm. Bai Ming stared wide-eyed at Demon King, blurting out in disbelief, Tier 9. He hadn't noticed the appearance of this third white wolf at all, and he himself had just been a hair's breadth away from death. Demon King had come along with Qi Yun and the others, but the two white wolves pulling the sled were just 2-year-old pups from the pack. Good job, Demon King. Qi Yun carefully secured the detonator, then waved his hand. A bolt of lightning struck Tang Yao. This old geezer is too dangerous. Take the storage items off him. Old man, you better hand over all your stuff obediently too. Faced with this situation, Bai Ming didn't dare resist. He immediately took out his storage items and placed them on the ground. Jin Wu collected the storage items from the people Qin Shuang had killed, and then stored the planet-destroying energy bomb into his spatial storage. Not a bad haul this time. Qin Shuang put away all the storage items, over 100 in total. The years of accumulation by the Qingming alliance were indeed no joke. From the small base not far away, the survivors who witnessed this scene were still anxiously watching this one-sided massacre from the base walls. Qi Yun walked over and called out, "Don't be afraid. We're from the Lin family base. Hearing that Chi Yun and the others were from the Lin family base, the people in the base finally felt somewhat relieved. Given Chi Yun's skin and hair color, combined with the overwhelming strength of this group, no one doubted the truth of his words. When they headed back, the original group of 4 had become 6. Tang Yao was carried in Demon King's jaws as they traveled. Upon returning to the Lin family base, Chi Yun first brought him and the storage items to Lin Rongshuan and Lin Mingjin for inspection. Afterward, Lin Rongshuan handed these items over to Qi Chuyue. With Lin Shi absent, Qi Chuyue, as the deputy chief, took on the responsibility of managing the family, handling daily affairs, and overseeing other complex projects. After locking up Tang Yao and Bai Ming, the group held an internal family meeting. The crisis is over for now. Jin Wu, send word to the other side. Yes, Deputy Chief. Chi Yun asked, what should we do with those 2 survivors? Interrogate them first. The information Jin Wu received was too little. We don't know the exact situation over there right now. From these 2, we should be able to get a clearer picture of what's happening on the Sonlian continent. Once we're done questioning them, hand them over to the Scientific Research Institute, Lin Mingjin suggested. The institute can already extract origin materials from human bodies. They are high-tier evolvers, after all. We can't let them go to waste. Those corpses can also be used to extract origin materials. As for the split, since we provided the materials, it's naturally a 9-to-1 ratio. The institute gets 1 part, and we get 9. Jin Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, we could try to see if we can win Bai Ming over. He's still useful. All these years, he was controlled by a parasite, which is why he worked for Tang Yao. Then let's give it a try. Ask him if he's willing to work for the Lin family. If he's truly reliable, we can consider removing his parasite later. Lin Rongshuan nodded. A Tier 7 evolver is no weakling. With a little more nurturing, he might even reach Tier 8. What about those storage items and that planet-destroying energy bomb? Qi Chuyue thought for a moment. Keep the planet-destroying energy bomb in the container. That thing is too dangerous. If we're not careful, we can't just hand it over to the government. We'll ask about it when he gets back. As for the storage items, let's check their functions first. We'll each take a good one, and the lesser ones can be used as family contribution rewards. Let the kids save up contribution points to exchange for them. I don't need one. My storage item is already great. Qin Shuang touched her earlobe. It was made by Lin Shi, a symbiotic storage item. She could channel her own origin power directly into it. Since Qin Shuang didn't need one, the others naturally had no objections. Taking advantage of the meeting, Qi Chuyue also gave a brief report on the development status of the Lin family base. Seeing that, aside from Lin Mingjin, no one else was particularly interested, he shook his head helplessly. All right, never mind. Meeting adjourned. Just then, Qi Chuyue's walkie-talkie rang. Seeing it was Lin Tianrue calling, he casually answered it. From the walkie-talkie, Lin Tianrue's gruff voice came through, his tone grave. Patriarch Qi, bad news. We've discovered traces of a massive gathering of origin beasts in the Antarctic region. I suspect there might be a Tier 9 origin beast among them. We need your support. Qi Yun, Qin Shuang, and the others hadn't left yet. Hearing this, they immediately turned back. Qi Chuyue hurriedly asked, what happened? Lin Tianrue explained. The other day, we sent teams to clear out high-tier origin beasts all over the world, right? During that process, I noticed that the levels of the scattered origin beasts everywhere weren't very high. At the time, we thought Lin Shi had already wiped out a batch of high-tier origin beasts before he left, which was why no more appeared later. Qi Chuyue knew about this. It was true. Before the Ice Age apocalypse arrived, the Xia country region had successfully controlled the number of origin beasts scattered outside. This not only protected the safety of the people, but also prevented past tragedies from repeating. After the apocalypse began, the government base and the Lin family base even bred large numbers of low-tier origin beasts as a food source. Breeding origin beasts solved the food problem for the people in the bases while providing resources for sustainable development. Unlike Xia country, other nations lacked effective measures to control origin beasts. This was a tacit agreement between the government and the Lin family base. Since the origin pillar had disappeared, everyone assumed the existence of origin beasts wouldn't pose too great a threat to humanity. It wasn't just because of the origin pillar, but also to maintain ecological balance, avoiding overhunting that could trigger the vengeance of Blue Star's planetary will. After all, these origin beasts were the true native inhabitants of this planet. No one knew what consequences hunting origin beasts to near extinction would bring upon humanity. However, the government base and the Lin family base frequently sent people to hunt beasts all over the world. This was to minimize the threat of high-tier origin beasts while also strengthening the personnel in the bases. Initially, during these hunts, no high-tier origin beasts of Tier 6 or above were found. Lin Tianrui and Qi Qiuyue had discussed this and concluded that it was because Lin Shi had wiped out the high-tier origin beasts globally before leaving Blue Star. This prevented any new high-tier origin beasts from emerging. Therefore, they didn't find anything unusual. Lin Tianrui continued, but this time, my men accidentally chased an origin beast all the way to the North Pole and discovered countless beast tracks there. They ventured deeper and found a massive gathering of origin beasts in the Arctic Circle, including gigantic Tier 8 origin beasts. The transmitted footage was very blurry, but after our technical team analyzed it, at least 2 of the origin beasts in the video had reached the 8-star tier. This proves there's a very high chance a 9-star origin beast is acting as their supreme commander there. Qin Shuang asked in astonishment, the Arctic Circle? A place that freezing cold has that many origin beasts gathered? Aren't they afraid of the cold? Lin Tianrui's voice from the walkie-talkie sounded very grave. That's exactly what we found strange. Therefore, we suspect there's an incredibly intelligent origin beast there. It might have been hiding in the Arctic Circle all along, slowly developing, expanding its forces, and growing stronger. At the same time, it gradually adapted to the low temperatures. It's highly likely that right from the start of the apocalypse, the origin beast horde there had already formed a significant scale. Everyone exchanged glances. The strongest person here was Lin Siyuan, but he was only at the 8-star tier. The rest were all at the 7-star tier, basically insignificant in this context. Qi Yin clapped his hands and said, if that's the case, let's just send Demon King into battle to wipe them out. Demon King was a 9-star origin beast and had a pack of wolves with decently high tiers. Everyone had great confidence in letting Demon King handle it. But Demon King was Lin Shi's origin beast. Fighting origin beasts of the same tier was very dangerous, so they still had to ask for Lin Shi's permission first. Lin Tianrui spoke up again. There's one more thing. Do you guys remember the incident where the origin pillar was opened at the beginning of the apocalypse? Regarding the previous opening of the origin pillar, the major government bases had investigated thoroughly, rooting out quite a few spies and people with ulterior motives. However, they never found the true culprit who opened the origin pillar, leaving the case ultimately unresolved. Nevertheless, everyone here still remembered that incident clearly. Lin Tianrui continued, we found a clue regarding that case. We suspect a mind-controlling origin beast manipulated those people. Qin Shuang suddenly spoke up, Leader Lin. Do you suspect that this intelligent origin beast also retains memories from before the world turned upside down? Yes, that's the most likely possibility we've calculated. On the Sanlian continent, Kai Lan's image had replaced Lin Shi's on all media platforms, while Lin Shi continued to wander around the first new district. Lin Shi discovered that without a physical body, his movement speed far exceeded what it was when he had one. At the same time, Lin Shi stood at the end of the street. Teleport. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shi's consciousness body appeared at the other end of the street. Back when he saw Qing Zhao teleport, it would be a lie to say Lin Shi wasn't envious. Now that he also had the ability to teleport, his joy was beyond words. I wonder if this ability will carry over after I get my body back. Lin Shi's consciousness body had now grasped quite a bit of spatial power. For example, telekinesis, teleportation, and he could even place certain objects into a space outside of reality. It was somewhat like a spatial storage, but he could only place things in a fixed spatial coordinate. To retrieve them, he had to return to that exact spot. Lin Shi teleported a few more times, pondering. The district was currently filled with a joyful atmosphere. On the streets, the eyes of most passers-by were no longer gloomy. Instead, they were filled with hope for the future. But by a river in the inner city, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered. because a woman was jumping into the river to commit suicide. It was currently the dead of winter on the Somnian continent. The freezing river water had already turned the woman pale from the cold. If people hadn't kept throwing ropes and wooden planks down, she probably would have frozen to death in the river by now. However, the woman had no intention of coming ashore, instead letting the current carry her away. It's so cold. Why on earth would she jump into the river? Who knows? She looks so young. Doesn't seem like someone who'd want to die. Right now, there are so many good policies in place. Why would she do something so foolish? The onlookers whispered among themselves, but no one dared to jump in and save her. The weather was too cold, and most people in the city didn't know how to swim. Jumping in might not save her and could cost them their own lives. Just then, a figure dashed out from the crowd. It was a simply dressed middle-aged man. He quickly took off his coat and shoes, then jumped into the river with a splash, swimming toward the woman. Look, someone jumped in to save her. Isn't that the owner of the bun shop at the end of the street? Yeah, that's him. I know him. The bun shop owner is usually quiet but always helps the poor, giving out free buns. To spare the pride of those with high self-esteem, he even pretends the buns are leftovers from the day before. Such a kind-hearted man. I didn't expect him to be such a good swimmer. Before long, he swam right up to the woman. He grabbed the struggling woman and swam toward the shore. People who had run home to fetch poles and ropes hurriedly threw them down to pull the two up. But the woman thrashed violently, causing the bun shop owner to miss the rope several times. Then, the woman tightly wrapped her arms around him, dragging them both underwater. The people on the shore screamed in terror. Oh no! Save them, quick! The crowd on the bank scrambled to help. But before the bun shop owner could surface, the woman popped up first, even knocking away the rope people had thrown down. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What is she doing? Is she doing that on purpose? Hurry, save him. The bun shop owner is a good man. The crowd on the shore erupted in a panic again, while the bun shop owner slowly sank. Gasping, he quickly broke the surface, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Right then, someone threw another rope down, and this time, the bun shop owner grabbed it tightly. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to tie the rope around the woman. Even though he was exhausted, he stubbornly insisted on saving her and getting her to shore. But no one expected what happened next. Just as he was about to pull the rope and the woman up, the unthinkable occurred. The woman suddenly shoved the bun shop owner hard, catching him off guard and pushing him back into the river. As the rescued woman was pulled ashore, the exhausted bun shop owner thrashed in the water a couple of times before slowly sinking to the bottom. The river water swallowed him completely. The people on the shore shouted frantically, "Who knows how to swim? Jump in and save him. Save him. Hurry, save him." Immediately, a few young men who didn't even know how to swim risked their lives and jumped in. But the river was deep. They only managed a few meters before having to turn back. After the woman was pulled ashore, the crowd couldn't help but confront her. "Miss, why did you push the man who saved you? He saved your life. Why didn't you pull him up with you?" The words the rescued woman said next left everyone dumbfounded. She suddenly acted as if she had gone mad, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Why did I push him? Why did he save me? I was about to die, and he still saved me. He clearly wanted to die. He deserved to die. Why should I have pulled him up? You people are standing here acting like saints, yelling at me for what? If you've got the guts, jump in and save him yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone on the shore glared at her in shock. What kind of vicious words were these? The man risked his life to save her, yet she thought he deserved to die. Moreover, if this woman hadn't pushed the bun shop owner down before being pulled up, both of them could have been saved. Now, the bun shop owner had vanished beneath the river's surface. An old woman who knew the bun shop owner couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. Heavens! The one who deserves to die didn't, and the one who didn't deserve to die did. Someone else, furious, slapped the rescued woman hard across the face. "What the hell are you saying? Look at you. If you want to die again, no one is going to save you." The rescued woman, having been hit, immediately fought back like a maniac against the person who slapped her. "You dare hit me? Why should I die? You want me dead, but I won't die." But just as the words left her mouth, she suddenly vanished from the spot. A second later, the sound of splashing echoed from the river again. The woman who was just fighting on the shore had somehow fallen back into the river. At that moment, someone shouted, "Look! It's the bun shop owner." Everyone looked in the direction they pointed and saw the bun shop owner, who had just sunk to the bottom of the river, now safely back on the shore. Who saved the bun shop owner? Who cares? Hurry, give him first aid. Then, everyone rushed to perform CPR on the bun shop owner. As for the woman thrashing in the river, this time, no one paid her any mind. Even as the current swept her away, not a single person jumped in to save her. An old woman knelt by the riverbank and cried out loudly. It must be the river god's blessing. The river god couldn't stand to watch and brought retribution upon the one who truly deserved to die. Hearing the old woman's words, the others also believed that a deity had intervened. No one knew that at this moment, Lin Shi's consciousness body was hovering above the river. He was the one who did it just now. Teleporting a Tier 9 powerhouse was something Lin Shi couldn't do yet, but moving ordinary people was a piece of cake for him. Watching the woman still struggling in vain, and seeing the police and medical personnel about to arrive at the riverbank, Lin Shi directly fired a mental shockwave at the thrashing woman. If you want to die so badly, then just die. Saves you from harming anyone else. Lin Shi cast a fleeting glance at the woman slowly disappearing into the river, then teleported away. As soon as he returned to the villa, he saw Xia Chun there, making small talk with Kai Lan. Xia Chun was busy with a million things. For him to show up here meant something was definitely up. Lin Shi stood in front of Xia Chun and swayed slightly. Xia Chun immediately sensed something and looked up, asking, "You're back?" Pen and paper were already prepared on the living room coffee table. Lin Shi picked up the pen and wrote, "I'm back." Xia Chun glanced at Kai Lan. Kai Lan was very tactful. He stood up and said, "I have some things to take care of. I'll step out for a bit. Leader Xia, make yourself at home. Let's have a meal together later." After Kai Lan left, Xia Chun finally got to the point. "Lin Shi, something happened on Blue Star." Xia Chun recounted the information regarding Blue Star that he had just received to Lin Shi. "Why don't you head back first? With your current condition, you can't do much here anyway. It's better if you go back. I've got things covered here." Lin Shi thought for a moment. The planetary will of the Sanlian continent had stabilized, and their current plans were progressing smoothly. With a Tier 9 powerhouse like him holding the fort, the other districts wouldn't dare cause trouble. But Qin Shi right now was an absolute ticking time bomb. And then there was Qing Zhou. He was most worried about Qing Zhou. Qing Zhou's motives were unclear, and there was no telling if he might manipulate Qin Shi into doing something. Furthermore, Qing Zhou had that unstable factor, Qing Zhao, by his side. The power Qing Zhou currently wielded was truly astonishing. If he wanted to do something, no one could even stop him, except the planetary will of the Sanlian continent. But the planetary will of the Sanlian continent wasn't exactly reliable either. In short, the current situation wasn't stable enough for him to return to Blue Star with peace of mind. Most importantly, without the cornucopia, if he returned to Blue Star, he might never be able to come back here again. By then, if anything happened on this side, his hands would be tied. But considering that Qing Zhou also came to solve the spatial tunnel issue, he probably wouldn't cause trouble. This gave Lin Shi some peace of mind. I need to think more about this. The origin beasts in the far north haven't made a move yet, which means the situation is temporarily stable. Let them handle it themselves. There's no need to act rashly for now. Xia Chun also knew the situation was complicated. Seeing Lin Shi say this, he didn't press the issue and said, "Then I'll head out first. If anything comes up, I'll find you immediately." Lin Shi nodded. He felt it was best to stay put for now. Or maybe he should contact Qin Zhou through Qin Shi to clear things up. Currently, Qin Shi had been secretly transferred to the first new district, living in an underground stronghold. When Lin Shi arrived, Qin Shi was bored out of his mind, practicing his shooting. Qin Shi didn't notice Lin Shi's arrival. It was Qin Zhou who alerted him. Because of this, Qin Shi suddenly stopped right after firing a shot. "Little Li, you're here?" Lin Shi was a bit taken aback by the nickname Little Li. "I came here to ask you, when are you returning with me?" Lin Shi was asking Qin Zhou inside the cornucopia, not Qin Shi. Qin Shi paused for a moment, relaying Qin Zhou's words. "You want to go back?" Lin Shi nodded slightly. "Something came up over there. If it's something that makes you want to go back, it must not be a small matter. But I can't go back right now." "Then when do you plan to go back?" Qin Shi was confused, not understanding where Lin Shi and Qing Zhou meant by go back, so his relaying of the message was a bit vague. Qing Zhou fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qin Shi. It was Qing Zhao. The man who had always been comatose before was no longer in his usual deep sleep. He had opened his eyes. He looked around with a curious expression, and finally, his gaze landed on the floating Lin Shi. Lin Shi knew Qing Zhao was let out by Qing Zhou, but what surprised him was that Qing Zhao seemed to be reacting to the outside world. Lin Shi floated right in front of Qing Zhao and waved his hand, trying to catch his attention. "Can you see me?" Qing Zhao's eyes actually seemed to follow the movement of Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi backed up a bit, keeping his distance, and then reminded Qing Zhou inside the cornucopia. "Tell Qin Shi to test if he has consciousness." Just as Qin Shi was about to act, Qing Zhao suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Qing Zhao wasn't asking Qin Shi. He was asking Lin Shi, because his eyes never left Lin Shi. In terms of consciousness, this left Lin Shi utterly astonished. Until now, besides Qing Zhou, no one had been able to see him completely. Lin Shi looked at Qing Zhao and answered, "I am Lin Shi. Do you know who you are?" Hearing Lin Shi's question, Qing Zhao tilted his head slightly, as if talking to himself, or perhaps asking Lin Shi, "Who am I?" "You are Qing Zhao. Do you remember?" Hearing his own name, Qing Zhao's pupils twitched slightly, and he fell into a state of self-questioning. "What am I supposed to remember? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" "You are Lin Shi." "Who is Lin Shi?" Qin Shi stood to the side, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped. He didn't know what Qing Zhou had told him. However, his expression quickly returned to calm. He approached Qing Zhao and asked, "Qing Zhao, do you know someone named Qing Zhou?" "Qing Zhou." Qing Zhao frowned, deep in thought. Lin Shi asked Qing Zhou. He regained his consciousness? But it seems he lost his memory. Qin Shi answered on behalf of Qing Zhou. "It's probably thanks to the origin power from last time. You forced him to absorb it and suppress the parasite in his brain. Right now, he has only recovered a portion of his consciousness. If there's no external intervention, this part of his consciousness will likely be devoured by the parasite again in a short time." Lin Shi said, "I didn't expect him to be able to regain his consciousness." Qing Zhou explained quite clearly, being parasitized is different from being dead. This is the death of consciousness, of the spirit. As long as the parasite is removed or repelled, with the physical strength and lifespan of a Tier 9 evolver, it's entirely possible for him to survive. Lin Shi suddenly felt like he had been played. Frowning, he said, "So you knew this all along?" "Ahem, it was just a guess." "Just a guess." Lin Shi instantly felt a sense of powerlessness, like he had a fire in his belly but nowhere to vent it. He realized that Qing Zhou never explained things clearly to him, always making his own decisions and subtly guiding him. "What do you plan to do next? Do you still need me to merge with him?" Qing Zhou hurriedly told Qin Shi, "No need. Your consciousness is too strong right now. If you merge, it's highly likely you'll destroy his newly formed consciousness. Next, we just need to stimulate him a bit so his consciousness continues to strengthen. Leave it to me." Lin Shi looked disdainful. He couldn't be bothered to help. Who would want to help like this anyway? Once he recovers his memory and finds Qing Zhou's body, you'll return to Blue Star, right? Lin Shi asked. Qing Zhou affirmed, "Of course. Blue Star is my home. How could I just stay here and not go back?" Since Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao shared some memories, Qing Zhou used Qin Shi's mouth to stimulate Qing Zhao with those memories. Lin Shi, having nothing better to do, stayed at the stronghold to observe. A month later, under Qin Shi's stimulation, Qing Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. "I think I remember who Qing Zhou is. Right now, the creation of the storage item has entered a critical stage. I hope you can ensure that no one is allowed to disturb me." Qing Zhou buried himself in a pile of experimental equipment and desolate crystals, speaking to the person behind him without turning around. That person didn't leave, but said, "By supporting your research, I'm under a lot of pressure. Are you sure you can create a stronger storage item?" Hearing this, Qing Zhou lifted his head from the experiment and turned to look at the man standing behind him. The man who stood above millions in the Federation's war god, Qing Zhao. "If you don't believe me, you can absolutely tell me to stop the research." "I didn't mean that." The two looked at each other. War god Qing Zhao actually averted his gaze slightly. After a moment, Qing Zhao said, I support you. I hope you won't betray my trust. The situation outside hasn't been stable lately. They want to use more desolate crystals to research lethal weapons. I know, Qing Zhou replied, and went back to crafting the storage item. Qing Zhao didn't see the complex look in Qing Zhou's eyes. He sighed softly and left. Stepping out of Qing Zhou's laboratory, Qing Zhao instructed the guards to protect the person inside carefully. Other than me, no one is allowed inside. Otherwise, I will kill you all. The guards protecting the lab immediately promised. Yes, Lord War God. We swear to protect Lord Qing Zhou with our lives. They all knew how important this scientist was to the war god. Even when the deputy chief of the Federation wanted to enter, he was stopped. They firmly believed that if they didn't protect the person inside well, Qing Zhao wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Leaving Qing Zhou's place, Qing Zhao returned to the Federation headquarters. Not long after, a staff member ran over to report, Lord War God, the headquarters requests your presence. Qing Zhao changed direction and headed toward the headquarters office. The headquarters office was located on the top floor of the building. The entire floor, spanning thousands of square meters, served as the office. When Qing Zhao arrived, the Federation chief, looking grim, threw a report onto the floor right in front of him. Look at this. Just to support Qing Zhou's research on that storage item. Do you know how many resources that lab has drained from the Federation over the years? Right now, desolate beasts are running rampant everywhere, and our resources are limited. Order him to stop the experiment immediately. Qing Zhao bent down, picked up the report, and placed it gently on the chief's desk. He said, these resources have not exceeded my contributions. I am personally funding his research. The research will not stop. The Federation chief glared at Qing Zhao, his voice trembling with anger. A scientist researching in the wrong direction. Just because you two share a genetic bloodline, you disregard the Federation's interests to cover for him. Because of Qing Zhao's favoritism, after an investigation, the higher-ups of the Federation chief finally discovered that Qing Zhao and Qing Zhou actually shared a bloodline. Both of their fertilized eggs were cultivated from the exact same pair of sperm and egg from a man and a woman. The only difference was the batch in which they were cultivated. In other words, even though they were born at different times, they were still full brothers sharing the same parents. On the Sanlian continent, most people had very weak interpersonal relationships. To prevent power struggles between families, the Federation headquarters banned all citizens from reproducing freely. Between people, aside from interactions based on mutual benefit, there was almost no connection. Even if there was some camaraderie, it could only be maintained as long as it didn't conflict with their interests. The Federation headquarters cultivation vault collected sperm and eggs. After registering their codes, they were shuffled by a computer and paired randomly. Even if there were cases where the same sperm and egg were paired again, on the Sanlian continent, no one cared about or acknowledged this rare relationship. Family. This word practically didn't exist in the dictionary of the Sanlian continent. Yet, for some reason, Qing Zhao was furious. When he saw Qing Zhou, not only did he retrieve Qing Zhou's cultivation code from the vault, but now he was disregarding the interests of the majority to support a research project that currently seemed to have no prospects. No matter how much you care about this bloodline connection, you shouldn't be so irrational. Your contribution points should be used for something more useful. The Federation chief looked at Qing Zhao's emotionless face, losing his patience as he continued to criticize him. Qing Zhao's merits to the Federation headquarters were unmatched. His contribution points amounted to an astronomical figure. With those points, Qing Zhao had more than enough to exchange for that many supplies. In the past, Qing Zhao had never used these contribution points. Everyone in the Federation headquarters assumed that since Qing Zhao didn't redeem them, it meant he had dedicated everything to the Federation. But now, Qing Zhao using his contribution points was encroaching on the benefits they had already divided among themselves. The current Federation chief was among them. Therefore, a faction of people was naturally dissatisfied. A mocking glint flashed in Qing Zhao's eyes. He waited for the chief to finish before speaking. It's not just because of that relationship. I highly value his research. Furthermore, the contribution points I'm using were earned by my own strength. Do I need anyone's permission? Boom. That single sound instantly filled the entire office with immense pressure. The Federation chief was momentarily choked by that overwhelming aura. The room fell silent for a moment. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. From now on, don't bother me with trivial matters that have nothing to do with anyone else. Before he even finished speaking, Qing Zhao turned and left, leaving the Federation chief stunned in place. After Qing Zhao left, a look of humiliation, anger, and a hint of malice finally surfaced on his face. He tapped open his optical computer and pressed a few buttons. A voice came from the other side. Chief, the Origin Pillar 2.0 project is ready. The Federation chief seemed to want to vent all the anger he got from Qing Zhao, roaring into the optical computer. Initiate the Origin Pillar immediately. Notify that person. Spare no cost to fully charge the Origin Pillar. The Federation cannot have only one war god. I want to create a god. Yes, sir. The optical computer disconnected, but quickly rang again. Beep beep. What is it? The Federation chief answered impatiently. Headquarters. A desolate beast tide has appeared again. The 6th new district is in critical danger. Hearing the emergency report from the optical computer, the Federation chief remained calm, even revealing an unfathomable, thoughtful expression. The 6th new district can't hold? It's fine. The war god will solve all our problems. Issue an emergency order. Dispatch the war god to the 6th new district to assist in the defense. But the war god just returned from the 3rd district. He is the Federation's war god. As long as the Federation needs him, he doesn't get to rest. Or what? Are you planning to do the war god's job for him? And no, sir. Qing Zhao hadn't been home for long when he received the deployment order to the 6th new district. He rubbed his temples and donned his war god armor. Striding outside, the aircraft heading to the 6th new district was already waiting. Lord War God, I am in charge of taking you to the 6th new district. Qing Zhao didn't say a word. He boarded the aircraft and closed his eyes to rest. While Qing Zhao was leaving the 1st new district, someone else arrived at the gates of Qing Zhou's laboratory. The guards immediately stopped the person. My lord, the war god has ordered that no one is allowed to come here and disturb the research progress. The newcomer was dressed entirely in black, exuding a powerful aura. Hearing the guard's words, he frowned. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? The guards exchanged glances, panicking inwardly, but still firmly said, We apologize, my lord. We only take orders from the war god. No matter who you are, you cannot enter. How about we ask the war god if you are permitted to go in? Such nerve. You dare use the war god to threaten me? He's not in the 1st district right now. Do you really think you can stop me? The man in black roared. The guards felt the pressure from the man in black, but still didn't yield. Seeing that these people still refused to step aside, the man in black didn't waste any more words. He signaled to the people behind him. Capture them. After a fierce battle, the man in black didn't expect the people he brought to be no match for them. The lab guards, ignoring their own heavy injuries, said, Please return, my lord. We will report what happened here in detail to the war god later. Fine. Just you wait. The man in black led his people away. Meanwhile, Qing Zhou was still engrossed in his research, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. A few days later, Qing Zhao appeared at the lab again. Seeing Qing Zhao, before he could even say anything, Qing Zhou ran over and handed him a small object resembling a cigarette. This is my latest storage item. Try it out. It has 2 functions. One is that it can hold a few cubic meters of space. This function is a bit weak, and I don't know why the space is so small. The other function is enhancing spatial perception. I think it'll be useful for you. Everyone knew that war god Qing Zhao's abilities were related to space. Qing Zhao looked at the warm little object in his palm, his eyes softening. He took another item out of his pocket and shook it in front of Qing Zhou. This is the desolate crystal of a Tier 9 desolate beast. A gift for you. A Tier 9 desolate crystal? Qing Zhou's usually expressionless face finally showed some change. Trembling, Qing Zhou took the extraordinary desolate crystal, his eyes completely glued to it. A Tier 9 desolate crystal? I must use this crystal to create a one-of-a-kind storage item, he muttered. Seeing Qing Zhou dive back into his work, Qing Zhao quietly left the lab. Upon returning home, Qing Zhao found a string, carefully tied the storage item to it. and wore it around his neck. He stroked the storage item, closed his eyes, and focused. As time passed, he gradually felt a faint stream of energy radiating from within, seeping into his body. A second later, he vanished from the room and appeared outside. Qing Zhao's face showed clear astonishment. His teleportation had a massive flaw. It could only be used within a range of a few meters. But the storage item Qing Zhou gave him today had multiplied his teleportation range several times over. This storage item was worth 100 times more than the previous ones Qing Zhou had made and handed over to the Federation headquarters. If one were to say that Qing Zhao had previously invested so many resources into Qing Zhou purely because of their relationship, then now, reaping the fruits of Qing Zhou's labor, Qing Zhao felt that all those investments were incredibly worth it. This single storage item alone was enough to make up for everything he had spent. Holding the storage item in his hand, Qing Zhao stroked it, his eyes as gentle as if he were looking at Qing Zhou. You really brought me a huge surprise. After the crisis in the 6th New District was resolved, Qing Zhao finally got a few days of rest. Lately, there had been continuous waves of desolate beast attacks on the cities. Sometimes, when they encountered unstoppable high-tiered desolate beasts, they had no choice but to call Qing Zhao to handle it. But the Sanlian continent only had one Qing Zhao. He hadn't had a proper rest in a very long time. Yet, even while he was resting, some people still wouldn't leave him in peace. First, it was Qing Zhou. He contacted Qing Zhao, saying he needed a large amount of desolate crystals to practice with before he could confidently craft the Tier 9 desolate crystal. Qing Zhao agreed and said he would figure something out. He had many opportunities to obtain desolate crystals, such as secretly collecting them on the battlefield against the desolate beasts. But doing so violated the Federation headquarters regulations. While Qing Zhao was struggling to find a way to solve the desolate crystal problem, less than 2 days later, someone came looking for him to demand an explanation. The reason was that on that day, the guards at Qing Zhou's lab had stopped someone from entering. That person was the deputy chief of the Federation headquarters, Chu Kei. Lord War God, we are not unreasonable people. The entire Sanlian continent is under the jurisdiction of the Federation headquarters. That laboratory was also approved and built by the headquarters. Yet now, you are monopolizing this lab. Do you have no regard for the Federation headquarters regulations? Furthermore, you even used contribution points to exchange for materials for those guards, allowing them to unlock their genes. Your actions have violated Federation law and breached the headquarters' original regulations regarding the exchange of materials with contribution points. Chu Kei's subordinate endlessly criticized Qing Zhao. Chu Kei didn't come in person. Qing Zhao's prestige was currently at its peak, and Chu Kei didn't dare come make trouble himself. He only dared to send his subordinates to give Qing Zhao a hard time. Qing Zhao couldn't hold back anymore and said, "So, do you want to strip me of my title, or do you want to punish me?" Chu Kei's subordinate was left speechless by Qing Zhao's question. Even the current Federation chief wouldn't dare strip Qing Zhao of his war god title. Other positions could be replaced, but Qing Zhao's position represented absolute strategic power and unimaginable hope. He was the only Tier 9 individual with spiritual abilities, and the Federation's only Tier 9 evolver. Even if the Federation headquarters currently had enough materials to create another Tier 9 evolver, they couldn't find a Tier 9 with spiritual abilities to replace him. As for punishing him, it was impossible to punish Qing Zhao at this time. At most, they could only fine him some Federation credits. Seeing Chu Kei's subordinate fall silent, Qing Zhao sneered. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "The profits from the Research Institute have been handed over to the Federation headquarters in full. Moreover, all consumed materials were deducted from my contribution points. You say I monopolized the Research Institute. Then tell me, what exactly have I monopolized?" No one could refute this question. The expression of Chu Kei's subordinate changed, but he still tried to argue. "But you can't just bar everyone from entering. Who knows what's going on inside?" Qing Zhao cut him off, his voice stern. "I don't let you in because when the application to build the Research Institute was submitted, it was clearly stated. During Qing Zhou's research and creation of storage items, he is not to be disturbed. As the protector of the Research Institute, it is my duty to ensure the safety of the scientists inside. This is a sign of respect for scientific research, and a responsibility to the scientist himself. Qing Zhao's tirade left Chu Kei's subordinate completely speechless, not knowing how to respond. Qing Zhao scoffed, a mocking look in his eyes. I know what you people want. If you want more storage items, bring the materials yourselves. But I must remind you, the main material for crafting storage items is desolate crystals, and the auxiliary materials aren't cheap either. Furthermore, if you're hiring someone to craft them, you have to pay the crafting fee and cover the material loss. Otherwise, forget it. I have no obligation to provide materials for free. From now on, just register with the guards. But there is one condition. You are not allowed to go inside and disturb him. Receiving Qing Zhao's concession, the visitor finally smiled. Lord War God, we just wanted you to show a cooperative attitude. We didn't actually want to tour the research institute, and we certainly won't disturb the scientist. Chu Kei's subordinates started to grovel, but Qing Zhao didn't want to hear it anymore and directly kicked them out. Sure enough, a few days later, many people sent their subordinates with materials and desolate crystals to register with the lab guards to have storage items crafted. The defective products Qing Zhou had crafted earlier still brought massive profits to these people. Currently, only Qing Zhou could craft storage items. They were items with astronomical prices. Being able to order a few pieces would definitely yield a huge profit. More importantly, someone had already come up with the idea of using Qing Zhou's research data to let other researchers mass-produce storage items. However, right now, the threat of the desolate beast tide was imminent. Because Qing Zhao's power was too great, the Federation headquarters hadn't resorted to forceful measures. Qing Zhao knew all of this. He wanted to protect Qing Zhou. As long as he was alive, he wouldn't let anyone threaten Qing Zhou's safety. Peaceful times never lasted long. After a few short days of rest, the second new district was hit by another ferocious beast tide. Qing Zhao was forced to return to assist and protect the city from danger. At the same time, Qing Zhou was completely immersed in crafting that Tier 9 desolate crystal, paying no mind to anything else. When people brought desolate crystals and materials, Qing Zhou didn't even bother asking where they came from. He just took them and used them. When the guards reported that they needed to take away the items he had crafted, Qing Zhou just nodded in acknowledgement, not asking a single question. Right now, in his eyes, there was only that Tier 9 desolate crystal. After countless designs and deep thought, the blueprint for the cornucopia finally appeared on Qing Zhou's lab table. After completing his missions, Qing Zhao visited several times. But every time, he only saw Qing Zhou completely engrossed, forgetting to eat or sleep as he worked on his crafting. Therefore, he would just stand and watch for a moment before quietly leaving, not wanting to disturb him. Qing Zhou was so focused that he didn't even realize Qing Zhao had visited. Time flew by, and nearly a year passed. The number of times Qing Zhao visited Qing Zhou's lab kept decreasing. Because the beast tides outside, despite him successfully repelling them many times, not only didn't subside but grew increasingly ferocious. Often, 2 or 3 districts would be attacked by beast tides simultaneously. Qing Zhao was only one person. Even as the strongest person in this world, defending the cities left him exhausted. When Qing Zhao returned to the first new district, it had been 3 months since his last visit to Qing Zhou's lab. Seeing Qing Zhao, the guards at the door hurriedly bowed and called out, "Lord War God, what's the situation?" As usual, before entering the research institute, Qing Zhao asked the guards about Qing Zhou's condition during his absence. A guard quickly replied, "Lord Qing Zhou said the experiment has reached a critical stage and told us not to disturb him until he comes out. The materials brought by the other lords over the past few months haven't been crafted by Lord Qing Zhou yet." Qing Zhao frowned. An imposing aura unconsciously radiated from him. His face darkened as he asked, "He hasn't come out even once in 3 months?" The research institute had an abundant energy supply, complete facilities, and plenty of food and water. As long as Qing Zhou didn't want to come out, he could easily stay inside for a whole year without stepping foot outside. But according to Qing Zhou's previous habits, he would still come out a few times a month. Why yes, Lord Qing Zhou specifically emphasized earlier that this experiment is extremely important. He repeatedly ordered us absolutely not to disturb him. Faced with Qing Zhao's sudden, overwhelming aura, the guard looked quite nervous, stammering his words. They didn't have the authority to enter the research institute. So, even though they felt it was unusual for Qing Zhou to stay inside for so long, they didn't dare enter without permission. After all, Qing Zhou had given very clear instructions strictly forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Qing Zhao pushed the guard aside, passed through the facial recognition system, opened the main doors of the research institute, and quickly strode inside. Stepping inside, Qing Zhao could clearly sense that the entire research institute hadn't seen any human activity in a long time. Robots, daily cleaning, the research institute every day. But if there are people active, it absolutely cannot be so clean that there isn't a single speck of dust. To avoid being probed, the entire research institute was built from materials that block mental energy. This made it impossible for Qing Zhao to use his mental energy to find Qing Zhou. He could only quickly go to the place where Qing Zhou usually crafted vessels. Then, the god of war, whose prestige echoed throughout the Sanlian continent, revealed a look of panic for the first time, because he saw Qing Zhou lying unconscious on the ground. Qing Zhao didn't have time to think. He immediately teleported to the side of Qing Zhou, who was slumped on the ground, pulled him into his arms, and carefully checked him. Seeing that the person in his arms still had warmth, Qing Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, he had secretly taken materials exchanged from the federal headquarters and put them into Qing Zhou's food to strengthen his physique. Therefore, Qing Zhao's first reaction was that Qing Zhou had collapsed from exhaustion due to the process of crafting the vessel. But as Qing Zhao examined him more closely, Qing Zhou's face grew paler and paler. Because even though the person in his arms was still breathing and his bodily functions were active, he was completely devoid of consciousness. Qing Zhao couldn't feel the slightest bit of mental energy from Qing Zhou. This threw him into a panic. He hurriedly injected his mental energy into Qing Zhou's body, only to find that his mental world was like a black hole. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't be filled. Qing Zhou, how did you end up like this? Qing Zhou, wake up! Qing Zhou. Qing Zhao's desperate cries echoed through the laboratory, carrying a sorrow and fear that ordinary people could hardly imagine. He continuously shook Qing Zhou, trying to wake him up, but Qing Zhou's eyes remained tightly shut, completely unresponsive. After multiple attempts and examinations, Qing Zhao realized in despair that Qing Zhou, his younger brother, had completely lost consciousness. His soul seemed to have been drained, leaving only an empty shell. Only then did Qing Zhao notice a bowl on the experimental table. It was a bowl engraved with complex patterns. Qing Zhao was extremely familiar with this bowl because he had personally made an identical one. Back when Qing Zhou was a child, he had secretly asked someone to give that bowl to Qing Zhou, telling him that he had an older brother out there. He knew Qing Zhou treasured that bowl like a precious artifact, but he had never told Qing Zhou that he was the one who made it, and that he was the older brother Qing Zhou had always been looking for. As for the bowl on this experimental table, although it looked exactly like the one Qing Zhao had given Qing Zhou, it wasn't the same one. Qing Zhao slowly walked up to the experimental table and carefully observed the bowl. He discovered that it was also a vessel. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was it because of this vessel? Was it because of this vessel? The hand Qing Zhao used to hold the bowl trembled slightly. Did this make you become like this? Qing Zhao tightly gripped the bowl, that vessel. His face was filled with agony. Tears rolled down the resolute face of the god of war and fell to the ground. Ugh, I never told you that I was the one who had someone bring that bowl to you. I never told you that I am the older brother you've always been looking for. Because I couldn't fully protect you yet, I thought I still had time. But I ended up harming you with my own hands. Qing Zhao muttered to himself, his voice full of pain and regret. He was the one who brought Qing Zhou here from their hometown to this laboratory. He was the one who supported Qing Zhou's research on vessels. He was the one who put that rank 9 desolate crystal into Qing Zhou's hands. It was him, it was him, it was him. He was the one who harmed Qing Zhou. He would never be able to forgive himself. The guards at the gate were a bit suspicious. Usually, the god of war would only drop by the research institute for a short while and then leave. But today, it was already night, and Qing Zhao still hadn't come out. However, they had to swallow their doubts and didn't dare say a word. It wasn't until the next morning that Qing Zhao wearily walked out of the research institute. His face had become haggard overnight, and his usual vigorous demeanor was gone. Standing in front of the gate, Qing Zhao said to the guards, "From today on, you don't need to be here anymore. Return to the combat squad." The guards were stunned. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they immediately replied, "Yes, sir." One curious guard asked, "Lord God of War, do we not need to protect Lord Qingzhou anymore?" They had been guarding the research institute for a long time, and Qingzhou had never made things difficult for them, so they had some affection for him. "No need." Qingzhou walked away without looking back. The guards were surprised to see that the usually straight back of the God of War seemed a bit hunched. Not long after Qingzhou returned home, Deputy Director Chu Kei of the federal headquarters came in person. "Qingzhou, where did you take the person in the research institute?" Qingzhou slowly opened his dead, hollow eyes and looked at Chu Quebec. Just that look alone was enough to make Chu Kei's questioning get stuck in his throat. Chu Kei had never seen Qingzhou with such a look in his eyes. Out of suspicion, Chu Kei's tone softened somewhat. "The headquarters sent me to ask, where did Qingzhou go? Why is he no longer at the research institute?" "He disappeared." Qingzhou replied calmly. "What? Disappeared? How could a living, breathing person disappear without a trace? Did he grow wings and fly away?" "No. Even if he could fly, he couldn't disappear without a trace." "Does he know instant teleportation?" "But isn't instant teleportation your ability, Qingzhou?" Chu Kei was very dissatisfied with Qingzhou's perfunctory attitude, but he also realized that Qingzhou was not in a good state right now. "The research institute has always been managed by you. I'm here to remind you that you must give the Federation an explanation for this matter." Chu Kei left, but even after many days passed, Qingzhou still didn't explain anything. The entire research institute was cleaned out. Not only Qingzhou, but all related documents had also vanished without a trace. The federal headquarters naturally wouldn't let this go. They sent experts to investigate, but Qingzhou said nothing, only insisting that Qingzhou had gone missing and remained silent about everything else. This attitude made many people in the headquarters lose their patience. But did Qingzhou care? No, because now there was nothing left worth caring about. At this time, in a secret underground base, Qingzhou, wearing a black robe and a mask, quietly appeared. He uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. "I have decided to disband the organization." Hearing this, everyone in the base dropped their jaws in horror. An elder, who had been there since the organization's founding, couldn't help but ask, "Leader, why do you suddenly want to disband the organization? You've led us to grow to this point, always fighting against the federal headquarters. Why disband now without a clear reason?" These people were all rebels against the hegemony of the federal headquarters, having been persecuted by the federal regime and then taken in by Qingzhou. With Qingzhou's help, the underground organization had developed for many years. Everyone was looking forward to the day they would overthrow the Federation. Now that Qingzhou suddenly said he wanted to disband, how could they accept it? "Leader, we received news that the people from the federal headquarters might make a move against you. Even so, do you still want to disband the organization?" Everyone waited for Qingzhou to explain. Qingzhou stood calmly, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Because it's meaningless anymore. Say no more. If you want to continue, choose a new leader yourselves. From now on, the organization has nothing to do with me." After saying that, Qingzhou was about to leave. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Wait. Leader, we want to know why, despite the federal headquarters being like that, there is still a God of War willing to protect them?" Having worked together for many years, Qingzhou's identity had been guessed by many in the organization. Perhaps he wasn't protecting the federal headquarters, but all the commoners of the Somnian continent. Before Qingzhou could finish listening, he vanished from the base. The others immediately panicked. Without Qingzhou, without external power supporting them, how could they survive? But Qingzhou had made up his mind, and no one could change it. Not long after, the first district suffered a terrifying beast tide. On the distant horizon, a pitch-black horde of desolate beasts surged like a violent black tide, carrying a destructive momentum, madly rushing toward the first district. In that violent beast tide, there were many rank 8 desolate beasts, and even 2 rank 9 desolate beasts. Qingzhou, wearing his God of War armor, led all the squad members and resolutely stood at the foot of the city wall, facing this life and death battle. From the moment the battle began, time seemed to stop. Every minute and every second was a tug-of-war between life and death. Since its establishment, the federal headquarters had never encountered such a critical battle. In this war, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The Federation's arsenal was nearly depleted, and the city walls tottered on the verge of collapse in the sea of fire. For 7 days and 7 nights straight, the fierce battle continued without rest. All soldiers and fighters took turns going into battle, fighting for time to rest and regroup. Only Qing Zhao, like an immortal killing machine, stood firm and never fell. He fought valiantly amidst the violent sea of desolate beasts, constantly charging forward. The desolate beasts almost broke through the defense line and breached the city, but Qing Zhao single-handedly held them back. The armor on his body was already in tatters and had been stripped off at his feet. The spear in his hand was no longer sharp, losing its majestic aura. But even when he switched to another weapon, his body remained like steel, becoming an impregnable wall, firmly protecting the city. The desolate beasts retreated, and Qing Zhao still stood guard at the breach in the city wall. It wasn't until soldiers came down to remind Qing Zhao to return to the city that they discovered their god of war had been severely injured and fallen into a coma. But even in a coma, Qing Zhao's body still stood tall. The soldiers hurriedly reported to their superiors and brought Qing Zhao into the city for the highest level of medical treatment. However, the news of the god of war being severely injured still spread quickly. This time, after he was severely injured, when the outside world received news about Qing Zhao again, it was the news of his death being spread. Fortunately, I remembered who Qing Zhao is. Qing Zhao's originally hollow, hazy eyes gradually regained their bright luster. His thoughts seemed to become clearer, and the images in his memory slowly surfaced. The moment he recovered his memory, the thing Qing Zhao cared about most wasn't his own condition, but hurriedly grabbing Qin Shi, who was standing in front of him. His eyes were full of anxiety and anticipation. "Where's Qing Zhao? Are you Qing Zhao?" His voice trembled, seemingly afraid of receiving a negative answer. Qin Shi was startled and cried out because of Qing Zhao's sudden action, especially since the strength of the hand gripping him made Qin Shi feel quite a bit of pain. Fortunately, Qin Shi currently possessed rank 9 strength, so he wasn't injured. Qin Shi took some effort to break free from Qing Zhao's grip and hurriedly said, "Calm down first. Don't get agitated." Hearing Qin Shi's words, Qing Zhao calmed down a bit, but still stared intently at Qin Shi, asking anxiously, "Where is Qing Zhao? Tell me quickly, how do you know so much?" Seeing Qing Zhao so agitated, Qin Shi was also somewhat nervous. Following Qing Zhao's instructions, Qin Shi slowly said, "I am not Qing Zhao, but I know where Qing Zhao is." Hearing Qin Shi's answer, Qing Zhao's eyes lit up, his anxious gaze locked onto Qin Shi. Qing Zhao's burning gaze made Qin Shi feel a bit uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to tell Qing Zhao the truth. He has become an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit? Qing Zhao was clearly stunned. What artifact spirit? It's the cornucopia. He has become the artifact spirit of the cornucopia. The cornucopia? Qing Zhao reacted very quickly. He suddenly remembered something. That vessel. That bowl. Seeing Qin Shi nod, Qing Zhao closed his eyes and frowned deeply. Why didn't I think of that? I should have thought of it. How much time has passed? Lin Shi chimed in from the side, relaying Qin Shi's words. Since your era, it's been over 10,000 years. Qing Zhao opened his eyes wide, looking toward where Lin Shi was, both surprised and horrified. Who are you? Me? I am another artifact spirit. You could consider me a friend of Qing Zhao. Lin Shi smiled self-deprecatingly. My name is Lin Shi. I come from another world, the world on the other side of the spatial passage. As for how I know Qing Zhao, it's a long story. He didn't say it, but Qing Zhao would definitely tell Qing Zhao. Lin Shi recounted the story of his disappearance, meeting Qing Zhao after obtaining the cornucopia and coming to the Sanlian continent. In short, that was the gist of it. Qing Zhao listened attentively, then fell deep into thought. So after I was harmed, someone brought that vessel to Blue Star, and then you accidentally found it and brought it back to the Sanlian continent. 10,000 years have passed. Times have changed. That federal headquarters is no longer the federal headquarters of 10,000 years ago. At that time, I discovered someone wanted to harm me, but I no longer had the will to live. After killing a few people, I thought that would be the end of it. Then I didn't know anything anymore. It turns out someone implanted a parasite in me to preserve my body. It was probably the people from that organization. So Qing Zhou didn't die. He just exists as an artifact spirit and has merged with the will of Blue Star. Qing Zhao quickly understood everything. He narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura flashing in his gaze as he looked at Qin Shi. The one residing in this body. Is it still Qing Zhou? Qin Shi was intimidated by Qing Zhao's gaze and backed up a few steps. Even though Qing Zhou had used the cornucopia's interface to manifest himself, Qin Shi was still dumbfounded and speechless. The overwhelming power from the first battle wasn't something an ordinary person's mental energy like Qin Shi's could withstand. Qin Shi was speechless, while Qing Zhao was furious, knowing his younger brother was alive but had his body taken over by someone else. Lin Shi crossed his arms over his chest, saying nothing, just standing by and watching the show. In his mind, he counted down, 5, 4. Before he could even count to 1, Lin Shi saw Qin Shi collapse, his eyes rolling back, falling unconscious under Qing Zhao's pressure. Well, that's that. Now, even if Qing Zhou wanted to say something, he didn't have a mouthpiece anymore. Qing Zhao frowned, staring at Qin Shi lying motionless on the ground, disgust evident on his face. So weak? Then he slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Shi, who was standing by with a satisfied look. Lin Shi looked cheerful, even a bit teasing, and spread his hands at him. Faced with Qing Zhao's suspicion, Lin Shi slowly explained, actually, this body was originally always controlled by me. But recently, there were some special circumstances that returned it to its original owner. As for this Qin Shi, his mental energy is only at level 2. Hearing this, Qing Zhao's expression immediately changed. It turned out that because Qin Shi's mental energy was too weak, he couldn't effectively control this body, and coupled with the shock, just now, he fainted. In that case, if you want to talk to Qing Zhou in the cornucopia, you'll probably have to wait until tomorrow. Thinking of this, Qing Zhao casually found a corner and sat down, letting his confused emotions gradually calm down. Having free time, Lin Shi started to gossip. How is your relationship with Qing Zhou? He had looked through Qing Zhou's memories and saw that Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao didn't seem to have much interaction. Thinking of Qing Zhou's abilities, there were probably some things Qing Zhou deliberately hid from him. At this point, Qing Zhao didn't hide anything anymore. He is my younger brother. Same father, same mother. Lin Shi was a bit surprised. So that's how it is. Lin Shi then remembered something. Do you know where Qing Zhou's body is? Hearing this, Qing Zhao habitually reached up to touch his chest. Finding nothing, he dropped his hand. His body originally lost consciousness. I used a life support device and preserved it in a tank. Lin Shi was slightly stunned. It really matched Qing Zhou's guess. Qing Zhou's body might still be alive. Lin Shi said that if Qing Zhou's body was still alive, maybe he could still wake up. Before, Qing Zhou couldn't, but after merging with the will of Blue Star, he could. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, Qing Zhao immediately stood up and was about to leave the place. Where are you going? To get the vessel. This time, Lin Shi didn't go with him. Over 10,000 years had passed, and the outside world had changed drastically. Qing Zhao could definitely find it. Sure enough, it wasn't until the next morning that Qing Zhao returned, exhaustion clearly written on his face. At this time, Qin Shi had just woken up. Qing Zhao returned, but wasn't in a hurry to release Qing Zhou. He looked at Qin Shi warily and said, I brought Qing Zhou back, but I need to see that item first. Qin Shi dropped his jaw, shaking his head, not knowing what to do. But Qing Zhou had heard Qing Zhao's words. The cornucopia immediately turned into a golden light, flew out from between Qin Shi's eyebrows, and hovered in midair. Seeing the cornucopia again, Qing Zhao couldn't suppress his excitement. However, he still looked at Qin Shi warily. Get out of here. Under Qing Zhou's powerful pressure, Qin Shi, who already had experience, immediately left the base. Qing Zhao looked at Lin Shi. He seemed to feel that Lin Shi wasn't dangerous enough, so he didn't chase him away. Therefore, Lin Shi witnessed the entire scene of Qing Zhou leaving the cornucopia. Qing Zhao waved his hand, and a complex set of equipment appeared in the middle of the room. Qing Zhou's body lay there, eyes closed, covered in tubes. I built this equipment when I discovered Qing Zhou had lost consciousness, but his body was still alive. It contains a massive amount of nutrients to sustain this body's life until it runs out. 10,000 years have passed, and the nutrients in the equipment are depleted. If Lin Shi hadn't brought Qing Zhou back to the Sanlian continent at this exact time, if Lin Shi hadn't collapsed the federal headquarters, forcing the rebels to use Qing Zhao, if Qing Zhao hadn't woken up at this exact time, then perhaps in just a few dozen more years, the energy in the equipment would have run out, and Qing Zhou would have slowly died. Everything seemed preordained, happening at the exact right moment. Lin Shi's gaze fell on the hovering cornucopia. A wild thought suddenly popped into his head. A bold thought. Perhaps he wasn't the only reincarnated protagonist, but merely a supporting character. The one who truly reincarnated, experiencing the reversal of time, was Qing Zhou after merging with the will of Blue Star. If so, how many times had Qing Zhou reversed time, and how many years had he gone back to experience it all again? Lin Shi shook his head, discarding that wild speculation. The cornucopia, or rather, Qing Zhou's consciousness. After sensing the body, it flew to its side. Qing Zhao took Qing Zhou out of the equipment, laid him down, and then a miraculous scene began to unfold. A blurry figure slowly emerged from the cornucopia. This figure looked exactly like the Qing Zhou that Lin Shi had met. The solidity of this consciousness body was no less than Lin Shi's current consciousness body. Seeing this consciousness body, Qing Zhao, despite trying to appear calm, trembled slightly. He stared intently at Qing Zhou, as if afraid this image would disappear at any moment. Qing Zhou's consciousness body flew straight toward the physical body. In just a few moments, Lin Shi saw Qing Zhou's consciousness body and physical body merge, becoming one. Time seemed to stop. Qing Zhao even forgot to breathe, and Lin Shi didn't breathe to begin with. Both of them stared intently at Qing Zhou lying there with his eyes closed. Under their intersecting gazes, Qing Zhou blinked, then moved his fingers. Finally, Qing Zhou opened his eyes. Qing Zhao was thrilled, his hands resting on the edge of the bed, trembling violently. That resolute man now had red eyes. Qing Zhou shivered slightly and slowly sat up. Having lain down for too long, every movement made his joints crack. Fortunately, back then, for the sake of Qing Zhou's health, Qing Zhao had given him quite a lot of materials, so his modified body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Otherwise, Qing Zhou definitely wouldn't have been able to sit up. At this moment of the brothers' reunion, Lin Shi tactfully didn't disturb them and flew out of the base. At this time, Qing Shi was squatting outside the base, drawing circles on the empty ground. Lin Shi flew to his side. Qing Shi's mental energy was too weak, so he didn't detect Lin Shi at all. Seeing what Qing Shi was writing on the ground, Lin Shi shook his head. Qing Shi was writing the names of the people in his old squad and the girlfriend who betrayed him. His memories were still stuck there. Even though he now held immense power, he still maintained the mindset of an ordinary person, caring about trivial matters. Qing Zhao and Qing Zhou, two people of the same age, had gone through 10,000 years and were finally reunited. Now that the situation on the Sanlian continent had stabilized under Xia Chun's management, it was time to return to Blue Star. When Qing Zhao helped Qing Zhou out of the base, Lin Shi asked straightforwardly, "Are you staying here or returning to Blue Star with me?" Qing Zhou's voice was hoarse from not speaking for a long time. "We will go back with you. Give me 2 days to adapt to this body." If the two didn't want to go, Lin Shi would ask Xia Chun to arrange everything and return by himself. But since they agreed, Lin Shi could wait 2 days. As for Qin Shi, they also decided to take him along, to avoid leaving any trouble for Xia Chun. That night, Lin Shi, Qing Zhao, and Xia Chun sat together, clarifying everything. "Don't worry, I'll take care of things here. With the clone as backup, there definitely won't be any flaws." Xia Chun needed to continue staying here. The mark on him hadn't been removed. The reform of the Sanlian continent, although on track, would take quite a long time to reach its ideal goal. Qing Zhou said to Xia Chun, "Don't worry, this time we will bring the material collection equipment back. You just need to be ready to receive it. When the equipment is sent back, take the time to absorb it and advance. As long as you advance to rank 9 yourself, even if the clone is exposed, it won't matter." Xia Chun smiled and nodded. Qing Zhou gave Xia Chun a reassurance, saying, Moreover, as long as the spatial passage doesn't close, we still have a chance to return. Take the items out. He gestured toward Qing Zhao. Qing Zhao nodded slightly, then took out 2 desolate crystals from his pocket. Seeing the size and color of the 2 desolate crystals, Lin Shi was extremely shocked. Rank 9 desolate crystals. Qing Zhao placed the 2 rank 9 desolate crystals on the table, looked at Lin Shi, and said, "These are the 2 rank 9 desolate crystals I obtained in that final battle back then. At that time, although I was prepared to die, I didn't want them to fall into the Federation's hands, so I hid them along with my vessel. Now, they are yours." Lin Shi looked at Qing Zhao in astonishment again, then looked at Qing Zhou. Lin Shi was completely surprised that the 2 of them would gift him such precious rank 9 desolate crystals. After all, the scene of Qing Zhou trying to scam Lin Shi out of those 2 rank 9 desolate crystals was still fresh in his memory. Take them. I have now completely merged with my physical body. Absorbing desolate crystals again might lead to unforeseen dangers. Furthermore, I carry the laws of time. It's not necessarily better to absorb more laws of space. If you absorb most of the spatial laws, when the time comes, it might play a greater role. Laws. This was the first time Lin Shi had heard this word. Qing Zhou didn't intend to explain further, only signaling Lin Shi to start absorbing the desolate crystals. Since everyone here was an acquaintance, Lin Shi didn't hesitate and directly absorbed the desolate crystals in front of them. This time, absorbing the rank 9 desolate crystals was no longer as dangerous as the first time. Initially, Lin Shi's consciousness body was just a thin phantom, but now it was extremely condensed. By the time he finished absorbing the energy of the 2 desolate crystals, even Xiachun could see Lin Shi's consciousness body. Now, Lin Shi's consciousness body had condensed to look like a real physical body. "How do you feel now?" Qing Zhou asked. Lin Shi felt it for a moment and said, "I feel like I can now teleport dozens of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the space around me is like my pet. I can use it at will." His perception of the surrounding space was twice as strong as before. Your power is still not stable. Once it stabilizes, this power will play a greater role. It's a pity you're only human. Otherwise, you'd have a chance to become a planetary will. Seeing the 3 looking at him with questioning eyes, Qing Zhou explained, "From my memories when I was a planetary will, I know that a planetary will can form naturally, or it can be formed postnatally. With Lin Shi's current state, if he finds a newly born planet without a will, after countless years, he could become the planetary will of that planet." Qing Zhao and Xiachun both revealed looks of astonishment. Obviously, what Qing Zhou said exceeded their understanding. As for Lin Shi, he didn't have the capacity to think about that. The topic was quickly dropped. "All right, in 2 days we'll prepare the things we need to bring back. Xiachun, prepare a collection device. 2 days later, we will return." The return was decided just like that. At this time, on Blue Star, since receiving the news from the Sanlian continent to hold their ground, the official bases on Blue Star had halted their plans to explore the Arctic Circle. They began to reinvestigate the number of origin beasts in the Arctic Circle. Of course, only on the periphery, without going deep. But whether it was due to human footprints appearing in the Arctic Circle, or the number of origin beasts in the Arctic Circle reaching saturation, or some other reason. In short, the origin beast horde in the Arctic Circle had undergone a change. Lin Tianrui received the news. "Commander, the origin beast horde in the Arctic Circle has inexplicably thinned out a lot." "Oh, did they migrate elsewhere?" Lin Tianrui asked. "The specific situation is unclear. We didn't dare investigate deeply, but we can confirm they haven't left the perimeter of the Arctic Circle. We've always been monitoring from a distance outside," the subordinate replied. Lin Tianrui's sharp intuition told him something was wrong. He ordered, "Keep a close eye on the movements of the origin beast horde. If you notice the number of origin beasts decreasing, get closer to observe the situation." "Yes, sir." This news hadn't yet been relayed to the person in charge of monitoring the Arctic Circle, but at the Arctic Circle, a new change had occurred. The Arctic Circle. This was the coldest place on the entire Blue Star. Even before the apocalypse, this was an area where humans could hardly set foot. It was covered in snow year-round, with countless glaciers, and extremely freezing, causing the temperature in the Arctic Circle to drop below -100 degrees Celsius. It became a true forbidden zone, a place where most creatures could hardly survive. But right now, around the Arctic Circle, spaced at intervals, there were several people holding observation equipment, continuously monitoring the situation inside. Damn, I'm freezing to death. This godforsaken place is terrifyingly cold. I thought I was already frozen solid. A scout who had just swapped shifts with his teammate shivered on the spot, hurriedly rubbing his hands together. Even for him, a level 4 evolver with a strong physique, just waiting in the snow for an hour was enough to almost freeze him stiff. Hang in there. The situation here is different from the base. This is the coldest place on Blue Star, while our base is near the equator. Another scout laughed and said, "Who knows when this mission will be over?" The scout sighed and continued to observe the movements inside the Arctic Circle. They had been waiting here for days, enduring the cold and loneliness every day. But they knew their mission was extremely important and they couldn't slack off in the slightest. "Stop talking. It looks like something's happening." A new team member who had just taken over the observation duty suddenly spoke up. The others were immediately startled. The origin beasts. They seemed to have disappeared. Lin Tianrui had just ordered the scout team to move closer to observe the situation, and not long after, the subordinate in charge of communications contacted him again. "Commander, the origin beasts in the Arctic Circle seem to have suddenly disappeared." Hearing this news, Lin Tianrui was startled, his face turning grave. He hurriedly asked, "Disappeared? Wasn't there still a horde of origin beasts before, even if the numbers were small? You can still contact the Arctic Circle scout team, right?" The subordinate replied anxiously, "We can contact them, but..." Lin Tianrui frowned deeply, doubt evident on his face, and pressed, "But what? Speak quickly." The subordinate hurriedly explained, "To be precise, within our observation range, we can hardly see any origin beasts anymore. I just relayed your order to advance." A few impatient team members over there entered the Arctic Circle first, but so far, they haven't reported seeing any origin beasts. An ominous premonition rose in Lin Tianrui's heart. He immediately realized that unpredictable changes might have occurred in the Arctic Circle. He quickly made a decision, shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Attention! Cancel the previous order. All scout team members are to stand by at their current positions. Do not enter the Arctic Circle anymore." "Understood." Lin Tianrui held the walkie-talkie and called Qi Qiuyue. "Vice Patriarch Qi, an abnormal situation has occurred at the Arctic Circle. We currently need high-level evolvers to investigate. We will send Wang Chao to lead an elite team of evolvers. Please be on high alert. I hope your side can also send people to assist." After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Tianrui hung up and immediately relayed the order to Wang Chao. Wang Chao received Lin Tianrui's notice and also realized there might be a problem in the Arctic Circle. The investigation team could be contacted. However, the origin beast horde in the Arctic Circle had disappeared. It should be known that, to closely monitor the movements of the origin beasts there, they had mobilized almost the entire investigation team of the base to the outer perimeter of the Arctic Circle. The purpose was to prevent any origin beasts from crossing the Arctic Circle and entering other areas. With such a dense population of origin beasts, if they didn't leave on their own, could they have vanished into thin air? When things are abnormal, there must be a hidden reason. After receiving the news, Wang Chao immediately assembled the Evolver team and quickly called the captains of the elite Evolver squads to the meeting room. Seeing Wang Chao's grave expression, someone quite close to him asked, "Vice Commander, what's the mission this time?" Wang Chao looked at everyone seriously and said, "The details of the mission are classified. Only those who accept the mission will know the specifics. However, I can tell you that the danger level of this mission is at least rank A. Is anyone willing to stay and take on this mission? After the mission is over, the survivors will receive 10,000 units of Origin Energy Gene Medicine as a reward." Hearing such a generous reward, everyone fell silent for a moment. 10,000 units of Origin Energy Gene Medicine was simply a massive number for ordinary people, and for them, it could significantly boost their strength. However, faced with such a risky mission, many still hesitated. After all, one's life was the most important thing. Finally, after careful consideration, 6 people decided to stay. Among them, 2 were attracted by the massive reward, thinking that as long as they survived and returned, they could reap huge benefits. The rest thought that if Vice Commander Wang Chao personally led the team, the mission would be safer. These 6 were all level 5 evolvers. Aside from Lin Tianrui and Wang Chao, who were the core members of the base, they represented the loyal forces of the base. Those who refused the mission had already left. Wang Chao nodded in praise of the 6 who stayed. Since you are willing to accept the mission, time is tight and the journey is long. I will tell you the details of the mission on the way. Du Qi will be in charge of preparing all the supplies for this mission. Once we arrive, everyone grab your weapons. Now follow me. The situation is urgent and we cannot delay. Otherwise, unexpected changes could happen at any moment. When that time comes, if the base is unprepared, we will likely be put in a passive position. Wang Chao led the 6 people out of the base, and the coordinators from the Lin family base had already arrived. Along with them came over a dozen giant wolves. Qin Shuang jumped down from the back of a giant wolf with a majestic posture and nodded slightly to Wang Chao. Captain Wang, this time the Lin family base is led by me. I also brought giant wolves to replace walking. Qin Shuang was still used to calling Wang Chao as before. Wang Chao didn't mind this detail. He glanced at Qin Shuang, then at the giant wolves behind her, secretly amazed and full of admiration. Just picking any wolf from the Lin family's wolf pack was stronger than the war beasts trained in their base. Wang Chao glanced at the people Qin Shuang brought, then shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, pick a wolf. This time we'll be riding giant wolves." Hearing this, the others immediately followed orders, each picking a wolf. They had heard that the origin beast pack of the Lin family base was very strong, but seeing is believing. The group rode the wolves and set off. Halfway there, Wang Chao finally informed the team members about the situation in the Arctic Circle. As for Qin Shuang's side, besides Qi Yun, the others were all from the Lin family base. While resting against a giant wolf, Qin Shuang asked Wang Chao, "Captain Wang, can you still contact the Arctic Circle?" Wang Chao nodded. "I just contacted the base. The investigation team at the Arctic Circle can still be reached, but the few members who penetrated the Arctic Circle earlier have lost contact." Wang Chao looked at Qin Shuang. She looked mature and was extremely calm. "Qin Shuang, what do you think of this situation?" Qin Shuang thought for a moment and said, "There are a few possibilities. First, the origin beasts might have gone into the sea. The Arctic Circle is entirely ice. If there's a large hole in the center of the Arctic Circle and all the origin beasts went into the sea, it could indeed make them disappear en masse." Wang Chao shook his head in dismissal. "That possibility exists, but we've already investigated. Not all the origin beasts gathered in the Arctic Circle can swim. There are even a few that can fly. It's impossible for all of them to have gone into the sea. The second possibility, the origin beasts have all gathered in the center of the Arctic region. Something like a spatial passage appeared in the extreme north, and they all went to another space. That possibility seems a bit slim, doesn't it?" Qi Yin revealed a puzzled look, as if saying, "Are you kidding me, sister?" Qin Shuang continued, "Of course, this is the least likely possibility. Actually, the most likely one, which is also the third possibility, is my guess. Perhaps the origin beasts are evolving. The fastest way for origin beasts to evolve is devouring." In the government base, Lin Tianrui stood next to Xiaoguo Huang and Lin Hongluang. His gaze looked straight north, where Wang Chao's group had left. His expression was extremely grave. "I'm worried those origin beasts have started eating each other. If so, we're in trouble." In the Lin family base, Qi Qiuyue, Lin Mingjun, and Lin Rongshuan were watching Lin Siyuan drawing on a piece of paper. Finally, Lin Siyuan looked up, his face filled with horror. The situation in the Arctic Circle. The most likely possibility is that the origin beasts are eating each other to evolve. Then Sister Qin Shuang and Brother Qi Yun will be in danger. Qi Qiuyue hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Demon King followed them." Lin Siyuan bit his lip, his youthful face full of worry. "But, according to my calculations, if those origin beasts are really eating each other to evolve, there might eventually be 3 or more rank 9 origin beasts. What do we do? When is my brother coming back?" "No. If there are 3 or more rank 9 origin beasts, it's best if my brother doesn't come back." A cold wind blew into the courtyard, sweeping away Lin Siyuan's whispers. At this time, in the center of the Arctic Circle, The origin beast horde that originally covered the entire Arctic Circle was now reduced to only a few thousand. The central region of the North Pole was a world covered in ice and snow. Cold winds howled, chilling to the bone. But it couldn't stop the madness here. Thousands of origin beasts of all kinds gathered, powerful auras radiating from their bodies. The air between them was filled with hostility and murderous intent. Among them were giant bears, ferocious eagles, and many other species of origin beasts. Their eyes flashed with a vicious light, seemingly having lost their reason. Each one was like a madman, constantly tearing at any opponent nearby. The thick stench of blood enveloped the air, making the scene incredibly brutal. They attacked each other, using sharp teeth and claws to tear their opponents' bodies apart, swallowing the flesh into their stomachs. A gerfalcon swooped down, using its sharp claws to rip open the body of a snow leopard. But before it could enjoy its spoils, it was bitten on the neck by another origin beast. Fresh blood dyed the snow red. This slaughter had no mercy, only the most primitive law of survival. The intelligent origin beasts understood that this was their last chance. These thousands of origin beasts had to fight to select the final ruler. Around the thousands of slaughtering origin beasts, 3 other special origin beasts stood quietly to the side, seemingly uninvolved in this fierce battle. They were indifferent, apathetic to everything happening. One was a giant polar bear, its massive body like a small iceberg, its snow-white fur radiating a cold light. Its sharp claws and fangs made one shudder. Just standing there, it was like an unshakable mountain. Another was a giant black eagle, larger than the gerfalcon Linshur had killed many times. Its wingspan was dozens of meters wide, its glossy black feathers shining like blades. The eagle's eyes were as sharp as knives, incredibly ferocious. The last one was a raccoon, also the smallest of the 3. At first glance, it looked cute, but the aura radiating from it made the polar bear and black eagle beside it show fear and submission in their eyes when they looked at it. In those agile eyes, there was a deep sorrow. These 3 origin beasts silently watched the slaughtering horde, their eyes holding only coldness. A snow leopard couldn't bear the bloody scene, its whole body trembling, its eyes full of fear and despair. It wanted to escape, but was afraid of being discovered and pursued by the others. It carefully backed away, intending to quietly leave this terrifying battlefield. But right at that moment, a giant bear paw descended from the sky, slamming down fiercely on the origin beast trying to flee, like Mount Tai crushing down. The massive paw was the size of a car, with terrifying weight. When the paw fell, the snow leopard's body was crushed in an instant. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding snow red. Then, a thunderous roar echoed, deafeningly loud. Hearing the roar, the slaughtering origin beasts paused slightly. Immediately after, as if injected with new strength, they slaughtered even more fiercely. The battle lasted from day to night, and from night to day. Finally, when the sun rose on the 3rd day, on the blood-soaked ground, aside from the 3 origin beasts standing apart, the new beast king swallowed the last piece of meat and roared at the sky. The 4th rank 9 had been born. Wang Chao, Qin Shuang, and the others from the base who had arrived at the North Pole heard the piercing, tragic cries from afar. Wang Chao and Qin Shuang looked at each other. Wang Chao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Not good. It's a rank 9 origin beast." Qin Shuang was also extremely grave. They were very clear about the terrifying power of a rank 9 origin beast. If one really appeared, they would be in massive trouble. What? A rank 9 origin beast? Hearing rank 9 origin beast, everyone turned pale. Even though they had never seen one with their own eyes, everyone knew how terrifying this kind of creature was. Impossible. How could a rank 9 origin beast appear here? Didn't they say the origin beasts wouldn't leave the Arctic Circle? We haven't even reached the Arctic Circle yet. The team members' faces were deathly pale. Hurry. Run. We're dead meat if we stay here. They came here for an investigation mission, not to die. Hearing the words rank 9 origin beast, many people's legs went soft. Some wanted to urge the wolves beneath them to run, but the giant wolves remained motionless. Not only Wang Chao's team, but even the Lin family clansmen on Qin Shuang's side were panicking. What do we do, Vice Commander? Wang Chao glanced at the people who had lost all their fighting spirit and said in a deep voice, "We can't just leave. Let's first see if we can save anyone. Besides, it's too late to leave now. With our numbers plus the wolves, the rank 9 origin beast has probably already spotted us. Even if we want to run, we can't escape." Wang Chao took out his walkie-talkie and immediately contacted the nearby scout squads. 5 squads had lost contact. Wang Chao immediately said to the only investigation squad he could reach, "Notify everyone immediately. Retreat at maximum speed. Leave the equipment behind. Emergency retreat." After that, Wang Chao reported the situation here to the base. A bone-chilling wind swept over, and a snow-white figure appeared beside Qin Shuang. It was Demon King. Demon King. Qin Shi also didn't expect Demon King to appear here at this time. Thinking that Demon King had followed them since they set off, Qin Shuang felt a warmth in her heart. She hurriedly jumped off the wolf's back, gently stroked Demon King's fur, and said, "Demon King, why are you here?" Without Lin Shi present, Demon King looked calmer. It used its claws to ride on the snow-covered ground. "I was worried about you guys." The Lin family clansmen in the team saw Demon King and shouted excitedly, "Uncle Shuang, Elder Du, is this that famous war beast? It really looks divine, but it doesn't look very strong. It's even shorter than the wolf I'm riding. Keep your voice down, it understands human speech." Hearing these discussions, a giant wolf carrying someone rolled its eyes. It bucked, throwing the person on its back off, and snorted twice in dissatisfaction. Who doesn't understand human speech? It not only understood, but also knew how to be petty. With Demon King here, Wang Chao felt much more at ease and directly asked for Demon King's opinion. "Demon King, what do we do now?" Demon King quickly wrote, "Retreat. I smell more than one rank 9 origin beast. The people ahead can't be saved anymore. If you don't retreat, I won't be able to protect you either. I can hold them off for a while. You guys hurry and leave." After writing this, Demon King dashed out like a gust of wind, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Its speed left the crowd both terrified and in awe. So fast. Truly a rank 9 origin beast. Are those rank 9 desolate beasts that strong too? Wang Chao immediately turned around and said to everyone, "Leave here quickly. Vice Commander." Everyone. Wang Chao jumped off the wolf's back, patted its rump, and said, "I'll stay and see if I can help. I'm already level 7. You guys go first. If I want to leave, I'll definitely be faster than you." Wang Chao's team members looked at each other and finally turned and left. Qin Shuang also said to the Lin family base clansmen, "You guys go first too." After everyone left, Qin Shuang and Wang Chao exchanged a glance and immediately ran, without hesitation, toward where Demon King had gone. The place that was originally the scout team's observation point had now become a bloody hell. The ground was covered in fresh blood, and the thick stench of blood enveloped the air. A giant eagle stood there, its beak still holding a piece of bright red flesh. Under its sharp claws was the torn corpse of a scout. This giant eagle had a massive body, feathers as black as ink, and sharp eyes radiating a ferocious light. It was tearing the scout's flesh piece by piece and swallowing it into its stomach, making a chilling chewing and swallowing sound. Every bite sent fresh blood splattering, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The scout's face still clearly showed the terror he felt at the moment of death. His eyes rolled back, dying with lingering grievances. Right at that moment, the giant eagle suddenly stopped eating, raised its head, and stared sharply to the right, as if it had discovered something. Immediately after, it spread its massive wings, preparing to fly away. But just as it spread its wings, a black shadow rushed toward it like the wind. The black shadow was as fast as lightning, arriving in front of the giant eagle in the blink of an eye. Sensing danger, the giant eagle flapped its wings with all its might, trying to increase its speed and altitude to evade. However, Demon King's speed was astonishingly fast. Before the giant eagle could fly high enough, Demon King lunged and grabbed it. The moment its claws touched the feathers, a piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. A small spark flashed and disappeared. Demon King's claws didn't leave a single wound on the giant eagle's body. Seeing this, a human-like look of mockery appeared in the giant eagle's eyes. It spread its wings, dodging Demon King and flying upward. But just as it flew up a bit, it realized something was wrong. Hundreds of ice spikes, each at least several meters long, suddenly appeared in the sky. These ice spikes gleamed with a cold light, falling down like rain. Faced with the countless ice spikes, the giant eagle immediately lost its balance. It tried to change direction, but there were too many ice spikes, too densely packed, making it impossible to dodge them all. It takes a long time to describe, but in reality, the moment they faced off, the giant eagle was hit by the ice spikes, lost its balance, and fell straight down. As the giant eagle was trying to take off again, Demon King had lunged over at some unknown point and bit into the giant eagle's neck. Roar! A thunderous roar came from afar. An earth-shattering sound echoed from the distance, like the explosion of 10,000 thunderbolts. Hearing the roar, the struggling giant eagle let out a resounding cry, answering the roar. Qin Shuang and Wang Chao finally arrived at this moment. Seeing the giant eagle bitten on the neck by Demon King, both were extremely shocked. This giant eagle had a wingspan of over 10 meters. Every flap of its wings was like a sharp blade, carving deep trenches in the air. But it was being pinned down by Demon King, unable to move. What worried them was that, from afar, a giant polar bear, as massive as a mountain, was charging over. Every heavy step it took made the ground shake violently. The whole earth seemed about to collapse. The closer it got, the heavier the polar bear's oppressive aura became. Demon King glanced toward the polar bear, then let go of its mouth and dashed to the side of Qin Shuang and Wang Chao. Wang Chao got on and signaled Qin Shuang to hurry up. Qin Shuang didn't say a word and immediately jumped onto Demon King's back. In a split second, Demon King vanished like a ghost, its speed so fast it only left behind an afterimage. From behind came the angry roar of the polar bear and the tragic cry of the eagle. Is that polar bear also a rank 9 origin beast? Wang Chao, despite being jolted on Demon King's back, couldn't help but ask. Definitely. Otherwise, Demon King wouldn't have taken us away. At the very least, it could have killed that eagle. That's 2 rank 9 origin beasts now. If they leave the Arctic Circle, they will pose a serious threat to our base. Wang Chao tried to stay calm and quickly reported the situation to Lin Tianrui. Demon King quickly caught up with the fleeing wolf pack. It dropped Wang Chao off to ride a wolf, while it carried Qin Shuang and went ahead. When Qin Shuang returned to the Lin family base, Lin Siyuan and Qi Yun were already waiting at the gate. Qin Shuang, how is the situation? Qin Shuang jumped off Demon King's back. The situation is not good. We encountered a rank 9 giant eagle and a rank 9 polar bear. Both are very difficult to deal with. Demon King rode on the snow-covered ground, not just 2. Besides the smell of blood, I smelled at least 4 different scents. What? 4? Demon King, are you sure? Demon King pointed at a giant wolf's head. The 3 of them looked extremely grave and quickly went into the base to report the situation to Lin Rongshuan, Lin Mingjin, Qi Qiyue, and the others. How could so many rank 9 origin beasts appear? Everyone in the room had an ugly expression. We previously guessed that a highly intelligent origin beast might have appeared in the Arctic Circle, gathering the cold-resistant origin beasts living there. After these origin beasts evolved, their intelligence would be no less than humans. I never underestimated them, but I didn't expect to have underestimated them this much. What do we do now? Demon King said there are no other creatures left in the Arctic Circle. Those rank 9 origin beasts will definitely come out. With so many of us, we'll clash with them sooner or later. At this moment, Demon King arrived. It used muddy water to write on the ground. Among those 4 scents, I smelled a familiar one. Do you guys remember the raccoon that appeared on the primordial pillar island in the previous life? When Demon King said this, most people didn't pay much attention, but Qin Shuang was different. She had fully awakened her memories of the apocalyptic past life. Demon King, you mean the raccoon with the goatee that appeared with the Titan python? Qin Shuang clearly remembered the raccoon. Last time at the primordial pillar island, when they encountered the Titan python, if it weren't for the raccoon's appearance, the Titan python would have been wiped out. Qin Shuang clearly remembered the raccoon could even speak human language. This left a deep impression on her. Yes, that's the one. I smelled its scent. It's probably the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. That guy is very cunning, Demon King wrote quickly. If it was it, then the appearance of 4 rank 9s wasn't surprising. Seeing everyone looking bewildered, Qin Shuang recounted everything she knew about the raccoon. Is this possible? After going through the reversal of the universe, origin beasts also retained their memories of the previous apocalypse? Lin Rongshuan proposed a bold hypothesis. It's possible, but discussing this now is useless. The key is how to deal with the immediate crisis. Should we summon Lin Shi back? Lin Mingjin calmly analyzed the situation. If Lin Shi returned, they would have 2 rank 9s. Moreover, Lin Shi's combat power was absolutely not just one-on-one. But facing 4 rank 9s, everyone wasn't sure about Lin Shi. If Lin Shi were in danger, no one wanted to see that. Lin Siyuan spoke up strongly. I'm strong now. I can protect everyone. Lin Rongshuan chuckled, his eyes shining with joy. He gently patted Lin Siyuan's head and said tenderly, "How could we let you, Siyuan, such a small child, stand in front of us old folks? Don't worry, we still have many tricks up our sleeves. When the time comes, let us old folks stretch our bones and teach those origin beasts a lesson." Right, this requires everyone's strength. Qi Chuyue agreed and made another suggestion. The government base probably has a way to deal with this too. After all, they have strong capabilities and resources. I remember before this apocalypse arrived, the government base let Lin Shi keep quite a lot of weapons and ammunition. If we're really in danger, those weapons and ammunition can be put to use. As for Lin Shi's situation, we already notified him last time, but he still hasn't returned. This shows that the situation on his side is probably not good. Therefore, before these 4 origin beasts actually appear near the base, we don't need to urge Lin Shi to return immediately to avoid causing him unnecessary trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement with Qi Chuyue. It's just 4 origin beasts. As long as we coordinate well, even without Lin Shi's support, it's not like we can't fight a battle. Qi Chuyue immediately contacted Lin Tianrui and led people to the government base to hold an emergency meeting to discuss strategies against the rank 9 origin beasts. In just one day, both the Lin family base and the government base were boiling like hot water. In the North Pole, after the 4 rank 9 origin beasts wiped out all visible creatures, they began moving south. The first victim of these 4 origin beasts was the Xiong country base. The Xiong country base had received the notification from the Xia country government base. The appearance of the 4 rank 9 origin beasts had been predicted. Therefore, when the surveillance radar detected the giant eagle, the leaders of the Xiong country base knew it was a rank 9 origin beast. Not good. The faces of the Xiong country base leaders changed color. That giant eagle was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had flown above the Xiong country base. Quick! Activate all defense systems. Fire the anti-air missiles. The order from the Xiong country base leadership was immediately issued. Alarms blared throughout the base, and everyone worked frantically. Due to the good relationship between the Xiong country base and the Xia country government, before the apocalypse broke out, this place still stored quite a lot of weapons and ammunition. Even though they didn't know if these weapons were still usable, the Xiong country base still had to use them to fight back. The giant eagle dove straight toward the Xiong country base. Its wings, over 10 meters long, flapped forcefully, creating a powerful air current that blew away many external structures. Immediately after, it bared its sharp claws and swiped fiercely at the base's buildings. The Xiong country base's defense system quickly reacted. Various weapons fired simultaneously, sending a rain of bullets and artillery fire toward the giant eagle. But these bullets and artillery shells only created sparks on the giant eagle's steel-like skin. When the smoke cleared, not even a single feather had fallen off. Even Demon King found it hard to break through this skin. Its hardness was astonishing. An eagle's cry rang out, and the other 3 rank 9 origin beasts also appeared near the Xiong country base. The giant polar bear, massive as a mountain, swung its sharp claws, easily tearing apart the base's defense line. Another ferocious snow leopard roared and charged into the base, defying gravity, rushing straight inside. Only the raccoon stood upright, hands clasped behind its back, leisurely observing the one-sided slaughter outside. The entire Xiong country base fell into chaos. People fled in all directions, trying to evade the origin beast's attacks. Fierce flames and deafening explosions echoed everywhere in the base. The leaders of the Xiong country base yelled out commands to the resistance forces while urgently contacting the nearby Xia country base for help. They had heard Xia country talk about the terror of rank 9 origin beasts, but they didn't expect it to be this horrifying. Initially, they thought they could put up a fight, but now, they couldn't even manage to defend. The sudden appearance of the rank 9 origin beasts made the Xiong country leaders realize that even if Xia country sent support, it would be hard to arrive in time, unless they used large-scale destructive weapons with massive power. But, without satellite positioning, if they let Xia country use large-scale destructive weapons, when the time came, who knew who would die more, them or the origin beasts? Just as the Xiong country leaders were in despair, Lin Tianrui's rough voice rang out from the walkie-talkie, like a thunderclap in a clear sky. All survivors of Xiong country, I have bad news for you. Evacuate the base immediately. In 10 minutes, Xia country's armor-piercing strike will be launched, sparing no one. Xia country is here? What? 10 minutes? Are they planning to blow us up or the origin beasts? Who cares? Retreat first. At the border between Xia country and Xiong country, Qi Yun was riding a clouded leopard with a long-armed ape beside him, approaching the Xiong country base. Stop! At Qi Yun's shout, the clouded leopard braked suddenly, almost throwing Qi Yun off. Little brat, did you do that on purpose? Qi Yun jumped off the clouded leopard, then took out his walkie-talkie and said, hello? I'm here. Have the people over there evacuated yet? After receiving a response, Qi Yun leisurely took out a large launcher from his storage space, containing the armor-piercing shells he brought from the government base. He assembled it, checked it, and aimed. Then he pressed the fire button. As soon as the fire button was pressed, the launcher started to operate. Just as Qi Yun covered his ears waiting for the launch, the machine let out a grinding noise. Qi Yun went over to check. A moment later, the launcher had frozen solid due to the severe cold. I told you, this thing isn't always reliable. Qi Yun annoyedly flipped the launcher over and took the shell out from inside. Then, he thought for a moment, and a giant slingshot appeared. After setting up the giant slingshot, Qi Yun had the long-armed ape lift the shell. He borrowed the clouded leopard's strength to pull back the giant slingshot together. Heave-ho! This is a slingshot made from rank 7 cowhide and rank 8 tiger sinew. This is way easier to use than a launcher. I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, and we let go together. 3, 2, 1, let go. A second later, the giant armor-piercing shell shot out at extreme speed toward the Xiong country base. At this time, the survivors in the Xiong country base were running out frantically like headless flies. Inside the base, the rank 9 snow leopard and the rank 9 polar bear were wreaking havoc. They ruthlessly slaughtered those who couldn't escape in time. Fear enveloped the entire base. The Xiong country leader had already run out of the base, his face as pale as a sheet. He stared wide-eyed at the giant shell in the sky, his heart filled with doubt and terror. Where was this shell fired from? Could Xia country's launchers still be used? Could this kind of shell still explode? Wasn't it a dud? In this apocalyptic era, humanity faced unprecedented challenges. Technology had hit a dead end, and many weapons and ammunition had lost their effectiveness for various reasons, unable to be used normally. This made them doubt anything that seemed impossible. In the sky, the rank 9 eagle also saw the shell flying over from afar. Not sensing any danger, it flew straight toward it, intending to grab it with its claws. But just as it flew next to the shell, boom! A massive lightning bolt suddenly struck down, causing the eagle to stagger. The shell flew right under its claws and fell into the base, next to the snow leopard. The snow leopard only glanced at the chunk of iron, showing no reaction, and continued eating the human under its claws. Conversely, the eagle, having just been struck by lightning, swooped down toward the shell, using its eyes to observe the thing under its feet. As for the lightning bolt just now, it was very fast, but still not enough to injure a rank 9 origin beast. Finding the thing under its claws harmless, the eagle spread its wings and flew up, wanting to see where this thing came from. But just as it flew up, a lightning bolt even larger than before struck down, hitting the shell with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, fierce flames shot up into the sky. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The ground shook violently. The entire base was engulfed by a massive mushroom cloud. Dust and smoke billowed over the surrounding mountain ranges, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Chi-yun only briefly admired his masterpiece, then put his things away and jumped onto the clouded leopard's back. You still have to rely on me to get this mission done, huh? The clouded leopard carried Chi-yun and the long-armed ape, quickly leaving before the shockwave arrived. All that was left were the Xiong country survivors devastated by the shockwave and the angry roars of the rank 9 origin beasts. The situation is like this. It's not very optimistic. If we hadn't gone to support them, the Xiong country base would have been leveled by those 4 rank 9 origin beasts. Fortunately, we intervened in time, so there are still some survivors. The bad news is, those 4 origin beasts are heading toward us. But there's also good news. Our armor-piercing shells were highly effective. The rank 9 snow leopard was severely injured. Currently, there are few origin beasts in our country, so it needs time to recover from its injuries. In the government base, Lin Tianrui was seriously reporting the current situation to everyone in the meeting room. The meeting room was completely silent. Everyone was thinking of ways to deal with this crisis. Immediately, a base officer suggested, "Commander, the armor-piercing shells are highly effective. Why don't we use that method to attack them again? At the very least, we can kill the rank 9 snow leopard. That way, the pressure on us and the Lin family base will be greatly reduced. If we don't take the initiative to attack and wait for the origin beasts to come here, we'll be put in a passive position." "I disagree," someone quite knowledgeable about origin beasts retorted. "Rank 9 origin beasts are very intelligent. They absolutely won't fall for the same trick twice. Whether it's a launcher or Chi-yun's custom-made slingshot, the attack and explosion speed aren't fast enough. If those 4 origin beasts are on guard, they will easily dodge it. But if we wait for the rank 9 snow leopard to recover, wouldn't our efforts be wasted? This attack has made the origin beasts vigilant. If we attack again, they will be on guard. Moreover, our supply of armor-piercing shells is limited, so we must use them carefully. We can observe their movement trajectory and see if there's a suitable opportunity. On the other hand, we can also consider cooperating with other bases to jointly fight against these origin beasts. After all, unity is strength." Everyone discussed various plans, trying to find the best solution. For a long time, the meeting room was noisy with debate. Suddenly, someone said, "If only Lin Shi were here." "Commander, where did Lin Shi go? And Commander Xia too. We haven't seen them for a long time." Lin Shi had powerful abilities, which many people had witnessed with their own eyes. But for over a year now, they hadn't heard any news about Lin Shi. Many people were suspicious about Lin Shi's whereabouts. Previously, when Lin Shi and Xia Chun left, because they didn't know how long they would be gone, the base adhered to the principle of keeping it a secret for as long as possible, so they didn't release the information to the public. At this moment, to let everyone understand the situation clearly, Lin Tianrui revealed Lin Shi's whereabouts. Lin Shi and Xia Chun went to the Sanlian continent for the peace of Blue Star. The threat from the Sanlian continent cannot be underestimated. Their goal is to seal the spatial passage between the Sanlian continent and Blue Star, extinguishing the danger at its source. Ah, so that's how it is. How great. After praising Lin Shi and Xia Chun's actions, everyone returned to the main topic. "Commander, if armor-piercing shells won't work, can we try using earth-penetrating bombs?" Someone suggested. "The frozen ground underground will affect the use of earth-penetrating explosives. But we don't necessarily have to use machinery. We can totally use origin beasts that are good at digging to replace excavators." Another person followed up. "But origin beasts have sharp senses. How could any movement underground be hidden from them?" Someone raised a doubt. "There's another way. We can set a trap underground beforehand, plant armor-piercing explosives at the target location, and detonate them when the 4 origin beasts pass by." Another person brought up a new idea. "That could work, but how do we get those 4 giant origin beasts to stop right on top of our trap?" "We can use the origin beasts raised in the base as bait. But how do we detonate the armor-piercing explosives underground? Is there anyone in the base who specializes in fire-type abilities and is at the Tier 6 evolution level? As long as they can channel their fire underground, they can trigger the explosives. But wouldn't the person doing this be on a suicide mission? What Tier 6 evolver would be willing to sacrifice themselves like that? We have a plan. Now we just need someone willing to die for it." "I'll do it." That person was Chun Xiang, the former captain of the Special Forces and one of Lin Tianrui's most trusted aides. Chen Xiang possessed a Tier 6 fire control ability, making him the most suitable candidate for this mission. But to deal with the impending crisis, sacrifices had to be made. After the meeting ended, Lin Tianrui and Wang Chao called Chen Xiang into the office. Seeing their solemn expressions, Chen Xiang let out a laugh. Chief, Deputy Chief, trading a Tier 6 for a Tier 9 is a massive profit. If you were in my shoes, I bet you'd be even more decisive in taking this mission. Chen Xiang, have you really thought this through? I have. My family has been well settled by the base. Even without me, my younger brother can still take care of them. In this life, I am deeply grateful to the base and Officer Lin for their dedication to ordinary people like us. In recent years, whenever Chen Xiang woke up in the middle of the night, he always dreamed of losing everything, his loved ones, and struggling alone in the base. This life is unlike the previous one. Countless civilians of the Xian nation died back then. In this life, Chen Xiang's parents were safely settled before the apocalypse arrived. Because of that, he has nothing left to worry about. Wang Chao came over and patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. He didn't say a word, but the emotion in his eyes said it all. Whether in the past life or this one, they are comrades in arms fighting side by side. Officer Lin Shi and the leaders of Xia did this so humanity could find hope in another world. Chen Xiang was just doing what he had to do. It was nothing. Under the current circumstances, sacrificing one brother in exchange for the survival of all humanity is the smallest price to pay. Lin Tianrui and the others understood this too. If they had greater strength, they could face the 4 rank 9 origin beasts head-on. But they don't. They can only use a smaller sacrifice to buy safety for all of humanity. All right, go spend these next few days with your family. When we need you, I'll send someone to notify you. Chen Xiang nodded, then quickly left. After Chen Xiang left, Lin Tianrui sighed, his eyes flashing with worry and helplessness. He turned to Wang Chao and said slowly, "If only Lin Shi were here." Yeah, with Lin Shi's abilities. The two looked at each other, both understanding what the other meant. Lin Shi's strength and potential. If he were still alive, maybe he could have helped them more. But Lin Shi isn't here, and they have to face the immediate crisis. Right now, our only hope is to rely on the Demon King's strength, Lin Tianrui sighed. Humanity is in grave danger, and they are forced to borrow the power of another origin beast. This makes them feel incredibly heavy-hearted and powerless. Humanity truly needs a top-tier powerhouse. The bases began monitoring the movements of the 4 rank 9 origin beasts. Initially, the 4 beasts had entered the territory of the Xian nation. However, after realizing there weren't enough beast and human materials for the rank 9 snow leopard to heal its injuries, they suddenly changed direction and headed west. The Xia government immediately announced that the 4 beast kings were approaching the bases, ordering everyone to evacuate and take shelter. But the 4 beast kings moved too fast. The bases simply didn't have time to evacuate. Moreover, it was a freezing winter all over the world. The extreme temperatures, combined with the appearance of the origin beasts, left low-level evolvers and ordinary people with no chance of survival. Only death awaited them. A white blur flashed by, and the sharp claws of the snow leopard pierced deep into the body of the man in front of it. The middle-aged man only had time to let out a tragic scream before being tossed into the air by the snow leopard and caught in its bloody maw. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chewing and swallowing was masked by the wind in the blood-soaked base. The snow leopard opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The deep wounds on its body also began to heal rapidly. In the sky, a massive dark shadow appeared. It was a rank 9 giant eagle descending from the high heavens. The giant eagle dropped a human corpse in front of the snow leopard. The body hit the ground, smashing hard into the snow, completely deformed. The snow leopard remained indifferent, continuing to eat human corpses to quickly heal its wounds. The polar bear was still ravaging this base, while the raccoon was nowhere to be seen. As the snow leopard ate, it vigilantly observed its surroundings. This was a habit it formed after being injured by a bomb. Even with its companion keeping watch in the sky, it didn't dare let its guard down. Its eyes darted around constantly, extremely cunning. The explosions in the base made the ground tremble slightly. After observing its surroundings and finding nothing unusual, the snow leopard lowered its head again to enjoy its meal. It remained focused on the ground and the meat in front of it, completely unaware that behind it, a patch of snowy ground suddenly caved in. Just as the snow leopard raised its head to swallow another piece of meat, its hind legs suddenly lost their footing. A large purple hand grabbed the snow leopard's hind leg. The snow leopard roared, feeling something dragging it down. Behind it, a large expanse of snowy ground suddenly collapsed. The snow leopard lost its balance and plummeted straight into the pit. In the sky, the giant eagle noticed the anomaly, let out a sharp cry, and swooped down. The polar bear in the base heard the warning cry, immediately stopped its destruction, and ran toward the snow leopard. But how could their speed match the Demon King and the long-armed ape hiding in the pit? The Demon King, having waited in ambush after digging the tunnel with the long-armed ape for so long, was ready. It opened its wide mouth and bit straight into the neck of the rank 9 snow leopard. With the long-armed ape's support, the Demon King accurately clamped down on the snow leopard's neck. The snow leopard was already heavily injured, and its evolutionary path leaned towards speed rather than defense. So, being heavily injured and suddenly ambushed, half its neck was bitten off by the Demon King. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. The snow leopard still tried to struggle, but the long-armed ape beside it landed a few more heavy blows, pinning it down tightly. The Demon King continued to tear at it, and this time, the snow leopard died on the spot. At the same time, the giant eagle arrived above the pit. Seeing the snow leopard's corpse on the ground, its eyes flashed with fury. But before it could act, the Demon King leaped out of the pit, charging straight at the giant eagle. Screech! The giant eagle let out a sharp cry, flapping its powerful wings, wanting to avoid that familiar white shadow. However, the Demon King's evolutionary path was speed. It was incredibly fast. Having failed to kill this giant eagle last time, the Demon King had spent all day sharpening its claws, feeling they still weren't sharp enough. So it had Qin Shuang go to the government base's Scientific Research Institute to use the rank 9 origin beast materials Lin Shi left behind to forge a set of origin energy claws. The claws were incredibly sharp, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. This time, the Demon King's claws easily hooked into the giant eagle's tough feathers, piercing deep into its body. The giant eagle cried out in pain, trying to throw the Demon King off, flapping its wings and carrying the Demon King up into the sky. Fresh blood dripped from the giant eagle's body, but it still struggled to flap its wings, while the Demon King clung tightly to its back, refusing to let go. The two mid-air combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. On the ground, the polar bear roared in fury, frantically swiping at the pit the long-armed ape and the Demon King had just dug. By now, the pit where the snow leopard had been bitten to death was nothing but a deep, empty hole. This pit was big enough for the long-armed ape and the Demon King to slip into, but for the polar bear, a massive origin beast, it was absolutely impossible to squeeze through. It could only rely on its sharp sense of smell to sense that the long-armed ape was dragging the snow leopard's corpse deeper underground, leading to who knows where. Finally, the pit collapsed under the polar bear's frantic digging, to the point where it could no longer smell even a trace of its companion. The polar bear on the surface flew into a rage, constantly smashing its paws into the ground to vent its anger. But no matter what it did, it couldn't retrieve the snow leopard's corpse, nor could it stop the battle between the Demon King and the giant eagle in the sky. And right now, a rank 9 grand battle was unfolding in the heavens. Under the Demon King's relentless attacks, fresh blood and feathers constantly rained down. The Demon King used its sharp claws to cling tightly to the giant eagle, leaving it covered in blood. The giant eagle flew at top speed with the Demon King in tow, doing 360-degree barrel rolls, trying to throw the Demon King to its death. But the Demon King had specifically forged these new claws just to kill this bird. How could it let go so easily? As time passed, the giant eagle finally couldn't withstand the Demon King's attacks and lowered its altitude, flying toward the polar bear. It intended to use its companion to catch the Demon King. Very smart, but the Demon King wasn't stupid enough to fight 2-on-1. How could the Demon King not know the consequences of being carried into the sky? In truth, it was already prepared. The moment the giant eagle lowered its altitude, the Demon King unhesitatingly released its claws from the giant eagle's body. The Demon King plummeted, free-falling at high speed. Seeing this, the giant eagle had no intention of acting as a cushion to save it. It just watched it fall. When the Demon King was over 1,000 meters from the ground, countless layers of ice stalactites suddenly appeared beneath its feet. The Demon King shattered over a dozen ice stalactites, slowing its descent, but continued to plummet. However, as the number of ice stalactites increased, the Demon King finally landed safely on the ground. Immediately, it dashed toward the Xia Nation. The giant eagle was too heavily injured to give chase, and the polar bear couldn't possibly match the Demon King's speed. They could only watch helplessly as it disappeared into the distance. Objective complete, and it even injured the giant eagle. The Demon King smiled smugly. Whoa. Crunch. Before this, the Demon King had carefully planned with the long-armed ape and Gigi when going to finish off the snow leopard. They used the underground tunnel to approach the snow leopard. After unexpectedly killing it, the long-armed ape took the corpse away. Meanwhile, the Demon King stayed on the surface to draw the attention of the other beast kings. Gigi was in charge of support and navigation throughout the journey. The plan was devised by the Demon King, and it was also the most dangerous part for itself. As for the escape plan, the Demon King only needed to injure the giant eagle and land safely, and those origin beasts wouldn't be able to catch up. But this wasn't absolute. If any of the 4 beast kings were good at digging, the long-armed ape and Gigi would be in danger. The Demon King had considered this. The giant eagle and the polar bear definitely couldn't dig. The snow leopard was dead, eliminating that threat. As for the raccoon, from their brief encounter in the previous life, the Demon King analyzed that the raccoon was stronger in mental power. Therefore, the Demon King waited at the designated rendezvous point with the long-armed ape. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the long-armed ape and Gigi were trapped in an underground pit. Where do you think you're going? The rank 9 raccoon dropped from the dirt ceiling, standing in front of the long-armed ape and Gigi, speaking in a hoarse voice. Gigi was terrified, hiding behind the long-armed ape, squeaking in panic. Didn't the boss say none of them knew how to dig? What is this? We're doomed. The long-armed ape was still holding the snow leopard's corpse and had to dig through the dirt with Gigi, so they hadn't gotten far. They were still more than halfway from the rendezvous point with the Demon King. The long-armed ape blocked the raccoon's gaze, signaling Gigi to run first. Gigi understood the urgency. Only by warning the Demon King could they survive. Covered by the long-armed ape, it didn't hesitate to dig into the dirt and burrow down. But the raccoon lunged down with even greater speed. Just a few seconds later, it caught the struggling Gigi and appeared right in front of the long-armed ape. You stupid mutts, betraying the beast race. Go to hell. Crunch. Amidst the long-armed ape's furious roar and Gigi's terrified squeaks, the raccoon crushed Gigi's little head in its hand. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The long-armed ape stood not far away. The raccoon tossed Gigi's corpse to the long-armed ape like a piece of trash. The long-armed ape looked at the little creature that had just been guiding it through the tunnel, now reduced to a corpse. Its pitch-black eyes instantly turned bloodshot. It let out a roar and charged at the raccoon. The Demon King had been waiting at the rendezvous point for a long time, waiting so long it almost dozed off, before suddenly realizing that something might have happened to the long-armed ape and Gigi. Just as the Demon King was about to go back and check, the ground not far away suddenly shifted. Sensing something was about to break through the surface, the Demon King hurriedly ran over. Woo? But a second later, the Demon King's sharp sense of smell detected something wrong. It smelled fresh blood, and an unfamiliar scent that didn't belong to the long-armed ape or the snow leopard. The Demon King quickly backed up a few steps. A scruffy bearded raccoon crawled out of the hole. Seeing the Demon King, it flashed a mocking smile. Seeing me, are you very disappointed? The Demon King let out a threatening growl. Are you asking where the long-armed ape and that hamster are? Dead, of course. Did you think I didn't know how to dig? As a rank 9 origin beast, as long as I want to learn, why would you think I couldn't? You killed an important companion of mine, and I killed 2 of your useless subordinates. Let's call it even. How about it? As a beast king, you should join us. not help those environmental destroyers who slaughter beasts and humans alike. The raccoon kept rambling on. But when the Demon King heard that Erling Yuan and Gigi were dead, it lost control. The Demon King roared in fury, charging straight at the raccoon. Hold on, I'm not done talking. You understand human speech, right? Let's have a proper chat. The raccoon spoke more and more fluently, its tone somewhat mocking. Seeing the Demon King attack, it didn't dodge at all. The killing intent radiating from the Demon King had never been so intense. It wanted to tear the raccoon to pieces to avenge Erling Yuan and Gigi. But when the Demon King lunged forward, it only hit a phantom. Are you looking for me? From behind, an intense sense of danger struck. The Demon King's fur stood on end. It spun around fiercely, seeing that the raccoon had appeared behind it at some point. The Demon King quickly dodged the raccoon's sharp claws and lunged again. Still just a phantom. You can't kill me. The raccoon's voice echoed to the Demon King's left. The Demon King's eyes were bloodshot. It summoned a sky full of ice stalactites, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Each ice stalactite radiated a cold light, as if wanting to freeze the entire space. The ice stalactites rained down like hail, carrying a sharp chill, howling through the air and emitting a piercing sound. Finally, under this ferocious assault, the raccoon revealed its true form. But just as the Demon King charged, the raccoon vanished again. I told you, you can't kill me. You can't even find my location. Stop wasting your energy. It seems me killing your two subordinates made you very angry. I can apologize. Can we have a proper chat now? The Demon King's only answer to the raccoon was even more ferocious attacks. Realizing that no matter how it attacked, the raccoon skillfully dodged it all. The Demon King stopped. It understood clearly that if it continued fighting, it would likely fall into a disadvantage. Recalling how Lin Shi dealt with enemies, the Demon King calmed down. Currently, the situation was a stalemate. It absolutely couldn't hit the raccoon. And for some reason, the raccoon couldn't attack it either. Then forget it. No need to waste time here. Talk. It absolutely didn't want to say a word to the one who murdered its companions. The Demon King gave the raccoon one last look full of killing intent, then turned and walked away. The raccoon stood there, watching the Demon King leave, a look of regret flashing in its pitch-black eyes. Not long after, the resonant cry of an eagle echoed in the sky. When the Demon King returned to the Lin family base, even the gate guards noticed something was wrong with it. Lord Demon King, what happened? Seeing the Demon King return without anyone by its side, the guards hurriedly reported to Qin Shuang and the others. The Demon King returned to Lin Shi's courtyard and walked to the secret chamber containing Lin Shi's body. Xiao Bai and the clouded leopard at the chamber door saw the Demon King return and hurriedly approached to ask about the mission. But as soon as they felt the Demon King's aura, the two beasts exchanged a glance and quietly backed away. Waiting until there was no one around the secret chamber, the Demon King pressed close to the door, tears streaming down. Oh woo. Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Erling Yuan and Gigi. Master. Oh woo. I miss you so much, Master. Yes. Qin Shuang, Qi Yun, and the others immediately rushed over to find the Demon King. Oh woo. Hearing the Demon King's heartbreaking cries echoing from near the secret chamber, everyone stopped in their tracks. Finally, everyone looked at Qin Shuang. With Lin Shi not here, Qin Shuang was the one who had the best relationship with Lin Shi's origin beasts. Normally, Qin Shuang was also the one who took care of the Demon King's meals the most. Qin Shuang nodded to the group. I'll go in. You guys head back first. When Qin Shuang entered, the secret chamber door was already soaked with the Demon King's tears. The Demon King sobbed, utterly heartbroken. Qin Shuang gently approached the Demon King, stroked its fur, and asked softly, Demon King, what happened? The Demon King trembled as it cried. It turned its head to look at Qin Shuang, its eyes filled with nothing but self-blame and sorrow. Qin Shuang's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the long-armed ape and Gigi? The Demon King nodded. Oh woo. It's all my fault for not protecting them well. How could this happen? Seeing the Demon King's expression, Qin Shuang covered her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes immediately turned red. Besides Lin Shi, the Demon King, the long-armed ape, and the clouded leopard were its closest friends. Qin Shuang knew the bond between them. Unlike the others who had just recovered their memories, the Demon King and its friends had gone through 2 apocalypses together. Their bond was deeper than blood. After a long time, Qin Shuang suppressed the pain and self-blame in her heart and said, "Demon King, you did your best. It's our fault. We are too weak, which is why we made you take risks for us." Oh woo. The Demon King lay on its stomach, resting its head between its front paws, its body trembling uncontrollably. It took a long time for it to gradually stabilize. Qin Shuang knew that whatever she said right now was useless, unless Lin Shi could return. With red eyes, she left the secret chamber and returned to the courtyard. Seeing Qin Shuang come out, Lin Siyuan hurriedly asked, "Sister, how is it? How is the Demon King?" Qin Shuang lowered her head and said with difficulty, "It's the long-armed ape and Gigi. Something happened to them." "What? How could that be?" Lin Siyuan cried out. This time, the Demon King, the long-armed ape, and Gigi set out on a commission from the base. The goal was to weaken the 4 Beast Kings and take the opportunity to kill the heavily injured Rank 9 Snow Leopard. Then, they were to bring the Snow Leopard's corpse back to create another Rank 9 powerhouse. If things continued like this, they would have more confidence in fighting the Origin Beasts. Currently, the Demon King was the only one in the human faction to reach Rank 9, so this mission could only be entrusted to it. The risks were naturally very high. 1 against 4, there was no hope in a direct confrontation. The Demon King had proactively proposed the plan. After discussion, everyone felt its plan was solid enough to let it go. Moreover, the danger was mainly focused on the Demon King. The long-armed ape and Gigi were both good at digging. Their mission was only to take the Snow Leopard's corpse and escape. In theory, it wasn't too dangerous. But now, only the Demon King returned. Something happening to the long-armed ape and Gigi proved that the plan encountered unforeseen variables. Lin Siyuan sobbed, "Sister, the long-armed ape and Gigi will definitely come back, right? They were just captured, right?" He had practically grown up with the Demon King and the other Origin Beasts. The others felt just like Qin Shuang, both heartbroken and guilty. They had all spent quite a bit of time with the long-armed ape and Gigi. Gigi was obedient and clever. Almost everyone loved it. "Damn it, how are we going to report this to cousin? I said I should have been the one to go," he said. Lin Mingjun replied, "If you went and something happened, we'd have an even harder time reporting it. This is heartbreaking, but since we decided to hunt the Snow Leopard, it was unavoidable. We can only say we underestimated those Rank 9 Origin Beasts." Lin Rongshuan sighed. "We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. The Demon King probably needs time to recover right now. From now on, we shouldn't waste any more energy on the Origin Beast Legion. If a war breaks out between humanity and the Origin Beasts, let humanity fend for itself." Everyone bowed their heads in agreement. Qi Yun said in a deep voice, "All right," then turned to contact the base and report the situation. Hearing the news, the base fell silent for a moment. Failing to bring back the Rank 9 Snow Leopard's corpse this time meant their plan had basically failed. That cunning Rank 9 raccoon could use the corpse at any time to nurture another Rank 9 Beast King. Afterward, the base replied, "You've worked hard. We need time to prepare for the next step. You guys rest for now. Leave the rest to us." Far on the horizon, a massive force was approaching, causing the snow-covered ground to tremble slightly. A moment later, 2 colossal figures appeared in sight. A polar bear and a lion, exuding terrifying power, emerged together at the edge of the horizon. These 2 beasts were massive, radiating the oppressive aura of Rank 9 Origin Beasts. Behind them, hundreds of other Origin Beasts trailed along. Looking terrified, sensing the trembling ground and the mounting pressure, dozens of kilometers away, the soldiers wore grave expressions. The trained Origin Beasts beside them in the base were shivering. Their mission was to lure those Origin Beasts, especially the 2 Beast Kings, to a designated location and stall them for a few seconds. Without them delaying, the next phase of the plan couldn't be executed. The Beast Kings could jump out of the blast radius at any moment. If that happened, all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone long-range attacks. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. Further away, Wang Chao, Qin Shuang, and Qi Yun were hiding on a hillside, observing the situation through binoculars. Sure enough, A new Beast King had appeared. Are these people going to be sacrificed? A look of reluctance flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. If those people were approached by those origin beasts, they were as good as dead. If you add the barrage of underground armor-piercing bombs about to detonate, they definitely wouldn't survive. This time, all the armor-piercing bombs in the base were buried underground to maximize their power. Besides the armor-piercing bombs containing origin energy fragments, there were also several of the most powerful pre-apocalyptic bombs. They were all buried in one place. If one detonated, the others would immediately follow. Let alone the people at the epicenter of the explosion, even they, currently over a dozen kilometers away from the blast radius, could be injured. Right now, those origin beasts were only a few hundred kilometers away from the base. If this plan failed, when the real battle began, the casualties would be even greater. Has Qin Xiang gone underground? Is there enough oxygen down there? Is his safety guaranteed before the detonation? Qin Shuang asked. He's ready. Just waiting for the Beast Kings to reach that spot. Once Qin Xiang receives our signal, he'll detonate the bombs immediately. After I give the order, we must immediately move far away from the blast radius to minimize damage from the shockwave. Wang Chao's expression was more serious than ever. Qin Shuang and Qi Yun nodded. Their position was extremely dangerous. Not only could they be injured by the explosion's shockwave, but they could also be discovered by those origin beasts. But compared to Qin Xiang, who was in direct contact with the bombs underground at the epicenter, and the soldiers using their lives to lure the Beast Kings at the center of the blast radius, this danger was nothing. Qi Yun looked up at the sky, frowned, and said, "Where's that giant eagle? Why don't I see it?" The sky was gloomy, dark clouds rolling in, as if covering the whole world in a layer of fog. Maybe it's hiding in the clouds. Everyone be careful, don't expose our tracks. Qi Yun, keep an eye on the sky. If you spot anything unusual, use your ability immediately, Wang Chao instructed sternly. No problem. Qin Shuang, watch our surroundings. The targets are approaching. Understood, Qin Shuang replied. The two Beast Kings were slowly approaching the detonation point. All three held their breath. A barrage of firepower rained down. Even though the soldiers were filled with fear, they held their ground, continuously firing at the horde of origin beasts. However, against the destructive power of the Beast Kings, the soldiers' firepower proved ineffective. The initially tamed origin beasts also felt the terrifying pressure from the rank 9 Beast Kings. They trembled, and some even tried to flee. The distance between the Beast Kings and the soldiers was closing. Fierce artillery fire rained down like a storm on the bodies of the ordinary origin beasts. Countless origin beasts fell and died. But these attacks posed no threat whatsoever to the two Beast Kings. The soldiers' assault quickly enraged the new Beast King. This rank 9 giant beast let out an ear-splitting roar and charged toward the soldiers' formation at terrifying speed. The rank 9 origin beast crashed into the soldiers, causing massive casualties in an instant. Damn it, Wang Chao cursed under his breath. But it wasn't time to strike yet. Fire. Wait. If we only kill one rank 9 Beast King, this mission is a failure. Seeing the giant beast about to slaughter all the soldiers, the polar bear still hadn't entered the blast radius. Instead, the other origin beasts swarmed in, beginning to hunt the base's tamed origin beasts. Soon, the soldiers and the origin beasts would be devoured completely. All three were burning with anxiety and couldn't wait any longer. I'll go lure it, Qi Yun said, then dashed out. Qi Yun. Wang Chao tried to stop him, but was too late. He saw Qi Yun sprint toward that position, then use his ability. A bolt of lightning exploded right in front of the polar bear. This was a provocation the polar bear couldn't tolerate. It roared and charged at Qi Yun. Seeing the polar bear nearing the blast radius, Wang Chao seized the moment, gritted his teeth, and spoke into the radio, "Detonate." Then he shouted loudly to Qi Yun. "Qi Yun, fall back." Qi Yun decisively ran back. He had run toward the blast radius just now solely to draw the polar bear's attention. A second later, boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The entire space seemed to shake violently from the blast. The powerful shockwave, even from a few kilometers away, blew Qin Shuang and Wang Chao down the hillside. As for Qi Yun, who was closer, he felt as if his insides were being torn apart and fell flat on his face. not to mention the origin beasts at the epicenter. When the steam and dust from the explosion cleared, a massive crater appeared. In the crater, the mountain-like polar bear had been blown to a bloody pulp. One hind leg was blown off, both eyes were blind, one ear was missing, and there wasn't a single intact spot on its body. Most notably, a huge hole had been blown into the polar bear's stomach. Looking closely, its internal organs were filled with bone fragments and metal shrapnel. As for the hundreds of other origin beasts in or around the blast radius, not a single one survived. Even the surrounding snow had been vaporized by the intense heat of the explosion. As for the new rank 9 giant beast, its body had been torn apart, leaving only one limb. It was scorched black by the explosion, with no intact parts, lying in the deep crater spewing blood and organs. Qin Shuang suppressed her churning blood and quickly climbed the hillside to observe the situation in the blast radius. Seeing the two beast kings on their last breath in the crater, Qin Shuang couldn't hold back her excitement and joy. "We did it! Get down!" Wang Chao yelled anxiously from behind. Qin Shuang's reaction wasn't slow. The moment she heard Wang Chao's call, she felt a sharp gust of wind sweeping in from behind, accompanied by a sense of danger that made her hair stand on end. Qin Shuang immediately dropped to the ground. But even so, against the sneak attack of a rank 9 origin beast, she was still too slow. The giant black eagle with blood-red eyes swooped down. A strong gust of wind swept past. When Wang Chao looked up, Qin Shuang was gone. "Qin Shuang," Wang Chao called out anxiously. On the other side, Qi Yun, who had been buried in the snow by the shockwave, struggled to crawl out, his mouth still full of blood. He heard Wang Chao's anxious call. Qi Yun looked up at the sky and immediately stared in shock, his jaw dropping. Qin Shuang had been snatched into the sky by the giant eagle. Its razor-sharp claws pierced right through Qin Shuang's back. The talons protruded from her stomach, blood splattering through the air. "Qin Shuang." Qi Yun didn't hesitate to use his ability. Dark clouds surged in the sky, powerful lightning flashing through them, finally converging into a massive pillar of lightning that blasted out from the clouds with terrifying power, striking the giant eagle. But this giant eagle was clearly prepared. It flapped its massive, powerful wings, its astonishing strength directly shattering the lightning bolt Qi Yun had summoned. Immediately after, the giant eagle swooped down again, its target this time being Wang Chao. Facing the ferocious giant eagle, even though Wang Chao was prepared, he had to roll away awkwardly to dodge the attack. Then he quickly drew a longbow, began gathering power, and aimed straight at the giant eagle. Dynamic vision tracking. Wang Chao used his ability. The arrow was fired, streaking toward the giant eagle like a meteor with a pale blue light. This arrow seemed to have a soul, drawing an arc in the air, precisely avoiding Qin Shuang, and piercing into the rank 9 giant eagle's wing. The giant eagle let out a furious cry that echoed through the blue sky. Both Wang Chao's bow and arrow were rank 8 origin weapons. This was an arrow that gathered all the origin power in Wang Chao's body, leaving a bloody hole in the giant eagle's wing. However, that small wound only made the giant eagle stagger slightly in the air. Then, it dropped Qin Shuang and charged at Wang Chao with even greater speed. "Qin Shuang." Qi Yun rushed down and steadily caught Qin Shuang. At this moment, Qin Shuang had a massive gaping hole caused by the giant eagle's claws, and fresh blood was pouring out. "Qin Shuang, I'll take you back for treatment immediately." Qin Shuang coughed up a large mouthful of blood and gently pushed Qi Yun away. "Don't worry about me. You need to run now." Qi Yun's eyes were red, but he still scolded affectionately. "If I leave now, how am I supposed to face my cousin and uncle? If we leave together. If we die together." Enraged by Wang Chao, the giant eagle's massive body trembled, its eyes flashing with furious flames. It bared its sharp claws, flapped its wings harder, let out a piercing screech, and swooped down to attack Wang Chao. Wang Chao turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had exhausted all his origin power. Facing this rank 9 ferocious beast, he could only rely on reflexes and prediction to dodge. This method obviously couldn't last long. Just before Wang Chao was about to be caught by the giant eagle, an earth-shattering cannon blast rang out from afar. A massive artillery shell flew toward the giant eagle at terrifying speed. The shell accurately hit the giant eagle's body, deflecting its attack and saving Wang Chao from its claws. Immediately after, a rough roar echoed from afar. "Get out of the way, you beast! Piss off!" Lin Tianrui's voice, amplified by origin power, boomed like thunder across the sky. Lin Tianrui rode an origin beast, leading a volunteer squad rushing to the scene. Beside him were Lin Rongshuan, Lin Mingjin, and Lin Siyuan. Sister. Seeing Qin Shuang heavily injured, Lin Siyuan rode Xiaobai and flew over. He jumped off Xiaobai's back and quickly began treating Qin Shuang. Hit by the artillery shell, the giant eagle only staggered slightly before spreading its wings and flapping powerfully again. Fierce winds howled, forcing everyone to plant their feet firmly in the snow just to stand steady. Right at that moment, a ferocious roar echoed from the large crater created by the explosion. Qi Yun turned to look and saw the rank 9 polar bear, which they thought was on its last breath, slowly standing up on 3 legs. It grabbed the corpse of the rank 9 giant lion next to it and began eating its flesh. Qi Yun exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Does this polar bear have regenerative abilities?" Qi Yun guessed right. The wound on the polar bear's stomach, where its organs had been exposed, was now covered by a thin membrane, preventing the organs from falling out. As it ate its companion's flesh, its wounds were also rapidly healing. It was happening right before their eyes. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no! The giant eagle is flying toward the base." The giant eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for where Lin Tianrui and the others were. Only then did everyone notice a small figure on the giant eagle's back. It was the raccoon. It was hiding on the giant eagle's back. "Commander, what do we do? Should we head back?" Lin Rongshuan and Lin Mingjin also saw this scene, but weren't too worried. "Let's deal with the problem in front of us first. The base has others guarding it. This rank 9 polar bear is enough to require everyone here to go all out. Take advantage of its injuries and kill it. Focus your attacks on the polar bear's stomach." Lin Rongshuan rolled up his sleeves. "All right, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Everyone advanced together toward the deep crater. The raccoon stood on the giant eagle's back, steering it toward the human base. It glanced at the remaining rank 7 and rank 8 humans there, a mocking look appearing on its furry face. Stupid mutts. Do they think having more people is enough to deal with a frenzied rank 9 beast king? With the rank 9 giant eagle's speed, it quickly flew into the southern province, where there were small government-affiliated facilities everywhere. Low-level flesh and blood. The raccoon didn't let the giant eagle stop, but continued flying toward the government base. Just over 10 minutes later, the giant eagle arrived above the government base. The giant eagle's appearance caused the base's alarm system to fall unusually silent. "We're here. Go down, destroy, and enjoy." This was exactly what the giant eagle was waiting to hear. It swooped down, blowing away the soldiers on the wall who were preparing to fight, grabbed 2 people, and flew back into the sky. A moment later, fresh blood rained down from above. Inside the base, various anti-aircraft weapons had been deployed, and firepower erupted fiercely. However, conventional weapons simply couldn't catch up to the giant eagle's speed. Even if they hit, against the rank 9 giant eagle's astonishing defenses, it was just a scratch. With Lin Tianrui absent, the one commanding the battle was the old commander, Lin Honglong. Seeing that the firepower wasn't causing any damage to the rank 9 giant eagle, and soldiers were dying continuously, Lin Honglong immediately ordered, "Everyone, into the shelters." The soldiers immediately retreated from their high ground and surface positions. After eating a few more people, the giant eagle saw that the others had hidden. It let out a sky-shaking roar and began destroying the structures in the base. Meanwhile, the rank 9 raccoon had jumped off the giant eagle's back, dug a tunnel underground, and headed toward the Lin family base. At this time, in the Lin family base, all the clan members were ready for battle, waiting for danger to strike. The government side opened fire. A rank 9 origin beast had appeared. The government base wasn't far from the Lin family base, and the sound of gunfire echoed over. Hearing the gunfire, everyone was extremely tense. Qi Qiuyue and Jin Wu stood in a bunker, their expressions incredibly grave. As every second and minute ticked by, The entire Lin family base was immersed in silence. Besides the howling wind, there was only the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional gulping of the Lin clan members. The surroundings were eerily quiet. It seemed all the origin beasts were attacking the government base. Under the intense pressure, someone wanted to speak, but was pulled back by the person next to them. Outside the headquarters and in the sky, there was still no movement whatsoever. In the Lin family courtyard, the Demon King opened its eyes. It sniffed the air, searching for any unusual scents. Initially, it was outside the secret chamber, but because it smelled the scent of other origin beasts and wanted to assess the base's situation, the Demon King had gone out. No matter how big the crisis outside was, its top priority was still to protect Lin Shi. The secret chamber door, made of special materials, was currently locked tight. Unless the person inside came out, anyone outside wanting to get in would have to use a key or break the door. And at this moment, inside the secret chamber, Lin Shi, who was soaking in the nutrient solution, suddenly twitched slightly. In the courtyard, the Demon King suddenly heard hurried footsteps. The courtyard door burst open, and a blood-covered Qi Yun ran in. Seeing the Demon King, Qi Yun said in a panic, "Demon King, this is bad. Qin Shuang and Lin Siyuan are heavily injured. They're holding off those origin beasts and told me to come back and tell you to go help immediately." The Demon King looked up at Qi Yun, slightly stunned, then slowly approached him. "Demon King, I'm telling the truth. If you don't go now, it'll be too late." Qi Yun was extremely anxious, but what greeted him were the Demon King's sharp claws. Swish! "How did you find me?" Qi Yun vanished, then slowly appeared not far away. It was the raccoon with the goatee. The Demon King let out a threatening growl, glaring fiercely at this despicable raccoon. "To avoid being discovered by you, I deliberately found a human, killed him, and used his blood to mask my scent." The Demon King lunged at the raccoon again. Just like before, it missed. "Stop wasting your energy. I have the ability to disrupt minds. You can't sense my mental power, and you don't even know my location. How can you attack me? How about we make a deal? Hand over Lin Shi's body to me, and I'll leave. What do you say?" Hearing that the raccoon wanted to steal Lin Shi's body again, the Demon King instantly went berserk. Countless ice stalactites froze the surroundings, covering the entire courtyard. There wasn't even room to step. But the raccoon vanished. The Demon King looked around vigilantly. The raccoon's ability completely countered the Demon King. If it were any other origin beast, whether speed type, strength type, or any other type, the Demon King could handle it. Even flying origin beasts could be shot down by the Demon King. But the Demon King's only weakness was mental power. Under the disruption of mental power, its speed, which was its greatest advantage, was completely useless. With its mental power disrupted, it couldn't pinpoint the raccoon's location, so all its attacks failed. The only good news was that the raccoon couldn't attack the Demon King either. As long as it dared to attack in close combat, the Demon King would immediately detect the anomaly and counterattack fiercely. Boom! Right at that moment, a loud explosion came from the secret chamber below. Hearing the noise, the Demon King's eyes flashed with panic and fury. Without hesitation, its body flashed, rushing toward the secret chamber like a bolt of lightning. The raccoon stood in front of the secret chamber, its sharp claws viciously swiping at the door. Its full-force strike tore several holes in the secret chamber door. The situation inside the secret chamber was partially revealed. Inside, besides some equipment, there was a cultivation cabin, and a blurry figure could be seen floating inside. The Demon King arrived in front of the secret chamber and immediately saw the destruction caused by the raccoon. The Demon King's eyes were bloodshot. It roared in fury and charged at the raccoon. But just as it was about to approach the secret chamber door, the Demon King pulled its strength back. Its body crashed into the secret chamber door with a loud bang, and then it used the momentum to strike at the raccoon. The space in the secret chamber was cramped. As long as the raccoon didn't leave, there was simply nowhere to hide. In the blink of an eye, it was hit by the Demon King. The Demon King's furious attacks were no joke. Every move contained endless killing intent and power. To protect Lin Shi, and to avenge the long-armed ape and Gigi, the Demon King's attacks were like a violent storm. The raccoon was clearly not good at physical combat, and wounds continuously appeared on its body. But because it was fighting the Demon King, the secret chamber door became more and more damaged. Clashing with the Demon King once again, the raccoon took a slap from the Demon King. Even though it was beaten bloody, it successfully shattered the secret chamber door. The scene inside the secret chamber was completely revealed. It saw Lin Shi lying in the cultivation cabin, his eyes tightly closed, without any other defenses. Sure enough, it's just a soulless shell. The raccoon let out a weird laugh and lunged toward the cultivation cabin. The Demon King rushed into the secret chamber and quickly tackled the raccoon. The space in the secret chamber wasn't large, and since the raccoon was aiming for the cultivation cabin, it was caught by the Demon King this time. The Demon King opened its wide mouth, ready to bite the raccoon. This time, the raccoon didn't dodge. It grinned at the Demon King, then tilted its head and lost consciousness. The raccoon went limp. The Demon King's fur stood on end, a sense of danger washing over it. It turned its head to look at the nutrient cabin. Inside, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Demon King, you dog. For the first time, seeing Lin Shi didn't bring joy, but fear. Lin Shi opened his mouth, realizing he was submerged in nutrient solution. After fumbling around for a moment, he found the switch and pressed it. The solution drained, the cabin opened, and Lin Shi sat up, soaking wet. A whoa. The Demon King looked as if it had seen a ghost, hurriedly backing away from Lin Shi. From the Demon King's perspective, the raccoon had tried everything to open the secret chamber, and after it opened, it suddenly died. Immediately after, Lin Shi woke up. It all looked like the raccoon had used its consciousness to possess Lin Shi's body. The Demon King was naturally terrified and horrified. Stupid dog, what are you doing? Hearing Lin Shi speak in his familiar tone, the Demon King's fur stood on end. At this moment, the Demon King even thought the raccoon had inherited Lin Shi's memories. Lin Shi frowned, shifting his gaze away from the Demon King's panicked face. He glanced at the destroyed secret chamber door, then at the motionless raccoon on the ground. Then, he took a dry towel from his storage space, wiped himself off, and put on some clothes. He then walked over to the raccoon and inspected it carefully. No consciousness. He suddenly stood up and stomped hard on the raccoon's head. One stomp wasn't enough. He stomped a few more times. It wasn't until the raccoon's head was completely unrecognizable that Lin Shi began searching the secret chamber. Finally, he stood in the corner of the secret chamber. In the corner, a faint silhouette, invisible even to ordinary evolvers, was trembling violently. Lin Shi's mental power was no longer what it used to be. Even though it was a weak consciousness entity, he could still sense it. Seeing that Lin Shi had discovered it, it trembled even more violently. I beg you, spare me. Lin Shi immediately understood what was going on. So you wanted to possess my body. How did you know I had no consciousness? And how did your consciousness entity leave your beast body? The raccoon was now filled with despair and fear. It never expected things to turn out like this. Initially, it thought that according to the guidance of another entity, Lin Shi's body had no consciousness. As long as it possessed this body, it would become the strongest entity in the world. But it never expected that after its consciousness entity left its beast body, it would discover that not only did Lin Shi's body have a consciousness, but that consciousness was terrifyingly strong, far exceeding the limits of ordinary creatures. I'll tell you. Can you let me go? The raccoon's consciousness entity asked, trembling. Of course. Lin Shi paused for a moment. A look of joy appeared on the raccoon's consciousness entity's face. Not. Lin Shi thought lightly, and the faint consciousness entity before him instantly dissipated. Actually, he had already guessed who had taught the raccoon how to possess another's body. What surprised him was that after the consciousness entity was shattered, Lin Shi noticed those fragments of consciousness energy moving toward him. Finally, they were absorbed by his consciousness entity. As a result, Lin Shi's already solid consciousness entity grew a tiny bit more. A whoa. The Demon King cried out behind Lin Shi. Are you really my master or not? Lin Shi turned around, looking coldly at the Demon King as if facing a formidable enemy. You tell me, you stupid dog. I've been gone for so long, and you're still this dumb? His mental power quickly spread out into the surroundings. After recovering his body, Lin Shi found that his mental power had increased significantly, almost covering the entire blue star. He was searching for Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao, who had returned with him. Qing Zhao, Qing Zhou, and Qin Shi were near the military base. Lin Shi saw Qing Zhao fighting a rank 9 giant eagle. The giant eagle charged into the base, destroying everything around it. But right at that moment, without warning, a spear shot out from the side like a bolt of lightning. The spear tip flashed, like a water dragon emerging from the sea, aiming straight for the giant eagle's eye. Startled by the spear, the giant eagle immediately squeezed its eyelids shut the moment the spear struck. With a clink, the spear pierced the giant eagle's eyelid, tearing open a bleeding wound. The giant eagle let out a tragic cry, hurriedly spreading its wings and flying high into the air, while scanning its surroundings to find the one who had just injured it. Finally, it spotted a figure standing on the ground amidst the ruins. Qing Zhou chuckled, hooking his finger at the giant eagle in the sky, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. The giant eagle was furious, thinking it had locked onto its target and prepared to launch a powerful attack. But right at that moment, Qing Zhao suddenly appeared behind it. Qing Zhao thrust the spear in his hand, unhesitatingly stabbing straight into the giant eagle's back. A fatal blow. The giant eagle couldn't react in time and took a painful stab, causing it to struggle frantically, wanting to throw Qing Zhao off. But Qing Zhao was very agile. He vanished in the blink of an eye, then reappeared right under the giant eagle's belly. In just a few moves, the giant eagle completely lost track of Qing Zhao, while Qing Zhao had struck it multiple times, causing quite a few injuries. Clearly, the rank 9 giant eagle was no match for Qing Zhao, who could teleport. Not only was it no match, but it was also being toyed with by Qing Zhao. At this time, in the base's command room, Lin Honglong and the others were using the external surveillance system. Witnessing this scene, they were all horrified. Who is that guy? Where did he come from to be so strong? Lin Honglong's eyes widened in disbelief. The others looked at each other, all bewildered. They didn't know either. Could it be Lin Shi? Lin Honglong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Rewind the footage just now and see if it's Lin Shi returning." Hearing this, everyone was startled. That's right. If anyone could easily defeat those giant monsters, it was very likely that Lin Shi had returned. Lin Shi was a rank 9 evolver. He could kill those giant beasts all by himself. A technician immediately operated the computer, slowing the footage down to the slowest speed. Everyone stared intently at the screen, hoping to find the answer. This guy seems to be using a spear. Doesn't Lin Shi use an axe? His build looks different too. Too fast, can't see his face clearly. What is that flashing light ability? It looks like teleportation. At the government base, Qing Zhao had taken action and basically resolved the crisis. But the situation for Lin Tianrui and Lin Rongxuan wasn't as good. Lin Shi radiated his mental power and quickly found Lin Rongxuan, Lin Tianrui, and the others in a standoff with the rank 9 polar bear. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Shi sensed the spatial energy around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the secret chamber. Whoa. Master disappeared. The Demon King was about to give chase, but seeing the raccoon's corpse in the secret chamber, it thought for a moment, picked up the corpse in its mouth, and walked out. In the massive crater created by the explosion, Lin Tianrui, Lin Mingjin, Wang Chao, Lin Xiyuan, and Qi Yun were fighting the rank 9 polar bear. The situation was hanging by a thread. The polar bear was too massive, and its defense was especially strong. The damage caused by the rank 7 fighters was almost equal to the bear's regeneration speed. This resulted in them being unable to deal any effective damage, while every attack from the polar bear, even a slight graze, was enough to severely injure them and reduce their numbers. If it weren't for Qi Yun's rank 7 lightning ability paralyzing the polar bear slightly, and Lin Rongxuan's gravity manipulation slowing it down, some of them would have already died. Everyone's origin power was heavily depleted. Everyone knew they had to end the battle quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more the rank 9 polar bear's explosion wounds healed, while their origin power dwindled. If this continued, they would all end up trapped here. Everyone attacked to draw the polar bear's attention. Damn it! How does a rank 9 creature have such strong vitality? Xiyuan. Hearing Lin Rongxuan's order, Lin Xiyuan immediately rushed toward him. He stepped on Lin Rongxuan's outstretched arm and leaped over 10 meters into the air. Immediately after, he pulled a giant crossbow from his spatial storage and fired an arrow downward. The polar bear sensed the danger from above. Enduring the pain, it forced itself to stand on one leg, intending to swat the arrow away with its paw, but the attacks from the ground had already arrived. The moment the polar bear looked up, everyone desperately attacked its unhealed stomach. They had used this method to injure the polar bear once before. This time, they decided to try again. As long as they could hit the bear's internal organs, it would definitely cause severe damage. But unexpectedly, the polar bear wasn't like before. It didn't dodge the arrow shot from above at all. Instead, after a feint, it completely ignored the threat from Lin Siyuan. It swung a massive, foul-smelling paw straight at Lin Tianrui and Lin Rongxuan. The bear's paw carried a thick, nauseating stench. The immense power crashed down, aiming right for Lin Rongxuan and Lin Tianrui. The two were putting all their strength into attacking the polar bear, but the sudden turn of events made them turn pale in an instant. Due to the momentum of their attack, they couldn't dodge in time. In that life-or-death moment, Lin Rongxuan didn't hesitate. He channeled all his origin power, unleashing a powerful gravity skill to push Lin Tianrui away, leaving himself alone to bear the polar bear's attack. "Uncle!" Lin Mingjin's eyes widened, tears welling up, his voice filled with despair and fury. Qi Yun hurriedly summoned lightning to stop the polar bear, but it was too late. The polar bear ignored the wounds on its body and the other attacks. In its eyes, there was only Lin Rongxuan, the one who kept breaking its offensive with gravity skills. It opened its wide, blood-red mouth, revealing sharp teeth. A sinister smile appeared on the ferocious bear's face. The powerful paw slammed down, aiming for Lin Rongxuan. The image of Lin Rongxuan being smashed into a meat patty flashed in its mind. Knowing he couldn't escape, Lin Rongxuan curled up, protecting his head to minimize the damage, even though he knew it wouldn't do much good. How could a rank 7 human body withstand the attack of a rank 9 origin beast? Lin Rongxuan wanted to survive, wanted to see the son he was most proud of again, returning to Blue Star to reunite. The memories of his life flashed through his mind. In that life-or-death moment, Lin Rongxuan felt even more memories from his past life, even the memories of searching for Lin Shi before he died. At this moment, Lin Rongxuan's regret toward Lin Shi reached its peak. If only I could survive. I still haven't fulfilled my duty as a father. Siyuan, I was never a good father. Lin Rongxuan closed his eyes, waiting for death. But the expected pain never came. Instead, a deep, youthful voice rang out above his head. "Step aside. I'll kill it." Lin Rongxuan opened his eyes and saw the son he had always missed, Lin Shi, holding a gleaming sword, quickly stepping back and smiling at him. Now, Lin Rongxuan looked in disbelief as Lin Shi vanished, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Right at that moment, the polar bear's furious roar drew his attention. Lin Shi, wielding a brilliantly glowing sword, slashed off the massive paw that was about to crush Lin Rongxuan with lightning speed. Before this, Lin Rongxuan and Lin Tianrui had tried everything but couldn't break that tough paw. Now, Lin Shi had severed more than half of it with a single strike. After that slash, Lin Shi vanished like a ghost again, skillfully dodging the polar bear's gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the polar bear and unhesitatingly thrust his sword into its neck. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding snow red. The polar bear let out a tragic howl, trying to grab Lin Shi with its claws, but Lin Shi and the polar bear's speed were completely on different levels. Lin Shi's teleportation followed no pattern. The polar bear simply couldn't catch him. From the perspective of Lin Rongxuan, Lin Tianrui, and the others, this scene looked like a bizarre dance. Lin Shi would appear here one moment, and there the next. The polar bear was like a clumsy dancer, frantically flailing its limbs to chase him, but always falling just a bit short. The polar bear couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Shi's clothes. Yet Lin Shi continuously slashed at its body with his sword, sending fresh blood splattering all over the ground. Despite its powerful regenerative abilities, under the relentless barrage of attacks, it couldn't recover. The polar bear's eyes were filled with despair and pain. It didn't understand why it couldn't catch this tiny human. It used its last bit of strength to lunge at Lin Shi, but Lin Shi easily dodged it. Finally, the polar bear let out a tragic cry. Its body twitched a few times, and it collapsed in a pool of blood. The massive beast king fell in despair. Only then did Lin Shi stop teleporting. He hovered beside the bear's corpse and delivered the final blow, severing the polar bear's already heavily injured neck. The polar bear, which still had a breath left and intended to ambush Lin Shi and take him down with it, now had no strength left at all. As a skilled hunter, Lin Shi wouldn't give an origin beast any chance to counterattack. Phew, Lin Shi finally caught his breath. That was so intense just now, I forgot to breathe. Cousin, you're amazing. The others cheered together, surrounding Lin Shi. Lin Siyuan, in particular, was extremely excited. He jumped up and hugged Lin Shi like a koala, saying happily, "Brother, you're finally back. Dad, Sister Qin Shuang, and I missed you to death." Hey, what about me? Why didn't you mention me? Not wanting to be left out, Qi Yun hurriedly chimed in. Lin Rongshuan was incredibly moved. He carefully checked Lin Shi for injuries, worry written all over his face. "It's good that you're okay. It's good to be home." Lin Mingjin stood to the side, smiling happily, while Lin Tianrui looked toward Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang had lost too much blood, and although Lin Siyuan had stopped the bleeding, she had still fallen into a coma. "Let's head back first. We can talk when we get home," Lin Tianrui suggested. Then he turned to Lin Shi and added, "Lin Shi, store this polar bear's corpse." Lin Shi smiled bitterly. The treasure-gathering basin was still with Qing Zhou. Previously, when he was on the Tri-Union continent, he didn't have a physical body, so he couldn't use the treasure-gathering basin. Lin Shi looked at Lin Rongshuan and the others and said, "Do you guys have storage items? Gather it up. Let me do it." Lin Mingjin stepped forward, waved his hand, and stored both the polar bear and the half-eaten giant beast corpse into his spatial storage. "Let's go. We'll head back first. There's still a rank 9 giant eagle and a rank 9 raccoon at the base." Hearing that there were 2 more rank 9 origin beasts at the base, everyone hurriedly set off. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Lin Shi reassured them. "Don't worry, everything is fine over there. It hasn't been easy for you guys while I was away. Where did these rank 9 origin beasts come from? Why didn't you report the emergency to me immediately?" If he had known the situation here was so urgent, he wouldn't have waited for Qing Zhou and the others, but would have returned directly. It was precisely because he didn't receive any notification from Blue Star that Lin Shi was delayed a bit. Fortunately, he returned in time and possessed spatial abilities. Otherwise, Lin Rongshuan would have definitely died at the hands of the polar bear today, and the others would have had a hard time escaping danger. Lin Rongshuan looked a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. He only kept his life today, thanks to his son, and he didn't have the energy to speak. "Don't blame your father. We decided this after discussing it. At the time, we thought you were busy over there and couldn't just call you back casually. As a result, we underestimated how terrifying rank 9 origin beasts are," Lin Tianrui explained on Lin Rongshuan's behalf. Lin Shi understood immediately. "I don't blame you. Let's head back first." The group brought the comatose and injured Qin Shuang back. In front of the government base, in the open clearing, Qin Zhao had ended the battle. The rank 9 giant eagle lay dying in the snow, both wings broken, surrounded by blood. "Brother is so amazing." Qing Zhou stepped forward, clapping and praising Qing Zhao. Qing Zhao initially thought it was nothing special, but being praised by Qing Zhou made his face turn red. Then, with a swift thrust of his spear into the giant eagle's eye, he ended its life. His movements were incredibly decisive. Qin Shi, standing to the side, couldn't help but shiver, quietly backing away from the 2 brothers. At this moment, a few black dots appeared in the sky. Qing Zhou looked up. It was Lin Shi and the others. Lin Shi, Lin Tianrui, and the rest landed. Just then, Lin Honglong also led people out of the base. "Fantastic. The crisis has been resolved. No, there's still a Tier 9 raccoon. I've already taken care of the raccoon." Lin Shi recounted how he got past the secret chamber and defeated the raccoon. Just then, the Demon King also arrived at the government base. Seeing the Demon King carrying the raccoon's corpse in its mouth, everyone was startled. Old friends reuniting naturally led to plenty of catching up. Lin Tianrui suggested letting Lin Siyuan treat Qin Shuang at the base, offering gene medicine to help Lin Siyuan recover his origin energy. Several of them had injuries that needed tending to. By the time everyone gathered again, Lin Shi had already enjoyed a hearty meal at the base. After being treated by Lin Siyuan, Qin Shuang woke up. Lin Shi introduced Qing Zhao and Qing Zhou to everyone. Only then did Lin Honglong look at Qing Zhao. He broke into a cold sweat. So this was a Tier 9 powerhouse. His skills were indeed extraordinary. And Qin Shi, a Tier 9 powerhouse despite his short cultivation time. As for Qing Zhou, although not yet at Tier 9, with his spiritual power, reaching it was only a matter of time. Finally, Lin Shi explained Xia Chun's current situation on the Sonian continent. Qing Zhou took out the Origin Energy Collection device. In short, that's the situation. Now that we're back, we need to ensure Xia Chun's strength over there first. I'll leave the collection of Origin Energy to you, Chief Lin. Will that be a problem? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Lin Tianrui patted his chest in response. Meanwhile, Lin Honglong, He Guohuang, and the others had complex expressions. Earlier, when they saw the Origin Energy Collection device, everyone was terrified. Yet now, they were actively collecting Origin Energy. They could only say that the situation had changed too fast. Lin Shi was truly formidable. In less than 2 years, he had conquered the entire Sonian continent. If it were on the Blue Planet. No, Lin Shi simply didn't care about the position of Overlord on the Blue Planet. Otherwise, how could that position escape his grasp? Their worries were completely superfluous. Now that the crisis was over, although the base hadn't lost too many people, the facilities were severely damaged and needed repairs. The Lin family base was completely unharmed. Only the secret chamber where Lin Shi was in secluded cultivation was damaged. After delegating all the tasks regarding the Sonian continent, Lin Shi, Lin Rongshuan, and the others returned. The Lin family base was naturally overjoyed at Lin Shi's return. The first thing they did upon returning was divide the spoils of war. The 4 Tier 9 origin beasts were considered their loot. Based on merit, the raccoon, the giant eagle, and the polar bear belonged to the Lin family base. As for the Tier 9 giant lion that had been blown up, leaving only a little over half its body, it belonged to the government base. The giant eagle was actually killed by Qing Zhao, so he had the right to decide what to do with this Tier 9 origin beast. Qing Zhao wanted to give the giant eagle to Qing Zhou, who had just unlocked his Tier 5 genes, but Qing Zhou refused. I think using a Tier 9 origin beast is a bit of a waste. Even if I use low-tier origin beast meat or absorb origin energy naturally, I'll reach Tier 9 sooner or later. This was because Qing Zhou had fused with the willpower of the Blue Planet. Lin Rongshuan and the others knew Qing Zhou was the consciousness entity within the treasure bowl, and they knew his spiritual power was immense. But using ordinary origin beast meat or absorbing it naturally would definitely slow down his leveling progress. Lin Shi knew Qing Zhou was trying to curry favor, so he nodded and said, "No need to be polite. From now on, if you need low-tier origin beast meat, just ask the Lin family base. Besides, the treasure bowl is yours too. What's yours is mine, we're all family. You should keep the treasure bowl." Qing Zhou smirked. This thing was quite a hot potato for him to hold. After leaving the laboratory and fusing with a portion of the Blue Planet's will, Qing Zhou's personality was much brighter than the Qing Zhou in Lin Shi's memories. "If he tells you to keep it, just keep it," Qing Zhao said. The treasure bowl was originally created by Qing Zhou, and it was where he had lived for 10,000 years. There was nothing wrong with letting him keep it. Lin Shi didn't object. The treasure bowl wasn't as useful to him now as it used to be. He just needed another spatial container to store things, and that would be enough. Well, if Qing Zhou doesn't need the Tier 9 origin beast. Seeing Lin Shi about to divide the origin beast corpses, Qing Zhou interrupted. "Wait. Try and see if you can still absorb origin energy right now. When a cultivator reaches Tier 9, it's like a glass full of water. It can't increase anymore." But Lin Shi's case was special. The others were all stunned. They all knew from the Demon King that one couldn't level up past Tier 9. Lin Shi had also told them this before. Like the others, Lin Shi was stunned. "Can I still level up after Tier 9? What's after Tier 9? Tier 10. Now, if you can advance further, just use these origin beasts first," Qi Qiuyue said. It wasn't that he was biased toward Lin Shi, but he understood all too well how important Lin Shi was to the Lin family base. The Lin family base's current status was inseparable from Lin Shi's deterrent power. As time passed, someone from the official factions would eventually evolve to Tier 9. The same went for other factions. Therefore, if a powerhouse exceeding Tier 9 could emerge from the Lin family base, it would be of utmost importance. That's right. We didn't contribute anything anyway. You and Qing Zhao killed these 3 origin beasts. You can do whatever you want with them, Lin Rongshuan chimed in. The 2 most powerful elders in the Lin family. Aside from Lin Shi, they had all spoken up. Naturally, the others had no objections. If he really could continue absorbing origin energy, Lin Shi wouldn't hold back. He nodded and said, "I'll give it a try." He had brought back quite a few containers this time. Qing Zhao took off one of the 10 fully packed rings on his hand and handed it to Lin Shi. This container can absorb origin energy directly. Its absorption function is almost the same as the treasure bowl. Give it a try. Lin Shi took it, activated the container, and placed his hand on the corpse of the Tier 9 raccoon. A powerful suction force erupted. A massive amount of origin energy surged into his body through his hands. Feeling the fluctuation of origin energy on Lin Shi, Qing Zhou revealed a joyful expression. "Let's get out of here first. This probably won't be over anytime soon." Seeing Qing Zhou so happy about helping Lin Shi, Qing Zhao couldn't help but ask, "He's advancing. Why are you so happy?" Even when he treated Qing Zhou well before, he hadn't seen him this happy. At this moment, Qing Zhou thought to himself, "I've thought so much for Lin Shi's sake. Surely he won't hold a grudge over our past little feud, right?" After all, he hadn't forgotten Lin Shi's threat to beat him up. Qing Zhou gave a sly smile. "Of course I'm happy. Consider it repaying his favor. Now he won't beat me up for no reason." "Beat you? He dares to hit people?" Qing Zhao's voice turned stern. If Lin Shi wanted to beat up his little brother, even if Lin Shi had done them a huge favor, he couldn't just stand by. At worst, he'd take the beating for Qing Zhou. "Wait, no," Qing Zhou suddenly said. He thought of something very serious. "If he breaks through to Tier 10, doesn't that mean I won't be able to beat him for a short while?" He understood Lin Shi very well. With Lin Shi's combat power, he felt that even if he and his brother teamed up, they might not be his match. If Lin Shi was Tier 9, and he and Qing Zhao were both Tier 9, no matter how strong Lin Shi was, he couldn't beat them up too badly in a 2-on-1. But if Lin Shi broke through to Tier 10, thinking of this, Qing Zhou pulled a confused Qing Zhao and quickly walked out of the headquarters. "I'll take you all over the blue planet to play." Qing Zhou left the treasure bowl and most of the containers at the Lin family base, handing them over to Lin Rongshuan, then bid him farewell and left. Lin Rongshuan was just about to arrange accommodation for Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao, but when he turned around, the 2 had already vanished from the base. Lin Shi felt the origin energy inside him like a raging storm, boiling fiercely and constantly crashing against his body. Over time, this origin energy gradually stabilized and merged into his body. The origin energy within Lin Shi underwent a drastic transformation, doubling compared to before. Even though he hadn't broken through to the next stage yet, he could clearly feel a massive leap in his strength. This improvement wasn't just an abundance of origin energy in his body, but also an enhanced ability to control the forces of heaven and earth. Next was the corpse of the Tier 9 polar bear. After completely absorbing its origin energy, Lin Shi's strength increased again. Then came the corpse of the Tier 9 giant eagle. After devouring the origin energy of 3 Tier 9 beast kings, the amount of origin energy in Lin Shi's body was many times greater than before. He felt that his origin energy still wasn't saturated, but it was nearing its limit. This feeling was like eating a meal. He was almost full, but still lacked just a little bit. His heart was filled with a thirst to absorb more origin energy. The Demon King, out of habit, stayed by Lin Shi's side to guard him while he absorbed the origin energy. But seeing Lin Shi's thirsty gaze, it tactically retreated and ran for its life. Lin Shi held his forehead and shook his head. Since he could still absorb origin energy now, he just needed to continue hunting beasts to absorb it. He just didn't know how many origin beasts were left in the world right now. Lin Shi didn't expect that, not long after, the Demon King would return with something in its mouth. Lin Shi looked closely. Xiaoteng. The Demon King had brought Xiaotong. Ever since it was drained of its origin energy by Lin Shi last time, after several years of recuperation, Xiaotong had recovered to Tier 8. But perhaps because Lin Shi had severed its tentacles, Xiaotong had almost lost its ability to attack. It buried itself in the dirt all day like a blade of grass. This time, it must have just been dug up by the Demon King, its body still covered in mud. Few knew that Xiaotong could absorb origin energy from the earth by burying itself in the mud. Sensing Lin Shi's familiar aura, Xiaotong's sluggishly drooping vines suddenly struggled and reached out toward him, accompanied by a mental link. Master, you've finally returned. Xiaotong missed you so much. Xiaotong used its vines to hang itself onto Lin Shi, climbing up to his shoulder and rubbing against his face. Instantly, a stream of pure origin energy transferred through the vines into Lin Shi's body. It seemed to have grown accustomed to transferring origin energy to him. Before Lin Shi could say anything, Xiaotong, I don't need it this time. Lin Shi tried to refuse, but Xiaotong immediately intensified the transfer of origin energy. At the same time, a feeling of guilt was transmitted through their mental link. Does Master not need Xiaotong this time? Is Xiaotong useless? Xiaotong was like a child who hadn't seen its parents in a long time, eager to prove itself. The strands of sorrow from the mental link made Lin Shi swallow his refusal. Lin Shi comforted it. Xiaotong is very useful. I need Xiaotong very much. Thank you, Xiaotong. I don't need too much this time. Just a portion will do. MHM. In the end, Xiaotong still transferred 2/3 of its origin energy to Lin Shi before finally stopping when Lin Shi severed the link. Lin Shi carefully buried Xiaotong back in its favorite patch of soil. He had just finished cleaning up for Xiaotong when Qin Shuang came looking for him in the courtyard. Qin Shuang, why are you here? You were just injured. You should be resting well, Lin Shi said. Qin Shuang covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You've been in secluded cultivation for half a month. I heard the gatekeeper say you came out, so I came over. Lin Shi was slightly startled. Had it been that long? Absorbing origin energy made Lin Shi lose his sense of time. He thought only a day or two had passed. He didn't expect it to be so long. Lin Shi invited Qin Shuang in. He took a tea set from the cabinet and poured her a cup of fine tea. How is your injury recovering? Qin Shuang took the teacup, her hand trembling slightly. I'm fine now. Siyuan is very skilled. My injuries have completely healed, and I even took the opportunity to break through to Tier 8. Her advancement was closely tied to and inseparable from Lin Siyuan's abilities. Lin Siyuan's healing ability consumed a lot of origin energy. Aside from helping Qin Shuang recover from her injuries, a portion of this origin energy was also absorbed by her. Coupled with the fact that Qin Shuang's spiritual power had already reached Tier 8, unlocking her Tier 8 genes became easy. So, what did you come to see me for? Lin Shi took a sip of tea and asked directly. If there was nothing else, he planned to go out for a trip. It had been over half a month, and he didn't know how Xia Chun was doing. Hearing this, Qin Shuang suddenly lowered her head, her hand gripping the teacup tightly. I heard you still need origin energy. Yeah, who did you hear that from? Lin Shi was puzzled. He didn't seem to have interacted with anyone after finishing his absorption. Qin Shuang glanced at the dog poking its head in from the courtyard and said, The Demon King said it. What had Lin Shi done to make the Demon King feel he lacked origin energy? First digging up Xiaotong, then finding Qin Shuang. The dog in the courtyard poked its head out to look at the Demon King. Seeing the gatekeeper looking at it with a questioning gaze, it wrote in the snow, You guys don't know how scary Master's eyes are when he lacks origin energy. He looked like he wanted to eat me. Facing Qin Shuang's question, Lin Shi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I feel like I can still absorb a bit more origin energy. How many origin beast corpses are left in the base right now? Previously, to prepare for the battle against the Tier 9 origin beasts, the base used up all the usable origin beast corpses. It'll be hard to find many origin beast corpses in the short term right now. So, it's fine, I'll just go hunt them myself. Lin Shi didn't mind. 4 low-tier origin beasts. Unless the quantity was large enough to cause a qualitative change, the amount of origin energy he could absorb was limited. But, I can give you my origin energy first. Qin Shuang lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Lin Shi was stunned. From this angle of Qin Shuang lowering her head, Lin Shi clearly saw the earring on her hand. He remembered this container. Symbiosis. It could transfer origin energy through intimate contact. Lin Shi fake coughed. Actually, he didn't need Qin Shuang to sacrifice so much. He just needed a little more time. Before Lin Shi could refuse, Qin Shuang interrupted. Actually, this container only requires 2 people to hold hands to transfer origin energy. Is that so? Lin Shi's eyes flashed. He realized that Qin Shuang must have found someone to test the energy container before. Having said this much, it was hard for Lin Shi to refuse. After all, Qin Shuang must have mustered all her courage to take the initiative to find him. The two looked at each other awkwardly. In the end, the awkward one wasn't Lin Shi, but Qin Shuang. Lin Shi looked at Qin Shuang's hesitant expression, nodded, and asked, "Will this affect your advancement?" Qin Shuang hurriedly shook her head. "I just broke through to Tier 8. My origin energy is full right now. Although my spiritual power hasn't reached the required level, the base is very safe. Lacking a little origin energy in the short term won't matter." "Then let's begin." Lin Shi didn't say anything more and proactively reached his hand out to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang tilted her head slightly, reaching out to grasp Lin Shi's hand. A slightly cold sensation transmitted from her palm. Before Lin Shi could feel it carefully, a stream of origin energy had already transferred over through Qin Shuang's hand. Lin Shi didn't hold back and absorbed it. Compared to the origin energy of a Tier 9 origin beast, the origin energy of a Tier 8 Qin Shuang was much less. But after absorbing 3 Tier 9 origin beasts and the origin energy transferred from Xiaoteng, Lin Shi was only lacking a tiny bit of origin energy. Receiving the origin energy from Qin Shuang, Lin Shi once again clearly felt the transformation of origin energy in his body. It gradually filled up to the point of saturation. Just as Lin Shi felt his body stretch slightly, in his consciousness, something was merging into his body. Immediately after, Lin Shi felt an invisible shackle within his body shatter. At the same time, Lin Shi closed his eyes tightly, but he could still feel his already incredibly sharp senses expanding exponentially. Aside from his spatial awareness being enhanced, Lin Shi also sensed another type of energy. The process of transferring origin energy was a completely different feeling for Qin Shuang. Lin Shi's hands were very large, his fingers long and slender, his knuckles distinct, and his palms warm. The moment their hands touched, Qin Shuang felt incredibly nervous, and her face uncontrollably flushed red. Even though it was just holding hands, this was still Qin Shuang's most intimate and closest interaction with Lin Shi. Fortunately, Lin Shi quickly closed his eyes. When more than half of the origin energy had been transferred, Qin Shuang noticed the transfer between them was cut off. She retracted her hand, then quietly backed out of Lin Shi's courtyard. Only when she was out of the courtyard did Qin Shuang breathe a sigh of relief. The Demon King outside the courtyard saw Qin Shuang come out and ran over, barking, "Woof, woof." Qin Shuang signaled for the Demon King to be quiet. Lin Shi seems to be breaking through. "Demon King, go in and keep a close watch. Don't let anyone disturb him, understand?" The Demon King nodded seriously, then sneaked into the courtyard and laid down beside Lin Shi. Time passed just like that. 3 months later, the official base finally gathered enough origin energy needed to break through to Tier 9 and transmitted it back to the Sanlian continent. Meanwhile, on the Sanlian continent, Xia Chun received the origin energy transmitted from the collection device and went to find Tai Lan, the man playing the role of the Federation Bureau Chief. "Tai Lan, I need to go into secluded cultivation for at least half a year. During this half year, can you help me manage the Federation Bureau well?" Tai Lan was slightly stunned, then a bit flustered. More than 3 months ago, he only needed to occasionally appear in public. Although Xia Chun had guided him to familiarize himself with the work in the Federation Bureau, to actually become the manager of the entire Federation Bureau, like Xia Chun, Tai Lan had never thought about it. He waved his hands in a panic. "I can't do it. I don't know if I can keep it a secret from everyone." Xia Chun knew this was quite difficult for Tai Lan. For the past 3 months, he had secretly brought Tai Lan along to work precisely for this day. Currently, his gene lock level was Tier 7. To absorb origin energy and level up, he needed to undergo a process. This process would take 3 to 4 months at the shortest and half a year at the longest. Xia Chun could completely imagine how chaotic the Federation headquarters would become if he were absent. But right now, there was still the lingering awe of Lin Shi to deter them. In the short term, no one would suspect anything. However, someone would definitely find clues sooner or later. Therefore, he absolutely had to grasp absolute, overwhelming power before those people made their move. Tai Lan, listen to me. Now that Tai Lan was fully involved in his and Lin Shi's plan, Xia Chun didn't hide anything from him anymore. He told Tai Lan about the plan and the future development direction of this world. Right now, it's not that I need you, but this world needs you. You are about to make a crucial contribution to the reform of this world. Even if you are a substitute, you are the greatest substitute in this world. One day, you will witness yourself changing the world with your own eyes, seeing humanity living in a beautiful homeland, lush and green. And you will be the one who created it, the one who pushed for that beautiful scene. Guided step by Xia Chun, Tai Lan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I agree, but you must return quickly. Don't worry. That same afternoon, the Federation headquarters announced the completion of the new round of Origin Material Collection. Deputy Bureau Chief Xia Chun would go into secluded cultivation for half a year to unlock higher-tier genes. The subsequent internal affairs of the Federation would be handled by Bureau Chief Lin Shi. Making Xia Chun's information public was a strategic move. Xia Chun was currently in the limelight. His sudden disappearance would definitely attract the attention of many. But making this public would lower the guard of those who were highly suspicious. At the same time, thinking about Xia Chun's strength after half a year of secluded cultivation would make those coveting his position even more wary, not daring to probe recklessly. This way, it could delay the time before they were discovered. Xia Chun made a few more preparations before entering Feng Tian's former control room for his secluded cultivation. In a flash, another 3 months passed. At this time, on the blue planet, Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao had been back for half a year, but their whereabouts were unknown. Lin Shi also hadn't appeared at the base for a very long time. This put Qin Shi, who had followed Lin Shi here, in an awkward position at Lin Shi's base. Qin Shi secretly felt that he had been deceived by Qing Zhou and Lin Shi. But he didn't say anything. Coming to this unfamiliar world initially made him feel very insecure. He also didn't know how to return. However, Qin Shi discovered that although this world was freezing cold, the atmosphere between people was much better than on the Sanlian continent. In the Lin family base, aside from a few people, everyone else respected him very much. This respect came from his identity and status. This made Qin Shi somewhat fond of this world. A white-haired old clansman pulled Qin Shi along to drink today. Little Qin, you haven't been here long, so you don't know how formidable our patriarch used to be. That's a man who could subdue a Tier 9 origin beast all by himself. Back then, when I first saw the patriarch, I thought he was a descendant of the original patriarch. But guess what? What happened? Old Qi, hurry up and tell me. Qin Shi raised his wine cup and took a small sip. The strong, spicy liquor stimulated his throat, bringing a refreshing sensation. He picked up a piece of raw puffed rice and chewed it slowly, enjoying the sweet, salty, and crispy blend. Qin Shi had never tasted such delicious food in the first half of his life. The old man opposite him beamed with joy. He talked endlessly about Lin Shi's glorious achievements. Qin Shi nodded and listened attentively. He wasn't an idiot. Through the little things over this period, he gradually understood that the real protagonist during their time on the Sanlian continent was actually Lin Shi. With his own abilities and personality, he couldn't possibly conquer a massive organization like the Federation headquarters in just one short year. Without Lin Shi and Qing Zhou's help, he would have been completely powerless. Lin Shi definitely played the leading role. Qing Zhou's flattery and avoidance also proved that. Now, in this new environment, Lin Shi had become the center of everyone's attention even more. Whether in the cafeteria, the dormitories, or anywhere else, the topic of discussion always revolved around Lin Shi. Although Qin Shi had very little contact with Lin Shi, through the stories of others, he understood Lin Shi much better. Those stories made Qin Shi feel both admiration and awe. He couldn't help but wonder, if it weren't for Lin Shi surviving on the Sanlian continent on his old trajectory, what would he be like now? He would definitely still be a powerless nobody, despised by others. While Qin Shi was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside. The patriarch is out. The patriarch is at the east gate. Really? I have to go admire the patriarch's majestic presence. Half a year later, Lin Shi finally saw the sunlight of the blue planet. It was hard to describe how he felt at that moment. Waking up this time, Lin Shi felt that his body was no longer entirely human. Although he still had flesh and blood, he no longer felt hunger, heat, or cold. His body continuously absorbed moisture from the air, heat from the sun, and nutrients from the soil to replenish himself. He was like a human, yet like a plant, and also like a special entity that could fuse with all the elemental matter and energy around him. When he calmed his mind, he still existed in this world. But when he spaced out or lost focus, he seemed to completely blend into his surroundings, turning into a gentle breeze, a ray of sunlight, or an invisible current of air. Thinking of this, a second later, Lin Shi was still standing in the same spot, but his sense of existence vanished. The Demon King beside him, who had been tailing Lin Shi just a moment ago, suddenly stopped and looked around, as if searching for something. Woof, 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 woof. Where's Master? 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 He was clearly standing right in front of the Demon King, but the Demon King seemed unable to see him. Lin Shi took 2 steps toward the Demon King, but its gaze still didn't focus on him. It wasn't until Lin Shi slightly adjusted his thoughts, enhancing his sense of existence. Whoa! The Demon King seemed startled by Lin Shi's sudden appearance. Its eyes widened. Lin Shi chuckled softly and patted the Demon King. You've been cooped up for so long, go play. I'm going out on my own. The Demon King barked, kicked its legs, and ran up the wall. For over half a year, it had been holding back to death. At this moment, Lin Shi slightly adjusted his thoughts. His entire body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Lin Shi was already standing on the peak of a snowy mountain, the highest place in the world. The cold wind howled, but Lin Shi's hair and clothes didn't flutter at all. Finally caught you. Lin Shi smiled mysteriously, looking into the empty air ahead. Should I call you the will of the blue planet, or Mother Earth? Or, I could also call you Qingzhou. You were looking for me. A cold wind blew past, and a figure identical to him appeared in front of Lin Shi. But Lin Shi knew this figure wasn't a physical entity. If someone else were here right now, they would only see an empty mountain peak with nothing but the whistling snowy wind. Lin Shi said, I wanted to see what kind of existence the will of the blue planet is. Why are you always scheming against me? You're quite the busybody. The figure seemed colder than Lin Shi, even colder than the wind on the snowy mountain. He said, if I wanted to scheme against you, I would have stopped you from becoming a half-entity like me. You know I control the rules of time. Changing the past is just a small matter. The voice of the blue planet's will incarnation was as calm as still water, without a single ripple. The past and the future were all under its control. Controlling time was indeed a terrifying ability. Lin Shi knew time was terrifying, but he wasn't afraid. If you say that, I can assume you've tried everything but still couldn't stop me. Now, your time abilities don't affect me anymore, do they? The blue planet's will incarnation showed no emotion. That's just your assumption. I am the will of the blue planet. I have no emotions. To use the words of Yuxia country people, there is no enmity or grudge between us. Why would I stop you? Lin Shi sneered. No enmity or grudge. Then why did you choose me? Why let me carry the memories of my rebirth? Wasn't it to use me to achieve some goal? The blue planet's will incarnation seemed to have anticipated this question. It replied calmly. That was a deal between me and Qingzhou. You weren't chosen by me, but by Qingzhou. I was merely executing the deal. Are you saying Qingzhou had selfish motives, but you don't? As the will of the blue planet, I don't, and I shouldn't have selfish motives. That's for the best. Lin Shi stopped looking at the figure's face, saying more was useless. He looked into the distance, preparing to return. At this moment, the blue planet's will spoke again. I'm warning you, don't touch too much power that doesn't belong to you, unless you want to end up like me. When Lin Shi turned back, the figure had already disappeared. That was a reminder for him not to mess with the rules of time and space. Currently, Lin Shi could already vaguely sense time. So my previous face was this ugly to look at. After saying that, Lin Shi also vanished from the spot. He could merge with heaven and earth, appearing anywhere in this world without relying on spatial power. Another strange feeling. Ji and the long-armed ape were dead, but now, in Lin Shi's mind, the concept that the dead couldn't be revived no longer existed. If he wanted them to live, he just needed to turn back time to 6 months ago. But he didn't plan on begging that stinky-faced will of the blue planet. With a mere thought, he appeared in Antarctica. On an iceberg, Qing Zhou and Qing Zhao were using 2 ropes to make a large hole in the seawater. 2 large chunks of meat were tied to the ropes, dropping straight down into the deep sea. Qing Zhou waited for the bait to be taken while whispering to Qing Zhao beside him. "Brother, let me tell you a secret. The most fun place in this world is the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea in this world is completely another world. How about we go down there and play for a few days? Play at the bottom of the sea in this freezing cold? Even a Tier 9 evolver wouldn't play like that. If it were anyone else, they would definitely roll their eyes in shock." But Qing Zhao frowned and agreed to Qing Zhou's idea. "Up to you." He remembered that Qing Zhao didn't like to play before. Now that he wasn't doing experiments anymore, it was like his instincts had been unleashed. He wanted to play with everything. He was also willing to indulge the only family member he had left in this world. Since coming to the blue planet and witnessing how others spent time with their families, the brotherly bond between the two had grown even tighter. Qing Zhao also didn't mind at all that Qing Zhou had fused with the will of the blue planet. Suddenly, the rope in Qing Zhou's hand twitched. Qing Zhou's spirits lifted, and he said happily, "All right." A big fish took the bait. Then he started reeling in the rope. A moment later, the shadow of a large fish faintly appeared underwater. Right at that moment, Lin Shi suddenly appeared beside Qing Zhou. Startled by Lin Shi's sudden appearance, Qing Zhou loosened his grip on the rope, and the lucky fish escaped. Sensing Lin Shi's unusual aura, Qing Zhao immediately dropped the rope and stood up, subconsciously raising his weapon. Seeing it was Lin Shi, he lowered it. When Qing Zhou saw Lin Shi, his fear turned into joy, but a hint of something indescribable flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Lin Shi, you broke through?" You could say that. Lin Shi also wasn't sure if his current state counted as a successful breakthrough. "What do you mean you could say that?" "You definitely did." Qing Zhou suddenly approached Lin Shi, making a sniffing motion, and said suspiciously, "Tsk, it really is you. Did you go looking for him? I seem to smell his aura." Even though Qing Zhou had turned into a human now, his consciousness entity was still different from ordinary people. Being of the same origin as the will of the blue planet, he naturally had a connection to it. After meeting and chatting for a bit, Lin Shi noticed Qing Zhou's expression became even more awkward after his remark. He chuckled inwardly, knowing for sure this kid was definitely hiding something. But he wasn't here to settle scores with Qing Zhou right now, so he didn't ask further and said directly, "Qing Zhou, I need your help with something." Truly an old fox of 10,000 years. Qing Zhou's eyes lit up, immediately understanding Lin Shi's intention. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "Between us, there's no need to be polite. If you need something, just say it. You're asking for my help. Could it be you want to use the rules of time?" Lin Shi nodded slightly and said frankly, "Yes, I want to go back to the past. It doesn't need to be long this time, just back to 6 months ago." Qing Zhou asked suspiciously, "Tell me, what is it for this time?" Lin Shi recounted how Ji and the long-armed ape died. Qing Zhou felt troubled. 69 days ago, you weren't even on the blue planet. I can only adjust the time on the blue planet. I can't interfere with the Sanlian continent. Then can you send someone else back to 69 days ago, and then inform me on the Sanlian continent? Qing Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Doing that creates too many variables and will cause a butterfly effect. I don't recommend you do it yourself. How about you find someone who was on the blue planet at that time, someone reliable and capable of changing the situation?" Lin Shi thought about it. He wasn't there at the time. Who else could change the fate of Ji and the long-armed ape dying at the hands of a Tier 9 beast? There didn't seem to be anyone. Can a dog do it? Qing Zhou was stunned. It took him a moment to realize Lin Shi was talking about the Demon King. "That works too, as long as it's not you." Qing Zhou turned to Qing Zhao. "Let's go back. I need to go back and give the Demon King some instructions." On the Sanlian continent, Xia Chun hadn't appeared for over 3 months. Whether due to being too busy or exhausted, Tai Lon felt that there were many eyes watching him recently. This made him feel like he had thorns in his back. He wasn't stupid. If others were watching him and he could notice it, then exposure wasn't far away. Sure enough, 3 days later, Tai Lon received requests for an audience from the Chief of New Zone 2 and the Chief of New Zone 4 via his optical brain. Tell them I'm very busy. If they have something to report, do it through the optical brain. I'll look at it when I'm free. Tai Lon decided not to meet them. But the two had come prepared and obviously wouldn't give up so easily. Instantly, the alarm bells at the Federation headquarters rang out. Hearing the bells, the staff in the Federation headquarters couldn't help but panic. How many times had the alarm bells rung in the past 2 years? Tai Lon's expression also changed when he heard the bells. Immediately, a staff member rushed into Tai Lon's office. Tai Lon opened the door, and the staff member said, "Headquarters is in trouble. 2 zone chiefs led people to storm in. They said you're an imposter. If you're not, please step out and fight." Tai Lon's hands under the desk subconsciously clenched tight. When the alarm bells rang, the Federation Bureau Chief was still sitting in his office, refusing to show his face. This was very bad, especially for Lin Shi, because the Real Federation Bureau Chief was inherently a cold and arbitrary person who would definitely not let people threaten him. While Tai Lon was scrambling to find a way to deal with it, the staff member who entered the office flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. He lunged at Tai Lon. Thanks to Lin Shi's initial empowerment, Tai Lon had reached the level of a Tier 4 evolver. But he had no combat experience. Facing a ferocious face and a sharp knife thrusting straight at his chest, Tai Lon froze in an instant, forgetting even to dodge. Squelch! The sharp knife pierced into flesh, making a soft sound. The assassin didn't expect to succeed so easily. Originally, he had prepared himself to die, because if it were the real Lin Shi, he wouldn't even have the chance to get close and would die without a burial place. Ha ha! You're not the bureau chief. You really are an imposter. Ha ha! The intense, piercing pain spreading from his chest finally made Tai Lon realize what was happening. He hurriedly pressed an emergency button on his hand. Xiao Chun had told him to keep this button. If he encountered a situation he couldn't resolve quickly, for example, if someone attacked the Federation headquarters, or if Tai Lon felt he was discovered and about to be killed, only then was he allowed to press this button. Xiao Chun had also instructed Tai Lon not to leave the office. But after Tai Lon pressed the button, nothing happened. Could it be that Xiao Chun lied to him? His identity was exposed. Xiao Chun wasn't here, and Lin Shi wasn't here either. The Federation headquarters was about to fall into chaos. Feeling the vitality in his body gradually draining away, Tai Lon slowly sank into despair. He longed to witness the prosperous era Xiao Chun had promised, where desolate beasts were extinct, where people lived in peace and contentment, and everyone was equal. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see it. The assassin stopped looking at Tai Lon and immediately reported to the Chief of New Zone 2 outside. "My lord, I succeeded. The person in this office is indeed not Lin Shi." The Chief of New Zone 2 and the Chief of New Zone 4 of the Federation headquarters exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme joy in each other's eyes. It really wasn't him. Initially, they were just testing the waters. As for how they found flaws, it was through probing during the recent implementation of policies. It had to be said, this imposter's disguise was very successful. From his appearance and demeanor to his daily routine and eating habits, he was exactly like Lin Shi. But only in his way of handling affairs did he lack the real Lin Shi's decisiveness and ruthlessness. This allowed them, after step-by-step probing, to finally conclude that the person currently in the Federation headquarters might not be the real Lin Shi. Of course, they didn't dare to take risks. Therefore, their visit to the Federation headquarters this time was still just a probe. After all, the Federation headquarters wasn't easy to attack. If the Federation headquarters were so easily breached, the Federation would have ceased to exist long ago. In reality, they didn't attack the main building of the Federation headquarters. They merely triggered the alarm. If the real Lin Shi appeared, they could say they accidentally triggered the alarm. As for the assassin, wasn't he a staff member in the main building of the Federation headquarters? What did that have to do with them? Initially, the two only held a sliver of hope in doing this risky deed. They didn't expect to succeed in one fell swoop. Lin Shi must have definitely disappeared for some reason when Xiao Chun. Damn commoners. A year ago, the deputy director of the federal headquarters. We should have noticed the problem then. If we knew it'd be this easy, we would have come a long time ago. Now the federal headquarters is in chaos. This is the perfect opportunity for us to launch an attack. With no one in charge, no one will dare stop us. Lin Shi isn't here. As long as we control the control room of the main federal building, the entire Federation will be ours. The urgent matter now is to interrogate that dying imposter to find out Lin Shi's whereabouts. The two of them thought it through beautifully, believing their plan was flawless. But just as they broke into the main building of the federal headquarters and prepared to interrogate the dying Ka Lan, they had no idea that the real Lin Shi had already appeared on the Sanlian continent. Lin Shi received the emergency news. This was a contingency Xia Chun had prepared before going into seclusion. Since Xia Chun was in the middle of a breakthrough and couldn't wake up, the only person who could come was Lin Shi. They had implemented their policies on the Sanlian continent so well, they absolutely couldn't let all that effort go to waste. Therefore, they had agreed that as long as the Sanlian continent triggered the alarm, Lin Shi would try to see if he could teleport back for an emergency rescue. Lin Shi possessed a considerable amount of spatial energy. Although opening a spatial tunnel on his own wasn't feasible, borrowing an existing one to reverse teleport was possible. Of course, neither Lin Shi nor Xia Chun knew if it would actually work. It was a last resort for this kind of situation. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Not only did it succeed, but because Lin Shi's spatial energy and the energy within the tunnel were identical, the teleportation process took no effort at all. That was massive good news. It meant Lin Shi could travel freely between the Sanlian continent and Blue Star. Lin Shi's figure flashed and vanished from the spot. At the federal headquarters, in the usual office, Ka Lan was captured. Covered in blood, he could only look up at the person in front of him. Blood dripped into his eyes, turning his vision into a blurry, crimson haze. Tell us where Lin Shi is, and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, dying won't be so easy for you. Ugh, I don't know. Crack. One of Ka Lan's fingers was crushed. He passed out from the excruciating pain. The torturer yanked the severed finger away. Ka Lan woke up again from the agony, revealing a bloody, toothy grin. You running dogs? Just wait until Lin Shi gets back. He absolutely won't let you off. You'll die a much worse death than me. Scared now? Aye. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Ka Lan's head snapped to the side, and a few teeth fell out. You think you'll live long enough to see Lin Shi return? He's been gone for so long. He's probably dead in a ditch somewhere. And you still expect him to avenge you? Ka Lan still held on to hope in his heart. He will definitely come back. And you will all definitely die? Just wait and see. District Chief Exine Air laughed coldly, looking at Ka Lan as if he were a mere ant. You're waiting for Xia Chun, aren't you? My people are unlocking the control room right now. Once it's open, we'll kill him. Did you think it'd take us a long time to crack it? Ants like you don't know this, but the genetic information of commoners like Xia Chun is no secret. The black market already sold it to us. Ever since we found out Xia Chun went into seclusion, we prepared a clone of him. Very soon, we won't have to lift a finger to open that control room. A look of fear finally appeared in Ka Lan's eyes. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he was terrified that Xia Chun would actually be captured and killed. Xia Chun had always been so good to him. Right at that moment, the alarm in the federal headquarters blared. They thought someone had accidentally triggered it again. District Chief Exine Air was startled. Who did that? Turn off the alarm. And no, it wasn't an accident, sir. Someone broke in. Who would dare break into the federal headquarters? Is it Lin Shi? District Chief Exine Air tried to keep his cool, grabbing a panicked staff member by the collar. And no, it's not. But, the staff member was so terrified he couldn't even speak properly. Useless trash. If it's not Lin Shi, why are you so scared? You nearly gave me a heart attack. District Chief Exine Air threw the man to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. If it's not Lin Shi, aren't you guys scared? If it's not Lin Shi, then what the hell is it? District Chief XINC replied. As soon as he said that, he realized the voice that just spoke didn't belong to his subordinate, nor was it a staff member in the office. The voice came from behind. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar young man standing next to the dying Ka Lan. The guy who had just been torturing Ka Lan was already lying motionless on the floor. District Chief Exine Air pointed at Lin Shi and furiously shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "Me? I'm Lin Shi." The office fell dead silent. Then, sudden bursts of loud laughter erupted. District Chief Xinc mocked. "If you're Lin Shi, then I'm Qing Zhou." He then barked at his subordinates. "Are you all blind? Kill him." The subordinates of Xine Air and Xinc immediately sprang into action. But in the blink of an eye, a series of heavy thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Over a dozen evolvers collapsed the moment they moved. At first glance, there were no visible wounds, but upon closer inspection, each of them had a tiny puncture right in the middle of their foreheads. Their brains had been completely destroyed by shards of origin energy. "What are you doing on the ground? Get up!" District Chief Xine Air roared in helpless rage. District Chief Xinc, trembling, pointed a finger at Lin Shi, his face pale with terror. Who the hell are you?" "I told you. I am Lin Shi." That was the last sentence the two of them ever heard before their vision plunged into eternal darkness. Lin Shi crouched down and looked at Ka Lan, who wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Using a voice Ka Lan was deeply familiar with, he said, "Your mission is complete." Lin Shi placed his hand on Ka Lan, channeling his origin power into him. Ka Lan's wounds healed at a visible rate. Aside from the severed finger, most of his other injuries were almost completely healed. You're really Lin Shi?" "Of course. I'm the real Lin Shi." Lin Shi took the light brain from Ka Lan's wrist and put it on his own. With practiced movements, he deactivated the alarm. "Everyone, return to your posts. Security team, come to the office to dispose of the bodies. Send a doctor to treat the wounded." He then turned to Ka Lan. "Wait here for treatment. I'll be right back." With that, Lin Shi vanished from the office. Tai Lan felt like he had just woken up from a dream. It really was Lin Shi. Tai Lan was taken for intensive treatment. In the control room, Xia Chun's clone opened the door and died instantly. The cause of death was exactly the same as the district chiefs of Xine Air and Xinc, along with their subordinates in the office. Since there was no surveillance in the federal director's office, even though the alarms blared, most of the staff had no idea what happened. All they knew was that the federal headquarters was almost taken over by two district chiefs today. Now, both district chiefs were dead from unknown causes, and the director was still alive. So, they still had to follow the headquarters orders. When Tai Lan returned to the office after his treatment, Lin Shi reappeared. "Don't be afraid. Just act normal. I'll protect you until Xia Chun is done." Mass release for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wishing all you bosses a happy holiday. Over 2 months later, Xia Chun woke up from his secluded cultivation. This session helped him reach the 3rd tier. Right now, the source power in Xia Chun's body was enough to advance to the 9th tier. He was only 1 step away. As long as his spiritual power reached the required threshold, he could break through at any time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest person below the 9th tier. The Somnian continent didn't have any 9th tier experts, so Xia Chun's strength was enough to intimidate everyone. Over these 2 months, Xia Chun continued to work cautiously at the federal headquarters, while Lin Shi remained on the Somnian continent. In the past, Xia Chun had to rack his brain over difficult decisions before adjusting and issuing orders. Now, with Lin Shi helping him brainstorm, the federal district chiefs once again felt the decisiveness and efficiency of the headquarters. The news of the district chiefs of Xine Air and Xinc being replaced overnight also deterred anyone else with ulterior motives from making a move. This was the first time Xia Chun came to the headquarters office after his secluded cultivation. Seeing Lin Shi here, Xia Chun wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was thrilled. With Xia Chun's return, Lin Shi no longer needed to stay at the federal headquarters. He returned to the Blue Star. Back at the Lin family base, Lin Shi saw the Demon King playing with Ji and the long-armed ape in his courtyard. He burst into happy laughter. If you want to see how the Demon King brought Ji and the long-armed ape boss back, please read the author's side story. Letting the Demon King go back alone before Ji and the long-armed ape met their demise was extremely dangerous. But after those life-and-death battles, the Demon King fully understood the situation of those 4 9th-tier source beasts, making him the most suitable candidate for this mission. Sure enough, the Demon King didn't let anyone down. He successfully changed history and brought Ji and the long-armed ape back. Just then, someone reported that there was a visitor. Lin Shi had the guard invite the person in. It was Qin Xiang. That's right, it was Qin Xiang, the man who had sacrificed himself in the battle against the Beast King, detonating explosives to destroy the heavily injured 9th-tier Beast King. This was also a mission the Demon King needed to change. After saving the long-armed ape and Ji, the Demon King's second mission was to save Qin Xiang and the other soldiers who died in that battle. The official base's plan at the time wasn't entirely wrong overall, but they didn't know that Lin Shi would immediately bring his people back. If they had known, they would have just defended the base to stall for time. There would have been no need to sacrifice themselves to fight the Beast King to the death. The Demon King successfully changed this as well. Because of that, Qin Xiang was still alive. Not only Qin Xiang, but all the soldiers who would have died in that incident survived. The official base used other methods to delay the 9th-tier Beast King's arrival at the base, successfully stalling until Lin Shi and Qing Zhou and Lin Shi returned. Qin Xiang didn't expect Lin Shi to be here. He saluted Lin Shi, said a few words of gratitude, and then went to find the Demon King. Lin Shi later visited the official base. The base hadn't changed since he left, but there were many more smiling faces. Lin Tianrui asked Lin Shi about Xia Chun's situation on the Samian continent. Hearing that everything was going well, he was overjoyed. Xia Chun, when can he come back? Lin Tianrui asked. Lin Shi thought for a moment, then said, probably not for a few decades. If you guys want to see him, I can bring him back for a reunion. As long as the spatial passage wasn't closed, Lin Shi could bring Xia Chun through it. Lin Tianrui seemed hesitant, but then sighed. All right, let's wait until things stabilize over there before he comes back. But next time you go, please take this letter with you. Lin Shi took the thick letter Lin Tianrui handed him. He didn't use his spiritual power to peek. He just put it straight into his spatial storage. I will. Since there was nothing left to do on the Blue Star, Lin Shi returned to the Samian continent a few days later. This time, Lin Shi brought Lin Tianrui's letter to Xia Chun. Right in front of Lin Shi, Xia Chun opened the letter. He found that it didn't just contain a letter from Lin Tianrui, but also letters from Wang Chao, Xiaoguo Huang, and some former subordinates who had a good relationship with him. At the very bottom, Xia Chun even found a yellowed, stained letter. The end of the letter bore his father's name. Seeing Xia Chun tearing up, Lin Shi quietly stepped out of the office. On his way out, he bumped into Lulu, who was bringing nutrient porridge for Xia Chun. The scar on Lulu's face had completely healed, revealing a sweet, beautiful face. Lulu was incredibly grateful to Lin Shi, and she also recognized that this was the same Lin Shi from before. She kept insisting that Lin Shi stay for a meal, but he declined, saying he had business to attend to. Lin Shi went to the Xingyao Hotel to find Qing Yun. The people of Qingming had all gone to the Blue Star to commit suicide, but Qing Yun didn't go. Instead, she stayed at Xingyao, relying on her own methods. After realizing the situation was unfavorable, Qing Yun had bribed several high-ranking officials of the federal headquarters and recruited some former Qingming members. Now, the Xingyao Hotel in New District 1 was entirely Qing Yun's property. Lin Shi sought out Qing Yun to ask if she needed him to remove the parasite from her body. Since Lin Shi's appearance had changed, the two naturally had to confirm their identities before getting down to business. Hearing Lin Shi's intention, Qing Yun shot him a pouting look. The mother bug is already gone, little brother. How could you bear to make a beauty like me shave her head? I'm only helping you this one last time. Next time you need my help, I might not even be in this world anymore, Lin Shi said. Qing Yun thought for a moment, then finally bit her lip and let Lin Shi help her remove the parasite. The area infected by the parasite wasn't large. Once Lin Shi removed it, Qing Yun quickly woke up. Before Qing Yun was fully awake, Lin Shi had already left. He strolled around the cities. Currently, the Samian continent was vigorously implementing new policies. New high-rise buildings were springing up in every city. Looking down from the sky, one could see vast tracts of cultivated farmland. Xia Chun even ordered that each city must plant at least 100,000 trees every year and ensure their survival rate. Lin Shi saw that Mang Qi was rising like a kite in the wind in District 3. Mang Qi frequently used work reports as an excuse to ask about Xia Chun and Lin Shi's situation. He even wanted to come to New District 1 to meet Lin Shi, but Xia Chun rejected most of his requests, claiming Lin Shi was too busy. Seeing the entire Sanlian continent prospering and thriving, Lin Shi returned to the Blue Star with peace of mind. He only occasionally used the Sanlian continent's special walkie-talkie to contact Xia Chun. Spring passed, and winter came. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. 50 years was more than half a lifetime for an ordinary person, but for a high-level evolutionary expert like Lin Shi, it was just the snap of a finger. 50 years later, the Blue Star was still submerged in a sea of white snow. Over the past 50 years, the official base had significantly expanded its scale. Thanks to the people regularly training, resonating, strengthening their physiques, and absorbing energy, their health kept improving. Their ability to adapt to the freezing climate also increased. Many people had moved to live on the continent. Despite the biting wind, blowing sand, and bone-chilling cold, humanity's uplifting spirit never wavered. Looking down from above, the entire southern province and neighboring provinces were dotted with rows of neat, charming little houses. Around these houses were signs of the people's bustling daily lives. As for the source beasts, they had become familiar pets in every household. 40 years ago, the official base successfully bred several low-lethality, easy-to-raise animal species suitable for the people's farming conditions. Cold-resistant plants that were easy to grow in extreme cold had also been widely popularized. Even without relying on the official base, people could be self-sufficient in these harsh conditions. There were still wild source beasts within the Xia country's territory, but as long as they didn't invade human settlements or harm the people, the government wouldn't exterminate them. The intelligent source beasts also understood that as long as they didn't enter the Xia country or attack humans, they would be safe. Humans and beasts on this planet had together created a beautiful, harmonious picture of the post-apocalyptic world. 50 years had passed, and the Lin family base had grown much stronger than it was half a century ago. This was mainly thanks to the high-level forces within the base. Aside from Lin Siyuan and Qin Shuang, who had reached the third tier 50 years ago. Over the past 50 years, Lin Rongshuan, Qi Yun, Lin Mingjin, and Qi Zhongyue had also successively broken through to the 8th tier. Among the source beasts, Xiao Deng had even broken through to the 9th tier. Xiao Bai, Ji Ji, the long-armed ape, the clouded leopard, and Hua Hua had all reached the 8th tier as well. Lin Shi looked exactly the same as he did 50 years ago. Time seemed to have left no mark on him. Lin Shi frequently traveled between the Blue Star and the Sanlian continent. Over the past 50 years, the Sanlian continent had undergone spectacular changes. 50 years ago, 90% of the Sanlian continent was a barren wasteland. But now, the entire continent was covered in endless greenery and lush forests. Radiant joy filled everyone's faces as they worked diligently in the fields. The sturdy city walls that were once used to fend off source beasts had been torn down. There was no longer a distinction between the inner and outer cities. Today, the Sanlian continent hadn't been threatened by source beasts for 50 years. Stories about source beasts were now just cautionary tales grandparents told their grandchildren, like a distant memory. The stories of the hard times and the lack of human rights for the people of the Sanlian continent in the past had now become bitter memories of a bygone era. They were used to contrast with their current happy lives, encouraging the younger generation to study hard. But in all those stories, one name was always mentioned: Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't spend much time on the Sanlian continent, but the stories about him were legendary. The name Lin Shi was often mentioned alongside words like hero, pioneer, and messenger of God. Next was Xia Chun. He had become the director of the federal headquarters, which was now renamed the Federal People's Government. For the past 50 years, Xia Chun had managed things with utmost dedication, leading the Sanlian continent into an era of stability and prosperity. He still maintained the same appearance as he did 50 years ago. Lulu, Xia Chun's former little assistant, had now become his wife. The two got married 40 years ago. Lin Shi had braved the difficulties to attend that wedding of the century, along with Wang Chao and a few other close friends. Now, Lulu and Xia Chun had a son and a daughter, and even grandchildren. They lived in complete happiness. Seeing Lin Shi arrive, Xia Chun stood up to welcome him, giving him a tight hug. "You're here. Yeah, I'm here. Lin sure knew this might be his last time visiting the Sonlian continent after receiving Xia Chun's message. Beside Xia Chun were Lu Lu and two adorable little girls, Xia Chun's twin granddaughters. The two little girls sweetly called out, "Godfather." Lin sure took out some toys from the Blue Star from his spatial storage and gave them to the girls. They were overjoyed, playing with them nonstop. Xia Chun said to Lin sure, "I've contacted the will of the Sonlian continent planet. It has removed the mark on me and agreed to close the spatial passage. The spatial passage will completely close in 3 days." "That's fantastic," Lin sure said. After more than 50 years of hard work, the day they achieved their goal had finally come. Aside from Lin Shure's initial efforts, the majority of the credit belonged to Xia Chun. Now that they had succeeded, Lin Shure was genuinely happy for him. "So, are you coming back with me, or?" Over the past 50 years, Lin Shure had clearly seen Xia Chun's hard work and dedication to the Sonlian continent. Xia Chun had lived on the Sonlian continent even longer than he had on the Blue Star. Right now, Xia Chun's career and family were all here. If Xia Chun wanted to stay on the Sonlian continent, Lin Shure wouldn't be surprised at all. Xia Chun smiled and patted Lin Shure's shoulder. "I announced my abdication across the entire Sonlian continent yesterday. The leader of the Federal People's Government is now Tai Lon. What about your family?" Lin Shure asked, slightly surprised. Lulu stepped forward and said gently, "I'll go back with Xia Chun. I really want to see the world where he was born. Our children also really want to go to the Blue Star. They all want to meet the Demon King." "That's right. I love Uncle Demon King from Grandpa's fairy tales the most. I like Gigi the most." The two little girls chimed in one after another. "As long as our family is together, anywhere is home. Besides, the Sonlian continent lacks resources. I hope my family can live longer and healthier lives on the Blue Star. If they didn't want to go, I wouldn't force them, but they all really want to." Since Xia Chun had prepared everything thoroughly, Lin Shure naturally agreed. That day, Xia Chun hosted a banquet at his home. A few days prior, he had invited Lin Shure's old acquaintances. Tai Lon, Qing Yun, Tai Yi, Tai Air, and Meng Qi were all present. Everyone happily drank through the night. They all had a mutual understanding about Xia Chun and Lin Shure's departure. That night, except for Lin Shure and Xia Chun, almost everyone got dead drunk. The next day, Xia Chun gave Tai Lon some final instructions, solemnly handing over the entire development plan for the Sonlian continent that he had painstakingly built over the years. After that, the group appeared before the spatial passage. Tai Lon saw Lin Shure and Xia Chun off for the final stretch. "Everyone, take care." Xia Chun and the others passed through the spatial passage one by one. Lin Shure was the last. He waved goodbye to Tai Lon, then vanished into the spatial passage. During the teleportation process, Lin Shure felt the spatial passage shrinking. The surrounding space began to compress his body. This surprised him a bit, but he didn't panic. He could control a bit of spatial power himself, which was enough to handle this situation. By utilizing his spatial power, Lin Shure's body gradually adapted to the spatial changes. After a bit of a struggle, Lin Shure finally arrived at the Blue Star. When he stepped out of the spatial passage, he noticed it vanished immediately after. He could no longer sense it. This meant he couldn't teleport back. The spatial passage had completely disappeared. Not keeping its promise, huh? Didn't it say it would close in 3 days? However, Lin Shure didn't dwell on it too much. Lin Shure brushed the snow off his body and walked toward the bustling base. Thoughts upon completion. Thank you to all the readers who have read up to this point. This book was published on March 6, 2023, and completed on September 18, 2024. During those 1 year, 6 months, and 12 days. Thank you to the readers for tolerating the book's flaws, for tolerating me, and for helping me finish this book. The entire work is 2 million words long. This is the first real book of my life. This book wasn't finished by me alone, but by all of you working alongside me. Without everyone's support and encouragement, without the Tomato platform, without my fellow author friends, I could never have made it to today. Thank you all. Thank you, Tomato. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Parting is always sad, but parting also holds the promise of a future reunion. After finishing this book, I will update a few side stories on an irregular schedule, and then start preparing for my new book. If nothing unexpected happens, the new book will be released to you all on January 1st, 2025. Until then, we will meet again. Demon King. This time when you return to the past, only your consciousness will go back. In other words, your body will still be the body from 6 months ago, but your consciousness will travel back 6 months and enter that body. Qingzhou seriously instructed the Demon King on what to look out for. The Demon King listened intently. Lin Shi also gave the Demon King serious instructions. Your main mission this time is to save Ji and the long-armed ape, but you must also prioritize your own safety. If it can't be done, I just want you to return safely. Understood, Master, the Demon King replied firmly. One more thing. Last time, the official base was ambushed and blown up. If possible, I hope you can prevent that incident. Have Lin Tianrui deploy people to stall for time, and tell Jin Wu to notify us early so I can return ahead of schedule. Woof, got all that. You absolutely must put your own safety first. Then prepare yourself for 2 days. In 2 days, I'll send you back to 6 months ago. Woof woof. 2 days later, everything was ready. Lin Shi and Qingzhou had gone over every detail with the Demon King. The rest was entirely up to him. Demon King, I'm starting. Just close your eyes and go to sleep, Qingzhou said, standing in front of the Demon King in the courtyard. The Demon King obediently laid down on the ground. Qingzhou placed his hand on the Demon King's head. Qingzhou's time control ability was limited. The closer to the target time, the less it consumed. Qingzhou slowly closed his eyes. An invisible surge of energy slowly materialized around him. Besides Qingzhou, only Lin Shi could sense this temporal energy. As this temporal energy grew stronger and stronger, the Demon King felt its consciousness blurring. Amidst the confusion, a bright light suddenly flashed before the Demon King's eyes. It opened its eyes. Its master, Lin Shi, was no longer in front of it. It wasn't in the courtyard anymore, either. Woof! Right now, it was in front of the Lin family base headquarters. Demon King, if you run into danger, it's better to abandon the mission than to not come back safely, okay? Qin Shuang worriedly stroked the Demon King's fur. Qi Yin also chimed in. That's right, Demon King. You must be careful. If something happens to you, we won't know how to explain it to cousin. However, I believe in the Demon King. Beside Qi Yin, Lin Siyuan was reluctantly saying goodbye to Ji. The long-armed ape was drawing circles on the ground, seemingly warming up. Seeing that the long-armed ape and Ji were still alive and well, the Demon King barked excitedly. Woof woof. A woof. Then, the Demon King lunged at the long-armed ape, and the two rolled around on the ground a few times. Everyone, including the long-armed ape, couldn't understand why the Demon King was so excited. Only the Demon King could feel the sheer joy of reuniting with its friends after thinking it had lost them forever. Demon King. Hearing the call, the Demon King snapped back to reality. It walked up to Qin Shuang and wrote on the snow-covered door. I am the Demon King from 6 months in the future. The mission has changed. I want to see Lin Tianrui. 10 or so minutes later, Lin Tianrui, Wang Chao, and the others rushed to the Lin family base. At the same time, Qi Jiangyue, Lin Rongshuan, Lin Mingzhen, and the others were also present. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Demon King put on a serious doggy face and wrote, I am from 6 months in the future. The plan has changed. Everyone was utterly shocked. Could it be that the reversing heaven and earth plan was activated again? Lin Rongshuan said, his eyes wide. The Demon King shook its head. You'll know the specific details later. But this operation won't go smoothly. It should be cancelled. Last time, the Demon King took the long-armed ape and Ji to assassinate the heavily injured 9th-tier snow leopard. As a result, the snow leopard was killed, but its body couldn't be brought back, and it even allowed the raccoon to create another 9th-tier source beast. This meant the mission not only cost them their teammates, but achieved absolutely nothing. Therefore, the Demon King wanted to cancel this mission. Lin Tianrui and the others exchanged glances. This mission was originally decided through negotiations between the official base, the Lin family base, and the Demon King. They had even just finalized it yesterday. Yesterday, when the Demon King boldly accepted the mission, they were both worried about its safety and deeply moved. Now, the Demon King suddenly claimed to be from 6 months in the future and wanted to cancel the mission. Naturally, everyone was confused. Demon King, why did you come back and not Lin Shi? Did Linsher prepare anything? If we act today, what will the result be? Questions were thrown out. The Demon King struggled to write. In this operation, the snow leopard will die, but the long-armed ape and Gigi will also die. Furthermore, the snow leopard's body won't be retrieved, and another beast king will appear. Master wants you to notify him to return immediately. He originally planned to return right when those four attacked the base. If he just comes back early, he can kill them. You guys just need to stall for time. Don't execute that dangerous explosion plan anymore to avoid further casualties. After writing, the Demon King looked up at everyone. With a look that said, "If you don't believe me, you're all definitely going to die." I believe the Demon King wouldn't joke about something this major. How about we proactively contact Lin Shi and report the situation here? Qin Shuang said. Lin Tianrui slowly nodded. I believe it too. Actually, I already had a backup plan in case the operation didn't go smoothly, using traps to deal with those four beast kings. This was the beauty of being united. Others wouldn't believe the words of a source beast, but Lin Tianrui, Qi Jiangyue, and the others completely trusted Lin Shi, as well as the Demon King who had been with them for so long. All right, I'll have Jinwu contact Lin Shi immediately. Tell him we're in danger here, and tell him to come back right away. Qi Jiangyue said decisively. From now on, you must strengthen the base's defenses. Everyone dispersed. The Demon King leisurely walked away. The Demon King found the long-armed ape and Gigi, showed off to them for a bit, and then wrote, "You two stay in the base. Don't go anywhere. The mission is cancelled. Xiaobai, keep an eye on them. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back." With that, the Demon King vanished in a flash, leaving the long-armed ape and Gigi scratching their heads in confusion. The Demon King leaped over the base's wall and sprinted toward the location in its memory. It had gone through so much trouble to return to the present. It absolutely wouldn't let the long-armed ape and Gigi's grudge go unavenged. Master had said it before, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A person shouldn't swallow their anger, and neither should a dog.